Hello everyone, it's Origami. Welcome to What If I Was Reincarnated in DxD with a Pokemon system. This is the first part of this series. Please make sure to like and subscribe. Here is the summary: a self-insert, OC fanfic, OP main character, gamer FIC. Follow Rean Hayashi as he tries to live his new life, full of fun and adventure, along his Pokemon friends and a certain cheerful Maou magical girl. Will he be able to become powerful enough so that the supernatural forces of the world leave him alone? Make sure to support the author Kiro Kitson 028. Let's get started. Chapter 1. The Gamer Who Became a Pokemon Trainer. As I float in this never-ending abyss, I can't help but reminisce of what once was my life. The memories just started to flow and I couldn't help but remember my life, even though I wish I didn't. The memories of the last days of my life before I died alone, tired and full of regrets, were the ones more vividly in my mind. I had a tough life, that's for sure, but until the very last minute I refused to complain. I was sure that there were people out there who had it worse, and I at least had food and a roof over my head. But those last days of my life showed me how alone I truly was. No family members even bothered to check on me, nor do I think they cared. After all, I had learned at a very young age that I wasn't wanted by most of my family. My mom left my father when I was very young, my brother hated me for reasons I still don't understand, and the rest of the family turned their back on me when I needed them most. I only had my grumpy old dad, who took care of me and supported me as much as he could, and I was happy to support him on his old age, but even those days were now long gone. I worked hard every day to support myself, and many might be wondering why I've never married. The truth was, I was once married a long time ago, but that marriage was an unhappy and toxic one. I was cheated on and treated like garbage. That left a horrid scar in my heart, one that refused to heal, and in fear of ever trusting someone again, I refused to open my heart to anyone ever again. This is why I found myself alone in the last moments of my life, and now in this massive empty abyss I was alone once again. I couldn't help but to think that maybe this was my destiny. I don't know how long I've been here, days? Years? Or perhaps more? I truly don't know, but even here, in this abyss, I found some peace among the ever-present loneliness that I feel. Sounds crazy, no? Well, for someone who had spent hours upon hours working and trying to survive this beautiful and harsh world, a place like this where all I can do is peacefully float around and rest, is paradise. But those pesky regrets make resting difficult, and the fact that I was dead and unable to do anything about them was frustrating. Suddenly I was blinded by a bright orb of light which to my surprise spoke to me. Do you want a second chance? A chance to live a life without regrets? A life where the end isn't dying alone on your bed in a dark and gloomy apartment? I frowned. Of course I would like a second chance, who wouldn't? But I have read enough fanfiction and manga, watched so many movies and anime, that I was fully aware that something like this wasn't going to be free. The orb of light must have sensed my doubts, because it spoke softly to me next. I know this seems suspicious and shady, but rest assured, the only gain I would receive is finally having a host and being able to keep existing and living through you. A host? Keep existing and living? What was this being before me that needs a host to keep existing? And what does it wanted with me? But the being seemed to know about questions running through my mind, because not a moment later, it answered them. I am the small remnants of a goddess, one who had begun to cease to exist after the humanity of your world forgot about me in favor of the Christian God. Ah, I see. She was forgotten and abandoned like I was, but she must have been alone for far longer than I could ever comprehend. The orb of light spoke once again. I have already forgotten my name, and soon enough I'll disappear, but I don't want to die. I want to keep existing. However, here, in this abyss, only the forgotten and the souls going through reincarnation can be found, so I couldn't even begin to find a host, and so I waited and waited for someone to appear, and finally you did. I see, so that's why I've been stuck here for a long while. Part of me must have wanted to disappear. I looked down in thought and clenched my fists in frustrating. This is the part of me that I hate, the part of me that was so tired and so done with life that I didn't care what happened to me, the part of me that was created by the many failures, doubts, and regrets in my life. The orb of life spoke up again. If you agree to be my host, I won't disappear, and I'll be able to grant you a gamer system, something that seems to be very popular with humans nowadays. The memories of the souls traversing through here showed me as much. I looked at her for a few minutes and thought, a gamer system? I see, it certainly would be amazing to have that. But I'm also aware of the many gamer systems out there in fanfiction that work against their users, systems that limit their growth just for entertainment, and I don't want my new life to full of limitations or full of fear of some deity making my life miserable just he can get off from it. The light floated a bit closer to my face, making flinch back a bit from the bright light it gave off. Don't worry. I won't do that to you, and I'll protect you from any influence from foreign beings. You'll be free to live your life as you wish. I thought about it for a while, but in the end I wanted to have a second chance at maybe having a better life and perhaps finding happiness and fun. So I look at the orb of light, with determined look in my eyes. Okay. I agree to this, so let's do this. The orb seemed to glow brighter in excitement for a second before calming down. Thank you. I promise to support you and help you from now on. Once we bond, my power will recover to the fullest and I'll be able to do all kind of things for you. With that said, the orb flew around me for a bit before shooting off straight into my chest. Suddenly a notification box appeared in front of my vision and couldn't help but to smile. Ding! Ding! Welcome to the gamer system. Congratulations in the beginning of your new life. Let's reward you for some of the accomplishments in your past life. 1. Congratulations for being born and being named. Note, you can't remember your name at this moment. This made me a bit sad, but it's true. Since I arrived here I couldn't seem to remember my name anymore. Reward, free legendary rank skill gacha token. 2. Congratulations on becoming a big brother. My little brother was a sore point for me. He hated me and blamed for all the bad things that happened to him for some reason. I don't know nor understand why he acted towards to like that, but in my adult life I stopped caring about it and moved on. Reward, 10 to all physical stats. 3. Congratulations for achieving the highest grade throughout your elementary and high school education. Ha ha ha, yeah. I was kind of a nerd, but even then I had a fun time in my school years. Honestly, I missed those days. Reward, 10 on all mental stats. 4. Congratulations on successfully getting a girl to become your girlfriend. My first girlfriend, she was nice and kind, too bad she moved away and we had to stop dating. Reward, 10 on luck stat. 5. Congratulations on getting married. I wish I could have forgotten about this. My marriage life was a mess, but at least I got a gacha token out of it, so I can't really complain about it. Reward, free legendary rank skill gacha token. 6. You have lived and finally passed on. Despite the hardships and regrets, you accepted death like an old friend. I was really tired and lonely at that point, so I just let go and accept my death. Reward, free legendary rank weapon gacha token. I see. While my life wasn't that impressive nor full of adventure, so I'm not surprised that in my life I had so little achievements. It was sad, but I understood that it was my own insecurities and fears that prevented me from ever doing more with my life, but I promised to myself to be more adventurous in my next life. But for now I decided to check my stats. Any gamer worth their salt should immediately do this. Status. Name, none. Race, human. Level, 1. HP, 1000. EP 1000. Strength, 20. Vitality, 20. Dexterity, 20. Intelligence, 20. Wisdom, 20. Luck, 20. It seems that I started with a base number of 10 on each stat, but thanks to my achievements rewards my stats were at 20 instead. Not bad. Goddess? Are you there? I already know what the stats are for and what do they represent. Any gamer should already know that, to be honest, so I didn't want to waste time with that. Yes, I'm here. Do you have any questions? Yes, I was wondering, am I going to reincarnate and start off as a baby? And what are the increases per level up? No, your soul will just transmigrate into a dying 16-year-old teen, but you have to choose your race first. That way I can make the necessary changes to your body before your soul settles into it, and your stats increase by 5 per level while your HP and MP increase by 200. Oh. Okay, what are the options for race? For races I only have these available for you right now, and you can only pick one. Whichever one you choose will be added to the list of races along the human race you already possess. By the way, before you ask, the human race doesn't give you any benefits or boosts, which is why I'm giving you another race to help you. This is the list of races to choose from. Dragonoid. Devil. Angel. Fallen Angel. You might obtain more and you can add them to your current list of races. The system will help make you a perfect hybrid of any race you gain. I was immediately drawn to the Dragonoid race. Out of all of them, it seemed like that one will benefit me the most right now. devil no doubt had those annoying sins to deal with. Angels are bound to so many rules and are severely restricted to what they can do, and fallen angels are just assholes all around. Goddess, can you show me the details on the dragonoid race? Of course. Ping. Race, dragonoid. Dragonoids are the descendant of a male dragon god and a female of another race. In your case, that would mean that you possess the bloodline of a dragon god dormant within you, and only a major trauma can awaken it. Note, as a dragonoid you receive an extra 10 points on each stat per level up, a dragon form upon reaching a certain level, and dragon-like skills as you level up and your stats reach a certain number. This was very interesting to me. When I was little, dragons were always a favorite subject of mine, and very often I would read books about them. Even as a teenager I showed my interest in them by drawing dragons all the time in my school notebooks. But now I can become one, or at least be half dragon. But I had a few questions before I decided. Goddess, if I picked the dragonoid race, would I have to awaken it, or would I have it from the get-go? From the get-go, your memories and the trauma of the body you're transmigrating to will be enough to awaken the bloodline, especially since you'll be receiving the memories of the dying boy that your soul will take over for. I see. Is that okay though? Doesn't the boy want to live? No. I specifically looked for a human teen that had lost the will to live and was ready to move on for the sole purpose of giving his body to my future host. I said that he was dying, but in reality his soul has already passed on, and I've been keeping his body alive by putting it in a magical coma. Wow, I wonder what would push a 16-year-old teen to just give up on life like that, but I guess I'll be finding out soon. Okay, then I chose the dragonoid race, Goddess, and am ready now. Okay. Then I'm looking forward to working together with you. Enjoy your second chance at life. With the goddess having said that, I was suddenly blinded again by a bright light and felt myself being pulled and squeezed for a few minutes before only darkness and unconsciousness greeted me. I don't know how long I was unconscious for, but when I was finally aware and awake, I opened my eyes only to be greeted by the plain whites of what I can recognize as a hospital room. Unfortunately for me, it was at this moment that the memories of the teen I was taking over the body of hit me with such force that actually made me grunt and tightly grip the bedsheets covering my body. But as the pain lessened, I was left disappointed and sad. This body's name was Rean Hayashi, a half-Japanese and half-American teen with a very well-off family. However, his father Toru Hayashi and his mother Angela Hayashi spent most of their time working and never spending time with their son. His little sister Rika Hayashi, who was a year younger than him, once loved to spend time with Rean, and at some point Rean focused his attention to what he felt was the only family member that cared about him. But unfortunately the girl grew to dislike and insult her brother whenever she would see him. Rean didn't know why she had changed from a caring and loving little sister to this uncaring and harsh girl, but the betrayal and loneliness he felt was at the time truly heartbreaking. Rean himself was a good guy. He studied hard and got good grades so his parents would be proud. He was also very kind and caring to his sister, even when all he received was insults and his parents ignoring his attempts to make them proud. He was a bit of a loner, not really having any friends to speak about, and often spent most of his free time in his room playing video games and studying. But all of that changed one evening when he finally had enough of the loneliness and snapped at his sister and his parents. It all started when his sister told him he was a waste of space after he had accidentally dropped her phone, which she left on the table where he was quietly studying to prepare for high school. And when Rean saw that his parents weren't even paying attention to what his sister had said to him, he had enough. So he vented everything to them, all the pain, sadness, and anger he kept inside his heart for years. After snapping, he left his house running, not wanting to be around the people who just continue to push him aside. It was then that tragedy struck and he was hit by a car when he crossed the street running, not even paying attention to the incoming traffic. He spent days unconscious in the hospital, and apparently he was not even once visited by his family, and when he found out when he woke up was the moment when he just let go. He didn't want to hurt anymore. He didn't want to feel this suffocating loneliness any longer, and thus the teen known as Rean Hayashi died. It seems that even in this life I won't have a caring family either. Poor Rean. At least I had my father to support me and be there for me. I'm sorry. I didn't have time to check his family. At the time I was only looking for a dying body where my host could transmigrate to. It's okay, goddess. Unfortunately this is something I'm already used to, but to think that my family wouldn't even visit me in the hospital. Do they really don't care? They did visit. Unfortunately it was after the teen had already passed on to the afterlife. Apparently the hospital staff was having a hard time locating his family since he ran out of his house without any documentation. It was after his family had been looking for him and posting pictures of Rean in the internet that one of the hospital staff members was able to finally get in contact with your now family. I see. A little too late to show that they care, huh? A tragedy had to happen for them to regret and care. Sigh, how am I going to deal with this? I don't know, but it is your choice, Rean, but for now you should check your body. With the awakening of your dragonoid bloodline, some things have changed. I raised an eyebrow but nodded. Of course I was curious about what the changes were, so I got off the bed and walked towards the bathroom. Once inside I went to the mirror and took a look. Immediately I noticed the changes that my godly friend mentioned. My eyes, which were once black, were now dark purple. In my mouth I noticed that my top and bottom canines were larger than before and that my body had grown quite a bit. I now had stopped being scrawny and now I had a swimmer's body. Not bad. It seems that my body has changed quite a bit compared to my last life and the original Rean's body. Did I receive the skills Gamer's Body, Gamer's Mind, and both ID Create and Destroy? Correct. Also in your status menu, your name, which was once blank, now shows your name to be Rean Hayashi, and in your races you have both human and dragonoid now. Okay, thank you, goddess. If I remember correctly, I had received some gacha tokens as rewards, right? Yes. You have 2 legendary rank skill gacha tokens and 1 legendary weapon gacha token. Gacha, a rabbit hole that has consumed many. Do I dare take a chance? Hell yeah. Goddess, let's play some gacha. Okay. Spending gacha tokens. Spin, spin, spin. Ding. Here's yours rewards, enjoy. And do play again, dot. I chuckled at the goddess's enthusiasm and checked my rewards, starting with the skills. Ding. Ding. You have obtained the passive skill Mimicry. Skill name, Mimicry. Monkey see, monkey do. From the very beginning, the art of mimicry has allowed humanity to learn and master many skills and abilities. With this skill in your arsenal, you can now analyze, copy, and learn skills just by sight alone. However, the learned skills would have to be trained and leveled up until they reach an adequate level. Note, all learned skills will be available for viewing in your skill list, however, they'll all will start at a novice level. It is up to you to train the ones you intend in using. Note, this skill might be able to change or evolve in the future. Wow, this skill is very useful and cool. I can't wait to test it out, but right now I have another skill to check. Ding. Ding. You have obtained the skill Pokemon Training. Gotta gotcha em all. This skill allows the gamer to now find Pokemon tokens from dropped loot and quest rewards that can be used to summon a Pokemon that will fight alongside the gamer. Note, all Pokemon summoned will be loyal to the gamer and be treated as a familiar by the system. This means that if a Pokemon is defeated, it'll go into a recovery cooldown state, and once it recovers it can be resummoned. Note, this skill allows the gamer to now buy all sorts of Pokemon-related items in the game shop. Note, the Pokemon summoned by the gamer now have no restrictions on how much they can grow. Note, the gamer will now learn skills related to Pokemon training as he levels up. Pokemon. I have been a fan of the video game series for a long time and I have played most of them. Now I get to fulfill a childhood dream of mine. I get to be a Pokemon trainer. I couldn't help but smile widely at this chance, goddess. Do I have access to the shop, options, and inventory tabs? Yes. You can already access everything that the system offers, including the new Pokemon tab where you can check on any of the Pokemon you might obtain in the future. But how about I give you 1 free Pokemon token so you can choose a starter later? Yes. Thank you. Haha, I'll definitely use it after I get out of the hospital. Now let's check what legendary rank weapon I got. Ding. Ding. You have obtained the legendary sword Excalibur, the Sword of Promise Victory, Fate Stay Night version. Does this mean you're the King of England now? Excalibur was created 14,000 years ago by 6 great fairies in Avalon. Created as a weapon to be used by the planet against external threats, it was used to defeat the White Titan. Excalibur is a divine construct, the pinnacle of holy swords, and the strongest holy sword whose equal is the strongest demonic sword Gram, one of the ultimate god-forged weapons, a last phantasm, forged by the planet as the crystallization of the wishes of mankind stored and tempered within the planet. It was guarded by extensions of the planet, fairies, before briefly being passed on to King Arthur by the Lady of the Lake and later returned to the lake before her death. Note, this weapon has been bonded to the gamer and thus it now rests within the gamer's soul. It will now be available to summon at any time. It will also change to accommodate to the preferences and sword style of its wielder. Note, this version of Excalibur was one that wasn't ever been wielded by King Arthur and thus making you its first and only wielder. Note, because of the gamer system this sword might evolve further. I stare in shock at the notification and I was speechless to say the least. To have received such powerful weapon from the get-go was incredibly lucky, but I'm not worthy of this sword yet, and I don't even have a sword mastery skill or style, so without all that, all I could do is swing this majestic sword like a stick, but I refuse to do that. No to this sword. What do you mean? With this sword you could face almost anyone, right? I nodded yes. But I want to be fully ready to use this sword as it was meant to be used. I want to earn the right to wield it, plus it could be a nice trump card if I ever have to face someone too powerful, so for now I'll let it rest within my soul. I don't get it, but if that's what you want to do I'll accept it. So what now? Well, first, can you change the settings so I can mentally control the gamer's menu and automatic loot gathering? Done. What's next? For now I go home after signing out of the hospital. Once there I can get my starter Pokemon and begin to grind for EXP points, money and loot. I have to get strong and fast. This town will become a hotbed of supernatural activity soon. Kuo Town, that's the name where the Hayashis now live. In a twist of fate my parents moved to this town from America a year ago in order to be more available to our family's company main branch location, and of course I recognized this town. I had watched the anime, so I'm fully aware of the mess that will hit this town soon and I want to be prepared. I was now 16 years old, so I'll be going to Kuo Academy after my summer vacation is over, so I have a year and at least 2 months to grow strong. Enough to not be pushed around by anyone or anything in this world. Though I should have known this was where I was heading when I saw the available races to choose from, but at the time it didn't even cross my mind. After getting out of the bathroom, getting dressed and walking to the lobby desk to the shock of the hospital staff, and after spending an hour to convince them to let me go after they spent some time testing all kinds of things to make sure I was okay, I was finally allowed to go home. Once I reached my house I couldn't help but to frown. The unhappy memories of the original Rean were still fresh in my mind and a part of me didn't want to deal with my family. I still didn't know what to do or feel about them. In my prior life I didn't rely on my so-called family, preferring to take care of everything I needed by myself, but now I was a 16-year-old teen again, and even if I wanted to I couldn't go and live by myself. Maybe later I'll be able to, but for now I'll have to deal with having to live here. Sigh, let's just get this over with, and so I walked right to the front door and opened it with my key. I was not surprised to see that my parents weren't home. They're always working, so I walked up the steps to go to the second floor in my room. I was about to reach the door to my room when I had to stop when my little sister suddenly opened her bedroom door and stared at me in genuine surprise to see me. I didn't know what to say to her, so I just kept walking to my room while ignoring her. Until I heard her call out to me, "Rean, you're okay." I turned my head to gaze at her and I can see she was really relieved and glad to see me, but that just pissed me off. After all, she had been insulting and treating like shit the original Rean for so long that I didn't have the will to care about her right now. Besides, I had more important things to think about, so I ignored her and opened the door to my room, stepped into my room, closed and locked the door, leaving her standing there. Rika watched her older brother go into his room without even saying a word to her, and her heart felt like it was being crushed. She knew she deserved it. She has been acting like a right bitch to him for years now, and he didn't deserve that, but she couldn't help it. She just reacted to him that way, but she always regretted right after. Now her big brother hates her and their parents. He must have felt so alone and scared in that hospital room, and they couldn't even be there for him until 2 days ago, after the hospital was finally able to find them after they had posted a missing ad on the internet hoping to find him after he ran out and went missing for days. He spent 2 weeks by himself in that hospital room, hurt and alone. "I'm sorry, Rean." Tears dropped from Rika's black eyes. She was so distraught that she didn't even notice her brother's changes and the fact that he seemingly got perfectly healed overnight. She looked down in sadness for a bit before deciding to go back into her room and call her parents to let them know that her brother was back home. After I locked my bedroom's door, I took a look around my room, or what was the original Rean's room. It was a typical teenager's room, just more clean and organized. I can see the video games, the manga, the computer and the school books. To be honest, it felt weird to think that all of this is mine now, but I pushed those thoughts aside for now. I have a lot to do and I can't waste time thinking about all of this, so I decided to just accept the fact that I'm Rean Hayashi now and move on, so I walked towards my bed and sit on it. "Goddess, I would like to use that free Pokemon token. Can you tell me how to do so?" "Of course. First, take it out of your inventory and then crush it. A screen with the selection of available Pokemon will appear for you to choose from. Since this Pokemon token is a starter Pokemon token, the selection will only have starter Pokemon from all the regions. Oh, that sounds easy. But can you tell me the kinds of tokens I could find? Yes. So you have your starter Pokemon token, and as mentioned before, these only let you choose from the starter Pokemon available in all regions. These tokens are very rare. Then there's the common Pokemon token, which lets you pick almost any Pokemon available, except starter, pseudo, mystic and legendary Pokemon. These tokens are the easiest to find as loot. Then we have the pseudo-legendary Pokemon token. These allow you to choose Pokemon who are considered pseudo-legendary Pokemon, for example Pokemon like Dragonite or Salamence. Finding this type of token as loot is very rare. Next there's the Mystic Pokemon tokens. These let you choose Pokemon categorized as mystical Pokemon. An example of this category are Pokemon like Entei or Zapdos. This token can only be found as loot for boss-type enemies or as rewards for quests, and even then is rare to find one. And finally we have the Legendary Pokemon token, which contains Pokemon that are considered deities, for example Pokemon like Kyogre and Palkia. These tokens are only given as rewards for hard quests. I see. Well, most of the Pokemon I want right now should be common rank, so I should be fine. I mentally open my inventory and see the starter Pokemon token there, so I take it out and crush it. A notification window opened before me, and in it I see a list of starter Pokemon, but I don't have to look. I already see the Pokemon I want as my starter right on the top of the list, and I pick it. In a flash of white light reminiscent of when Pokemon is released from a Pokeball to battle, a Charmander appears on top of my bed. It looks around for a bit until it catches sight of me and smiles widely. Char. I smile at the little Pokemon and pet it. The Charmander leans into my hand and closes its eyes. It seems to enjoy my head pats. Hello Charmander, I'm your new trainer, so let's grow strong and have fun together. The Charmander opened its eyes and stares at me for a second before smiling and nodding happily. Char. I chuckled and try to do something very important to any gamer out there. I stare at my Charmander intently, trying to get all the details I can from the small fire-type Pokemon, when suddenly, I received a new notification. Ding! Ding! Through certain actions you have created the skill Observe. Don't stare too intently. People might get the wrong idea. Observe is a support skill that uses no EP. This skill allows you to discern the name, stats, and information of the target. Note, there's a level limit for the amount of information you can obtain if the target is of a way higher level than you. Note, this skill might evolve depending on the skills, titles, or races of the gamer. Yes. That worked and I was able to create this skill. This will come in handy in the future, but for now I have to check on my Charmander's information. So mentally I activate my Observe skill and use it on Charmander. Ping. Name, Charmander, male. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Level, 1. Information, a fire burns at the tip of this Pokemon's slender tail and has blazed there since Charmander's birth. The flame can be used as an indication of Charmander's health and mood, burning brightly when the Pokemon is strong, weakly when it is exhausted, wavering when it is happy, and blazing when it is enraged. It is said that Charmander dies if its flame goes out. However, if the Pokemon is healthy, the flame will continue to burn even if it gets a bit wet and is said to steam in the rain. Moves, Scratch, Growl. I didn't check his stats since thanks to the gamer my Pokemon will grow far beyond what they should be able to, and besides I know that the Charmander family line grows with a preference of attack, SP attack, and speed. I got up and picked my Charmander in my arms. Okay Charmander, we're going to go to a place called an instant dungeon. In there we'll find all kinds of monster and enemies to fight. Charmander looked up at me from his place in my arms as I talked to him. We have to be ready, we have to grow strong and soon. There's really powerful and scary beings in this world. Beings that will want to make us their slaves or force us to bend a knee, but I refuse to live my life in fear. That's why I want to grow strong. Strong enough to live freely. Charmander's eyes seemed to gleam in excitement and pride. Suddenly he nodded and jumped down onto the floor. Charmander. Char, dash. I grinned at my partner and nodded back. Then let's get started. ID create. The only dungeon available was the zombie dungeon, so I pick it and suddenly reality shatters like glass. Charmander and I found ourselves in a semi-destroyed city and only the moans of the dead can be heard from all around us. I looked down towards Charmander who had his eyes narrowed. Let's go. And as I ran forward, Charmander followed closely behind. This is how my new life started, and this was how it'll be for a while, because as a gamer I was always the kind to grind to hell and back to be ready for anything. Chapter 2. The Start of a Journey. Charmander and I immediately ran towards the moans, and as soon as we reached an open street we were met with 5 zombies. They were just standing there as if waiting for something to happen. It didn't take me much to realize that the zombies haven't noticed us yet, so with a smile on my face I ran ahead of Charmander, and once I was close enough I lashed out with a high kick towards the head of the closest zombie to me. To my surprise, its head flew off from its body upon impact. It seems like the power of my kick was high enough to decapitate the head off of the rotting walking corpse. Instantly its body and head turned into dust, but I didn't have time to think about my new strength because I had to dodge a sudden lunge from another zombie. Luckily for me, Charmander finally caught up to me and I watched him use Scratch on the zombie's legs, causing it to fall to the ground, where immediately I stomped on its head. The zombie instantly turned into dust after that. I got a notification notice, but I ignore it for now and went to attack the third zombie of the group. This time I tried a full body punch, which resulted in the zombie's head exploding, its body and blood instantly turning into dust before any could land on me. In a second I twirl my body towards the next zombie close by. In an instant I took off running towards the last zombie, while at the same time I kept an eye on Charmander since he went to attack the fourth zombie on his own. I was glad to see him scratching the legs of this zombie as well, making it fall to the ground. Charmander then jumped up to its chest and then proceed to scratch the zombie's head until it turned into dust. It seems that from watching me, the little fire type understood that the head was the weak spot for these enemies, which made me feel proud of him, but for now I had to push that aside. I still had one more zombie to deal with before we could celebrate, and so, as I reach it I lash out an elbow to its head, making it fall to the ground, where I stomped its head, in order to finish this fight quickly. As the zombie turned into dust, Charmander ran towards me with a happy smile and a cheerful growl. I took a knee and patted his head. Great job, Charmander, we won our first battle without any problems. The cheerful fire type happily growled and jumped up a couple of times in celebration, causing me to chuckle in amusement. As soon as he finished with his celebration I began to pat his head again, and while I was doing that, I decided to check the notifications I got during the fight. Through the use of the passive skill Mimicry you have obtained the skill, Scratch. What? I can learn Pokemon moves. This was both very interesting and useful to me. There's so many useful Pokemon moves that I can now learn that would make my future battles easy. This was good news to me, so with a wide smile I nodded to myself and continued to check the rest of the notifications. The first one happened to be a description of my new skill. Skill name, Scratch. This move has been changed for the convenience of the gamer. Scratch is a simple skill in which the user charges energy into their nails, temporarily sharpening them to scratch at the target. The power of the skill is dependent on the gamer's strength stat. Sounds simple enough. I raised my hand up to my face and used my new skill. My eyes widen in both awe and excitement as I watch my nails glow white and then grow into small claws. I got up and walked towards one of the walls from a building close by, while Charmander watched me doing so curiously. Once I was close enough I grinned and swiped my hand towards the wall with my new energy claws and watched as I see them go through the wall with ease and leave scratch marks on it. My grin refused to disappear from my face. I turned towards Charmander, who was looking at me with wide eyes and open jaw, making me chuckle. As I walk back to Charmander I think back at the fact that I was able to kick a zombie's head off so easily. It seems like my Dragonoid race made me way stronger than a human. This is a good thing. Now I have a high base power to work with, so I shouldn't have to worry too much, but I still have to get stronger if I want to be ready for anything. Suddenly the goddess's voice draws my attention to her. Hey Rean, you seem to know how to fight fairly well already. How? HM? Well, I've always been interested in martial arts, and sometimes I would try techniques and such that I've seen in movies or UFC fights until I could pull them off fairly well. It's nothing impressive, sure, but it did help me with some fights back in my old life. I see, it seems that all of that helped you today. Yes, but I think it also has to do with my Dragonoid race. This body is more agile and stronger than my old one, so I can pull some of those old moves quite easily. That's great. Now all you have to do is obtain a martial art style, by either buying it or getting it as a reward for a quest in your set, since you already have good basis to work with. I nodded yes, that's actually part of my to-do list, but thank you for reminding me, goddess. Would you like a name? Calling you goddess all the time seems a bit unfair to. My goddess seemed to be silent for a good minute, but then, yes, I would Lakito have a name again, Rean. I nodded and closed my eyes to concentrate on a good name for the goddess who gave me a second chance. It was then that I remember something that someone mentioned to me on my past life. The name Astrea means star maiden, and my goddess did indeed become a bright star that illuminated the darkness of the void I had been floating in who knows how long. It was the perfect name for her. Astrea, that's your new name, what do you think? I like it. Thanks so much, Rean, this means a lot to me. I can practically feel the happiness radiate from Astria, which in return made me smiled. After my conversation with Astria, I reached Charmander and continued to check the rest of the notifications I got, which were just level ups notifications. It seems like me and Charmander were now level 4. This means that leveling up it's not too hard right now, but soon enough the zombies will stop giving me a good amount of EXP and we're going to have to move on, but for now I can grind items and money safely, so might as well take advantage of this. With that in mind, I checked the loot and money we got from those 5 zombies we defeated. Let's see, we got 4 orange berries, 2 apple gels, which might mean that the healing items that I can buy from the shop are going to be from the Tales of series, which is fine, I'm used to using those anyways since it's one of my favorite game series, and we also got 640 coins from those zombies, so overall, not bad haul. Charmander just looked up to me as I talked to myself, so I bent down, took out an orange berry and gave it to him to eat, which he did excitedly. Astria? Can I use my in-game money to buy things in regular shops? Yes. When you take out any amount of coins out of your inventory, they will automatically transform into normal human currency. This means that your coins will turn into yen the moment you take them out of your inventory, since you live in Japan at the moment. Oh. That's good. This means I can buy stuff from human shops. I looked down to my Charmander, who had already finished his orange berry. Okay Charmander, we're going to stay here and grind for a while, are you ready? Charmander let out a cheerful growl and a fist pump towards the sky. Okay. Our goals for today are, for us to level up, for you to learn at least 3 new moves so I can learn them too, hopefully get a few Pokemon tokens so we can have more friends helping us and unlock the next dungeon, but that's a goal that we can fulfill at a later day. By the way, Astria, how do I unlock new dungeons? You just have to find and beat the boss in your current dungeon to unlock a new one. Also, if you escape out of the dungeon before you find and beat the boss, then the dungeon will reset and you'll have to start from the beginning. Asterisk. That's both an issue and a good thing. This will help me train low-level Pokemon before I reach the boss, and it would also allow me to prepare, but it also means that if I don't find the boss and beat it, then I will keep starting from the beginning every time I go dungeon diving. It could become annoying depending on the size and number of enemies. Well, it might become an issue, but we'll deal with it later. Once Charmander learns Ember and I learn it from him, things should be easier in this dungeon. Hopefully by the time we find the boss I would have already gotten a full Pokemon team. With that said, me and Charmander marched forwards with the intention of fulfilling our current goals for today. Hours passed as me and my trusty Pokemon friend continued to defeat zombies in order to grind EXP, money and items. However, once we reached level 12 I noticed that my EXP gain was going down and it was taking me longer to level up. Charmander's EXP remained the same, so I asked Astria why this was the case, and she told me that it was because Charmander was still at his basic stage and that once he evolves his EXP gain will slow down to my pace. She also warned me that once Charmander reaches his final evolution stage, his EXP gain will slow down considerably, but by that point the fire type will be way stronger. Thankfully, new types of enemies began to spawn, balancing things once again. But these type of enemies were tougher and more skillful than regular zombies. Among the new types of enemies, the zombie knights, which were weapon-wielding zombies, and the zombie mages who could use elemental magic were among the ones me and Charmander were having some difficulty with. The other were just zombie dogs and birds, but we could take those down quite easily with our new skills. Luckily, having reached level 12 meant that Charmander now has access to the moves Ember, Smokescreen, and to my surprise Dragon Breath. I immediately learned those skills for myself, and now the both of us had more options to deal with this new enemies with, and so we continued to battle the horde of undead. Like when I learned Scratch, the new moves worked a bit different for me. For Ember, instead of firing it from my mouth like Charmander, I would instead create the attack on my hand and I would then have to throw it, which works perfectly for me since I can use both hands to use Ember with and just barrage my enemies until they turn into dust. Smokescreen was also an attack that I can fire with my hand. I just need to wave it in front of me to release a wave of black smoke at my targets, and Dragon Breath, which I had to fire from my mouth. It was pretty cool since it made me feel like a true dragon. However, the chances to paralyze an opponent with this skill depends on my luck instead of a percentage chance like it works with Charmander. So Dragon Breath has better chances of paralyzing a target for Charmander right now than with me. Using Dragon Breath, I would have to wait for my luck to increase before I can rely on that secondary effect. Eventually, we were finally able to obtain 2 common Pokemon tokens after defeating a big wave of undead enemies, but at the moment I couldn't stop to use them because a new type of enemy began to spawn, one that was very tough to fight. This new enemy was a group of ghouls, and the bastards were both tough and fast. This forced Charmander and I to switch strategies and fast. So while I used smokescreen to blind the group of ghouls, Charmander would then hit them with a dragon breath, which would occasionally paralyze one of the ghouls, and I would quickly finish off with an ember attacks to the face until it would turn into dust. After that small horde of ghouls was defeated, Charmander had leveled up to level 17 plus learned Fire Fang, and I leveled up to level 13. However, to my shock and surprise, Charmander didn't evolve at level 16 like he was supposed to, so I decided to question Astria to why. Astria, why didn't Charmander evolve at level 16? That's usually the level he evolves in the game. Ah. Sorry Rean, I forgot to explain this, because the Pokemon you obtain get treated as familiars. They instead are only able to evolve every time they reach level 100. Pokemon that need special items or conditions to evolve can only do so after they reach level 102. Once they evolve, their level gets reset back to level 1, but they keep the stats and skills they have already learned. This guarantees that they can grow more powerful and be able to face the many powerful beings in this world. Once any Pokemon reaches their final evolution stage, they'll be able to keep leveling past level 100 and will no longer have any restrictions on how much they can grow in power. I see. Well, this seems like the best way to make sure that my Pokemon can grow beyond any being that could pose a threat, but what about Pokemon that have no evolutions or legendary Pokemon? These types of Pokemon won't have any restrictions from the get-go. This way they won't be left behind by the other types of Pokemon power-wise. The same is true for legendary Pokemon, but these Pokemon already are extremely powerful to begin with, so it really doesn't matter. Nice, it seems that I'll be able to rely on my Pokemon more than I had originally believed. This was when I decided to end today's grinding session and go back to my room so we can rest, summon our 2 new friends, and finally sleep, since by now it should be very late in the night. So I picked up my very tired Charmander in my arms and said, "ID destroy." Reality shatters like glass, and we soon found ourselves back in my room. I sighed tiredly and sat down on my bed while patting Charmander on his head, who was laying across my lap tiredly. That was fun but tiring, right buddy? Charmander just raised his little paw and gave me a thumbs up, causing me to chuckle. Gently I laid Charmander on my bed so he can rest while he was careful with his tail flame so he wouldn't accidentally burn anything. While Charmander rested, I took out the 2 common Pokemon tokens we were able to obtain after hours of killing undead. I immediately crushed them and the list screen appeared in front of me. I took my time looking through the Pokemon list to choose the next 2 Pokemon that I wanted for my team, and once I selected them I mentally closed the window and watched as 2 white lights materialized and my new Pokemon began to take shape. The first Pokemon I chose was Eevee, since the little fox-like Pokemon and its evolutions were an all-time favorite of mine. Once the Eevee emerged from the light, it looked around until it noticed me and turned towards me. It then sat on its hind legs while looking up at me while happily wagging its tail. The next Pokemon I chose was a Ralts. This psychic Pokemon was one of the few psychic types that could become a serious powerhouse and had access to some very useful skills. The little Ralts just stood there staring up at me once it finished emerging from the white light. At this point Charmander had already gotten up and approached his new teammates and cheerfully greeted them with a happy growl, which the new Pokemon returned just as cheerfully. I smiled at my new Pokemon and gently patted both of them on their head. "Hi guys, it's nice to meet you both. My name is Rean and I'm your new trainer. Let's get strong together, okay?" Both Pokemon cheerfully cried their names as they nodded at me, and as they began to play with Charmander I used my observe skill on them, starting with Eevee. Ping. Name, Eevee, female. Type, normal. Ability, adaptability. Level, 1. Information, Eevee is rarely found in the wild and is mostly only found in cities and towns. However, it is said to have an irregularly shaped genetic structure that is easily influenced by its environment. This allows it to adapt to a variety of habitats by evolving. Moves, Covet, Helping Hand, Growl, Tackle, Tail Whip. The Eevee line have access to some very useful skills later that I want access to. Among them Refresh, Swift and Quick Attack were the ones I was most interested in. Refresh because it can cure status effects, Swift because it's a move that never misses its target, and Quick Attack because it's a priority attack that will let me catch my enemies off guard. I'm planning to evolve this Eevee into a Vaporeon, one of my favorite Eeveevolutions and one who learns some very powerful water-type skills that I want to add into my repertoire. Next I used Observe on my Ralts. Ping. Name, Ralts, female. Type, Psychic, Fairy. Ability, Telepathy. Level, 1. Information, Ralts uses the horns to read people and Pokemon's emotions. Warm feelings cause its body to warm as well. but it hides if it senses hostility. If its trainer is in a cheerful mood, Ralts also becomes cheerful and joyous. It is known to inhabit urban areas, but it does not normally show itself to humans. However, when it senses happy feelings, it will approach people. Moves: Growl, Disarming Voice. I chose Ralts as my third Pokemon because it will not only be extremely powerful against the dragons of this world, but she also has access to some very useful skills that I want. Among those skills are any fairy-type skills which are extremely effective against any dragon-type target, but she will also learn some good healing skills like Wish, Healing Pulse, and Life Dew, making her very valuable to the team and allowing me to obtain some good healing skills for my use. But the most useful skill that she has access to is Teleport. I believe that the skill will work differently for me, allowing me to move around easily in the future, so I want it. I smile at my 3 Pokemon and take out a few orange berries for them to snack on while I continue to check a couple of things. Luckily for us, it seems that orange berries were common loot drops for zombies, so I won't be running out anytime soon. As my Pokemon begin to eat their berries, I decided to check the shop next. Charmander and I were able to grind quite a bit of money. I was hoping to buy a regular sword to practice with and some other things I might need, and so I mentally opened the shop menu. I was both happy and surprised to see that the shop menu was organized with tabs. There's our tabs for weapons, armor, accessories, items, skills, and finally a tab that was named Pokemon. Curious about the Pokemon tab, I mentally opened it and I was once again happy and surprised to see everything I would ever need for my Pokemon in this tab, from berries to TMs, healing items, and evolution items. But the most important item I found was Pokemon Feed. I was wondering what I would feed my Pokemon, since I know that just having them eat berries wasn't going to be too healthy for them, but now that I can buy Pokemon Feed, I no longer need to worry about it. Happy that it was cheap too, I instantly bought 3 big sacks of Pokemon Feed for tomorrow and began to check for a sword. I mentally picked the weapons tab and began to check the list, but after going through it, I decided to just buy a simple steel sword with an unbreakable enchantment. It was a bit pricey, but it would last me for a long while and it will allow me to train and learn how to wield a sword. As soon as I bought it, I got a notification letting me know that my new sword was in my inventory now, but before I checked it out, I decided to buy armor and maybe an accessory. After checking the list, I decided to buy some full-body light armor so I could move freely and be able to use my skills in hand-to-hand combat as needed. I decided to buy it with an unbreakable enchantment too, which made its price go up, but I needed the protection so it didn't hurt as much to buy it, and since I could choose as the color, I went with a white and purple mix so it could match the new color of my eyes. Finally, I checked the accessories, but they were too expensive for me right now, so I decided to buy one on later date, and since I had quite some money left over, so I bought a bunch of orange gels and lepa berries so me and my Pokemon could stay longer in the zombie dungeon tomorrow and still had some money left over. Now that I was done with shopping and my Pokemon seemed to be now sleeping soundly, I decided to check my new sword, so I got up from my bed and took it out of my inventory. It was light, or at least it was to me. It seems like my strength stat helps me be able to hold and carry this sword easily. I give the sword a few test swings carefully so I don't accidentally hit anything. Okay, it seems easy to swing and hold, so it should come in handy. Hopefully I get some kind of sword proficiency skill tomorrow. Suddenly I sensed an odd feeling coming from my chest. Huh? What is that? It feels like something is mad and pouting at me? I admit, I was very perplexed since I didn't know where these emotions were coming from, and it took me a while to figure it out, but it seems like Excalibur wasn't happy with me using another sword. I couldn't help but chuckle. This was an odd and funny situation I found myself dealing with. I chose to mentally speak to Excalibur in hopes that it can hear me. Don't be mad. I just want to make sure that I can wield you, like you deserve. I'm not replacing you or anything, I promise. Immediately the foreign emotions left, letting me know that Excalibur heard what I just mentally told it. Well, who would have thought that the legendary Excalibur was the jealous type? I shook my head in amusement and put away my new sword while I walked to my bed to lay down and sleep. As soon as I laid down, my Pokemon immediately cuddled with me, causing a smile to appear on my face, and soon enough I joined my Pokemon in the land of dreams. I woke up the next morning to the smiling faces of my Pokemon, causing me to chuckle in amusement. The Pokemon, having seen that I was finally awake, jumped down from my bed and patiently waited for me to finish stretching. Soon enough I was out of bed and ready to start the day. But first I took out one of the bags of Pokemon feed I bought yesterday and served some on the floor to my Pokemon for breakfast. Sorry guys, I'll buy some bowls for you guys later. For now just eat your breakfast like this. The Pokemon nodded and stared to eat while I watched them do so for a bit, until I decided to start with my morning routine. Lucky for me, my room had its own bathroom, so I took a change of clothes and went inside my bathroom while my Pokemon ate. Sometime after I walked out all showered and ready for the day, my Pokemon had already finished eating and were patiently for me. Okay guys, I'm going to return you for now since I don't want my family to know about my abilities, but I'll summon you if I need you or when it's time to go to the dungeon. My Pokemon happily cried their names and nodded return. The Pokemon became red lights and then they shoot themselves into my chest, surprising me a bit since I wasn't expecting that. I recovered from my shock quickly and mentally opened the menu and picked the Pokemon tab. A smile appeared on my face when I see my Pokemon there in their sprite form. It looks like one of the PC boxes from the game. That's pretty neat, I nodded to myself and then walked towards my bedroom door, and after unlocking it, I stepped out of room and head downstairs to go the kitchen. I was feeling hungry, so I wanted to eat some breakfast before I headed out. My plan for today was to map out the town so I would know where everything important was in case I needed to move somewhere fast. After reaching the kitchen and making myself some sandwiches and sat down and began to eat, but it seems that living alone for so long in my past life made too used to not expecting anyone to be at home with me. I had actually forgot that I now have a sister and parents, so when they came down to the kitchen I was caught off guard when both my mom and dad actually hugged me. My sister stayed behind so she was able to see how uncomfortable I was with this situation. Being used to always being alone and the painful memories from the original Rean made it difficult for me to actually be hugged by my parents like this. But I promised to myself that I was going to try to have a better life, and so I let it happen. Despite what the original Rean believed about his parents, they actually really loved him. They just had the habit of becoming too absorbed with their work and accidentally forgetting that they had children. It's too bad the original Rean is not here to see this. He would love to know that his parents did really love and care about him. After placating my distraught parents and accepting their apologies and promises of change, they quickly ate breakfast and left to work, leaving me and Rika alone in the kitchen. Rika, now she was a whole different matter altogether. She had spent a few years degrading and insulting the original Rean for some unknown reason that it actually reminded me of my own brother from my past life, and I didn't want to deal with her just yet. I know she was regretful now and that she was genuinely worried about Rean, but I think she deserves a bit of a harsh wake-up call. So I finished my sandwiches, got up and washed the dish before stepping out the kitchen towards the main door. Rika had watched her brother accept and somewhat forgive their parents about what had happened, though she could see he was uncomfortable of the sudden care that their parents barraged him with. But it made her hope that maybe he'll forgive her, and even if he doesn't, she'll keep trying to earn it. So watching him get ready to step out of the house, she decided to ask Rean, "Are you okay enough to be walking around?" I froze the moment I heard Rika ask me if I was alright enough to move around. At first I was going to ignore her and just leave, but something in her voice made me reconsider. Sigh. "I'm fine enough," and with that said, I stepped out of the house. Rika smiled. It wasn't much, but her brother spoke to her this time. Thanks to that, hope began to grow in her heart, hope that someday her brother might forgive her. Now that I was outside, I used the memories of the original Rean to guide myself through the town. My first stop? Kuo Academy. Once I arrived, I stared at the giant and fancy building from outside of the school's gate. It looks exactly the same as in the anime, and from here, I could actually see the Occult Research Club's building. After taking another look around, I left and began to walk towards my next destination while mentally I asked a question to the goddess Astrea. "Do I have a mini-map?" "Yes." "You can turn on the function from the options menu. Would you like me to do so?" Yes, having it on would make it easy to navigate around any new place I find myself in. Does it show enemies and allies? Okay. I turned it on, and yes, the mini-map will highlight enemies as red dots, allies as blue dots, and non-fighters and civilians as green dots. That's great. Thank you, Astrea, you're the best, star. You're welcome, Rean. With that taken care of, I continued my small tour around Kuo Town. Eventually I reached my second target, the abandoned church. I checked my mini-map, but it showed that it was empty, so I decided to explore the inside a bit. Once inside, I noticed the church looked neglected, but not anywhere close to how it was shown in the anime. I continued to explore all of it, including the basement where Asia was killed in the show. After looking around a bit more, I decided it was enough and headed outside and began to look for the last place I wanted to visit, the park and water fountain where Issei is killed. It took me an hour, but I was finally able to find it, and once I reached it, I walked around the park and enjoyed the day. I even bought a popsicle and took a sit on one of the benches around the fountain to rest and relax for a while. It was a good sunny day, and while I was relaxing and enjoying my popsicle, I watched everything going on around me: the kids playing, the moms gossiping, and the sad and sulking magical girl sitting in the shadow of a tree. That's Seraphal fucking Leviathan. Shit. What is she doing here? Star. Don't get me wrong, I like Sarah Fall. In fact, she's one of my most favorite characters of high school DxD. Her cheerful attitude was always fun to watch, but that doesn't change the fact that she's one of the Maou and ridiculously powerful. But she was right there, under a tree all depressed and sulking. If I had to guess the reason, it probably had to do with Sona, her little sister. It's a well-known fact that Sarah Fall loved her little sister a lot, but Sona didn't like Sarah Fall's overbearing affection towards herself, and she would often act harshly towards Sarah Fall. To me, that was always kinda sad. A lot of people forget that Sarah Fall had been in a war and that she probably had seen a lot of death and horrible things, so more than likely she used Sona as anchor to keep herself grounded, or at least that's what I believe. Besides all of that, Sarah Fall herself is a hard-working woman who always tries her best to deal with any international incident as professional as possible, plus she likes to make children smile. That's the main reason she acts like she does and has a magic girl show. Honestly, the reason the Devils haven't had one of the other factions in the world come and destroy them is probably thanks to Sarah Fall being so good at her job. Sona seems to forget that fact often and pushes her sister away, while Sarah Fall more than likely just wants to spend time with her after having a tough day or something like that. Though I do understand why Sona treats Sarah Fall like that, since she can be very intense with her love for Sona. I don't know why, but I didn't like seeing her this sad. It really bothered me. Maybe it's because my own siblings, in both this life and the last, were horrible to me, so I felt her pain hit a little too close to home. So I made what I think is a very stupid decision. I approached her and sat beside her and said, "Aren't magical girls supposed to be all smiles and sparkles?" Sarah Fall, who was too busy sulking, could only respond with a very confused "Eh?" This is how I met and began to spend time with Sarah Fall Leviathan, aka Magical Girl Leviathan, and one of the 4 Maou of the Devil faction, and at the time I didn't know how important to me she would become. Chapter 3. A wild magical girl appears. Sarah Fall's week had been both busy and annoying. First, some fallen angels have been suspiciously moving around all over the world doing who knows what, and to make things worse, their leader Azazel has been very irresponsible and nonchalant about their behavior. Then the church had been demanding answers about nuns and female saints that have been going missing for years. Sarah Fall herself has been investing all of this, but she hasn't found anything concrete yet, but the church has been trying to pressure them for answers for a while now. She understands why the church is acting like this, and she herself is worried about what this could mean for them. Thankfully, Gabriel was able to calm things down, but having her of all people help her only made her mood plummet down even more. Finally, we have the crux of her headaches, the old Satan faction. There has been rumors of these devils buying enormous amounts of phoenix tears and weapons. This information has made the other 3 Maus and her very nervous that they are preparing for war again, but no one was saying anything about it yet, and they can't exactly do anything about it either, not at least without any proof of any misdeeds done. That's how her week has been, and after all of that, all Sarah Fall wanted was to take a day off, visit her little sister Sona and cuddle with her for a while to recharge and maybe spend some time with her having fun like old times. But Sona refused to cuddle or spend time with her and kicked her out of her room. Her excuse was that she was too busy studying for the next semester and preparing for her student council duties. This hurt Sarah Fall a lot, and the fact that Sona had kicked her out like that made her feel even worse, but she understood why her sister acted like that to her all the time. After all, Sarah Fall is well aware that she was very intense about her love for her sister Sona. So she quietly left her little sister's house and walked around Kuo Town depressed and alone, until she reached a park, and so, tired of walking and feeling alone, she decided to take a sit underneath a tree, beneath its shadow, and just watch people go about their day. Once sitting there, the stress of the week that had been building up in her hit her like a ton of bricks, and the rejection her sister piled on top of that just made her feel worse, and so the usually bright and happy Sarah Fall now looked gloomy and sad. Sigh, at times like this, I really regret ever becoming a Maou. I much rather just do my show and call it a day. Maybe Sona wouldn't be so uptight about me if I had stayed a Citri. Star. Sarah Fall was so distracted with these thoughts going through her mind that she didn't even notice when someone else sat beside her, until this unknown person spoke up to her. "Aren't magical girls supposed to be all smiles and sparkles?" All that Sarah Fall could do, with how surprised she was that someone had actually approached her, was answer with a very confused "Eh?" While Sarah Fall was busy shaking off her surprise about me suddenly approaching her, I myself was busy reading the quest I just got after speaking with to her. Ding! Ding! Quest received. A wild magical girl appears. Sarah Fall Leviathan had a bad week and she's very stressed and depressed. Having wanted to relax and recharge, she took a day off to spend it with her little sister Sona Citri, but she was harshly rejected and pushed away. With nothing else to do, she aimlessly walked around the town until she reached this park. However, as soon as she sat down, the weight and stress that had been piling up in her finally took its toll, and Serafall is now depressed and truly tired. Objective: cheer Serafall up and have a fun day with her. Reward: a random skill orb and a great friend, who will always have your back. The skill orb is nice and all, but I had already decided to help her anyways. Mentally, I closed the quest window and turned towards Serafall, who had by now recovered from being surprised. Serafall stared towards this young man who sat beside her. She didn't know why, but for some reason she felt like she could vent to this stranger. Maybe it was the melancholy present in his eyes, or the fact that he spoke to her like a normal person, completely ignoring the fact that she was dressed in her magical girl uniform. Maybe he didn't care about her appearance, which is great since it's been a long while that someone had spoken to her like this, and honestly, she missed it. So Serafall turned towards the still unknown young man and spoke, "Sorry, but this magical girl is out of smiles and sparkles for the day." Serafall then suddenly gave me a very tired and sad smile. I stared her for a while. It feels almost surreal to see that small, sad and tired smile on her face, and I honestly didn't like it. "Do you want to talk about it?" Serafall seemed really surprised that I had asked her that, but she thought about it for a bit before deciding to tell me what was bothering. "Things have been really difficult at work lately, so I took a day off and decided to spend it with my little sister, but it seems like she didn't want to spend it with me, and now I'm here in this park all alone." So Sona really was the cause of Serafall's current mood. Well, at least part of it. Her job as the Maou of External Affairs must have been extra annoying lately. "I see, that sounds rough. I'm sure that your sister had a good reason not to be able to spend her day with you, but I understand some of what you're feeling right now." Serafall looked into my eyes and I did the same. She seems curious about what I meant, but I waited for her to ask me though. Right now, I must admit that I am very lucky that I caught her distracted and depressed, otherwise I don't think I could have approached her so casually like this. Serafall's violet eyes bore into mine for about a minute, until she decided to ask me, "What do you mean?" I closed my eyes and heavily sighed. Honestly, the memories from the original Rean were still very fresh in my mind, so the memories of how badly Rika, my new sister, had treated the original Rean, is something that I'm going to have to work with, but that's for later. I had a sad Maou to talk to. After all, me and my sister aren't getting along right now. It wasn't always like this. A few years ago she would be very clingy and nice to me, but all of a sudden she just started to hate me, and she would insult me all the time. Memories of my little brother from my last life flashed through, making me frown. I don't understand why or what I did wrong for her to suddenly hate me like that, but it hurt a lot. My parents are always busy with their work and have the nasty habit of forgetting that we exist. They're not bad people, but that on itself made me feel very lonely, so when my sister, who I thought would always be there for me, said those mean and horrible insults to me, it broke my heart. Serafall sadly looked down. All of this sounds pretty sad, but she could understand the sadness this young man must be dealing with. Rean continued, 2 weeks and some ago I snapped. I guess Rika finally insulted me one too many times, and I just vented everything I had been holding inside and ran away from home. I was so distracted with all my emotions going crazy that I didn't pay attention when I was crossing the street and I got hit by a car." Serafall gasped, "Are you okay? Should you really be outside right now?" I smiled at the concerned look in Serafall's face. "I'm fine. The doctors said that I was okay enough to move." Serafall nodded, but I could tell she was still worried, so out of reflex I patted her head. She didn't say anything when I did it and just let it happen. My guess is that she was enjoying it, if the little smile on her face was any indication. So as I was patting the Maou, I continued on. "I just got back home yesterday, but things are so awkward and tense. My parents did promise to be more supportive and pay more attention to me. They must feel really guilty about my accident. I just accepted their words, but I honestly am not expecting anything to change, and things with my sister are just too tense right now. She seems to be regretful, but she had been insulting me and treating me like trash for years, so it's hard to trust her right now. Maybe I'm being pessimistic." Serafall sat there thinking about everything she just heard, while inwardly she was enjoying how this young man was softly patting her head. She then decided to speak. "And so you decided to get out of your house because you don't want to spend too much time around your sister right now, and you found yourself here in this park like I did. Looks like things have been rough for both of us lately." I nodded and stopped patting Serafall, though I chuckled when I noticed her pouting at me. "Yeah. Hey, want to have some fun? I really don't want to go home anytime soon. We could go to an arcade I saw when I was walking around town." Serafall smiled, nodded, and suddenly got up. "Sure, might as well spend this day off having some fun. Oh, by the way, my name is Serafall, but call me Sarah." I chuckled when I saw some of that cheerfulness that Serafall is famous for return, so I got up and smiled. "My name is Rean. It's nice to meet you." Serafall grinned and took my hand and began to drag me. "Let's go, go, go." The arcade is waiting for us. Thank goodness I'm a dragonoid, otherwise Sarah Fall would have ripped my arm off in her excitement. Sarah. You're going the wrong way. Sarah Fall suddenly stopped. Oops T. Where do we go then? I just deadpan at her and pointed towards to where I saw the arcade during my tour of Kuo Town, and then I found myself being dragged away by an overexcited Sarah Fall again, but I am glad that she seems to be feeling better now. Sarah Fall and I spent most of the morning and day in the arcade playing all kinds of video games. We tried everything in there. Surprisingly, Sarah Fall was really good at fighting games, and no matter what I did or who I chose to play with, I couldn't beat her, though I got my chance at redemption when we played some of the racing games in the arcade. It was hilarious to watch her growl and glare at the screen while trying to beat me. We did great with the dancing games, though she was way better than me at them. My Dragonoid race had helped me with both my balance and rhythm, so I was at least able to somewhat keep up. We even took some pictures in those booths that you see in animes very often, and Sarah Fall looked like she had finally recovered from her loneliness and sadness. Soon we got hungry and decided to go eat something at a nearby fast food restaurant. She got a chicken sandwich and fries while I got a double cheeseburger with fries too. She was all smiles and laughs while we ate. She seemed to have finally relaxed, and after we finished we stopped by the park once again and took a seat on one of the benches there to talk. Sarah Fall suddenly spoke. Thank you, Rean. This was a fun day and I feel like I really needed it. I nodded and turned towards her. You're welcome, but also thank you. I feel like I needed a fun day like this too. It's been a while since I had the chance to relax and have fun like this with a friend. Sarah Fall turned towards me so fast that I was worried she might have hurt herself. Friend? We're friends? I smiled and nodded. Well, yes, or I at least think so, but it's okay if you don't want to be friends. Sarah Fall suddenly jumped up, grabbed me by the sides of my head and made stare into her violet-colored eyes. I want to be friends. I sweat dropped at the intensity of her words but smiled nonetheless. That's great, Sarah. I was a little worried you didn't want to be friends with me. I don't have any, and hanging out with you showed me that it's great to have 1 inch. Sarah Fall let go of my head and nodded vigorously and stepped back a bit. Suddenly she twirled and then struck a pose. Ha ha ha, then you can consider yourself friend of magical girl Levia. But please keep calling me Sarah, no one calls me that. I chuckled in amusement at her excitement and nodded. Of course, Sarah. Sarah Fall then took a seat again but spoke again right away. Hey Rean? You're not human, right? I turned towards her and stared into her eyes. I'm not surprised she figured that out, but now that she knows, I might as well answer as honestly as I can without telling her everything. No, I don't think so. When I woke up from my accident, everything felt different. I don't know what's going or what I have become. All I know is that brush with death awoke something in me. Sarah Fall nodded. I see. Well, don't worry, Rean. I'll help you figure it. I smiled at her willingness to help me, but how did you know? Even I wasn't sure. I only had this vague feeling that I was somehow different. Sarah Fall shyly smiled and scratched her cheek. Well, I'm not human either. I sensed something different about you while we were hanging out, but I was having too much fun to care. Anyways, I'm a devil. I scratched my chin and thought, I'm not surprised that she didn't tell me about her being a Maou, since more than likely she didn't want to scare me away. A devil, huh? Do you take souls and corrupt the innocents or something like that? Sarah Fall actually giggled at my questions. Nope. We stopped taking souls a long time ago. Now we just take monetary compensation or trades for granting wishes. I nodded. I see. Well, I don't care what you are, Sarah. You're my friend and that's all that matters to me. Sarah Fall smiled brightly. Hey, I have to go soon since I still have work to do, but do you want to exchange phone numbers? Next time I have a day off we could hang out again. I nodded and took out my phone and we both exchanged phone numbers. After that she happily stood up from the bench we were sitting, said goodbye and left, skipping with a wide smile on her face. I just chuckled and shook my head in amusement as I watched her leave. More than likely she went to let her sister know that she was going home. I myself got up and headed to the closest market. I still had to buy bowls for my Pokemon so they could eat their poke feed in a bowl rather than on the floor. As I walked towards the market I was stopped mid-step when suddenly, a notification window appeared in front of me. Ding! Ding! Quest finished. A wild magical girl appears. Sarah Fall Leviathan had a bad week and she's stressed and depressed. Having wanted to relax and recharge, she took a day off to spend it with her little sister Sona Citri, but she was rejected and pushed away. With nothing else to do, she aimlessly walked around the town until she reached this park. However, as soon as she took a sit, both the weight and the stress she had been piling up in her finally took its toll, and Sarah Fall is now depressed and truly tired. Objective: Cheer Serafall up and have a fun day with her. Complete. Reward, Hawkeye Skill Orb. Serafall now considers you a friend and ally. Keep nurturing this friendship for further rewards. The rewards were nice and I won't turn down anything that can help me in the future, but to be honest I would have chose to approach Serafall and continued our friendship even if I didn't get anything. In the short amount of time I spent with her she became a friend and that was special to me. I didn't have many friends in my old life and the original Rean didn't bother with getting any friends at all. Serafall choosing to be my friend was one of the best things that had happened to me ever. I can't wait to hang out with her again. I began to walk again while at the same time I checked my new skill. Ping. Skill name, Hawkeye. No target shall escape your gaze. This skill allows the user to zoom in or out on their targets and tag them. Note, tagged targets glow in a soft red aura allowing the user to see them at all times, even through solid objects. Note, any long-range skill used in conjunction with this skill deals ×2 damage. Note, this skill can further evolve over time and use. Interesting, with this skill I can snipe enemies from afar and then have my Pokemon finish them off. This adds another option to how to deal with enemies, though I'm going to have to practice with it for a bit when I go dungeon diving later today. After buying around 15 bowls for my Pokemon and discreetly putting them in my inventory, I decided to finally head back home. I decided to buy extra bowls just in case I get a lot of Pokemon tokens in the future. No one was home when I arrived, but that was normal, and so I headed straight to my room, and after getting inside I both closed and locked the door, to make sure no one comes into my room unexpectedly. Immediately I summoned my Pokemon who as soon as they saw me jump onto my arms. Lucky I was able to catch them, but the smile that I felt appeared on my face showed how happy I was to see my 3 Pokemon again. Hey guys. Ready to train and get stronger? The Pokemon cheerfully answered with their names and jumped down on the floor and stood in front of me ready for adventure. This of course made me grin. That's the spirit. Today, we face the boss. The 3 little Pokemon growled excited at the upcoming battles and I couldn't help to share their excitement. Let's go. ID create zombie. Reality shattered around us and once again we find ourselves back into the familiar ruined city, the moans of the dead once again filling the air. But me and my Pokemon don't care about any of that right now. At this moment, only the desire to grow strong is present in our hearts, and so we all take off towards the moans, looking forward to bringing as many undead down as we can. A few hours have passed and me and my Pokemon were still going strong. We had finally reached the point where we left off the last time me and Charmander were in this instant dungeon. Now that we had Ralts providing healing and long-range support and EV helping us in the front lines, things were moving a lot faster. We all have been leveling up and learning new skills constantly, especially both Ralts and EV. Right now we are facing a horde of ghouls and deadhounds. Charmander was using his fire attacks to corral them and keep them away from Ralts while she blasts them with confusion and disarming voice. While Eevee and I dealt with the deadhounds with quick attacks and swift, I was suddenly tackled down by a ghoul and the thing was about to bite my face off when luckily Eevee used her own tackle and pushed it away from me. I got up quickly and took a deep breath and then unleashed a flamethrower on the still recovering ghoul, turning it into dust instantly. Quickly I took out an apple gel and an orange gel and ate them before using my own quick attack to slash a deadhound that was about to pounce on Charmander, who was busy bathing a group of ghouls with a flamethrower of his own. Eevee quickly used Swift to finish the rest of the undead horde, with Ralts helping her with Psychic to crush her targets. Finally having a chance to catch our breath from having to face wave after wave of undead was very welcome. Quickly I started to hand out citrus berries, which I had to start to buy in bulk, and lepa berries to my Pokemon so they could recover both their HP and EP. I was fine since I ate both an apple gel and orange gel a few minutes ago. I raised my sword up to my face and stared at it for a bit as I think about everything we have accomplished so far while rest. Ralts and EV were able to somewhat catch up to Charmander in levels and they were now level 32, Charmander was now level 37, their EXP gain has been slowing down quite a bit, so we have to unlock the next dungeon soon or we'll stagnate. I myself reached level 25, besides the skills I got from my Pokemon with the passive use of my skill Mimicry, I also unlocked my Dragon Wings, but I didn't want to use them yet since I have no experience using them and I don't want to fall and accidentally kill myself by trying to fly while I'm fighting, though I do like how they looked. They were white and had ethereal purple feathers. They almost looked like angels' wings, but the very visible scales on them gave away their true nature. I also got one of the skills I wanted. Teleport was the most useful skill that I could have obtained, since it allows me to teleport anywhere I had visited before and move around the battlefield freely. Technically I became a copy Minato Minikase just without the yellow flash. I also obtained the skill Novice Sword Proficiency, which increases the damage I can cause while using any kind of sword. It also gives me the knowledge of how to actually wield a sword. Nothing too impressive, but I no longer look like I'm just flailing around a stick, just gained it from my constant use of my sword through all the battles we had. I also had obtained these new skills while using the skills I learned from my Pokemon, which are Novice Fire Mastery, Novice Fairy Mastery, Novice Psychic Mastery, Novice Dark Mastery, Novice Ground Mastery, Novice Grass Mastery, Novice Dragon Mastery, and Novice Normal Mastery. These skills increase both the damage input and my resistance with these elements, not by much of course since they are still at a novice level, but once they evolve to their higher ranks they'll be incredibly useful, and besides every little bit counts. They also allow me to freely manipulate these elements or energy natures, which is great since for example I can charge my sword with them and cause extra damage. Though I was very surprised when I also obtained Novice Water, Dark, Grass and Ground Mastery from the use of the skills Life Dew and Magical Leaf, which I gained from Ralts and from Eevee's Sand Attack and Bite. I also got Novice Healing Proficiency. Novice Healing Proficiency not only increases the amount any healing skill can heal, but it also decreases the amount of EP needed for this type of skills. Besides all of this, I also have a lot of money, berries, gels, and even a few revives from the drops of the defeated undead of the dungeon, though I did have to start buying both citrus berries and lepa berries in bulk often to keep my Pokemon healthy. I did try to use my apple gels and orange gels since orange berries, even though they drop regularly, they don't heal enough HP now that my Pokemon are at a higher level, but even though my Pokemon enjoyed their taste, the healing gels didn't heal anything. Disappointing, but at least citrus berries and lepa berries were cheap, so they weren't breaking my wallet, but I think I'm going to have to start buying potions soon since like healing gels they heal in percentages instead of set numbers like the berries. For now berries, Ralts, and my own healing skills are enough. We also received 3 more common Pokemon tokens during the hours we spent battling the hordes of undead, which is great since it means we can have more backup. However, I'm waiting after we defeat the boss and unlock the new dungeon to use them. Charmander, Eevee, Ralts and I were too far into this dungeon, and it would be too dangerous and cruel to have level 1 Pokemon suddenly thrown into this level of battles, so for now I'm waiting until we clear this dungeon. We're close to the boss, I can feel it. There was this pressure slowly building up in the air and it feels like it will explode at any moment now. That's why I'm letting my Pokemon rest and recuperate a bit before we go and face whatever it was that was waiting for us. Suddenly the ground shook, lots of black-colored energy began to gather and coalesce into an inky black blob that began to morph until a new type of undead formed from it. This one was definitely powerful. It was an undead samurai. It had a worn-out red samurai armor and was holding a black-colored tachi. The blade seemed jagged and rusted. Overall, this was one scary undead. I glared at the new undead and used my observe skill on it. This thing was level 35 and was both strong and fast. It definitely is the boss for this dungeon. I turned to look at my Pokemon who were glaring and growling at the boss monster. They were strong, but they weren't quite ready for a fight like this. But watching them not backing down from this enemy made me feel proud of them. I closed my eyes and came up with a plan to deal with this boss. Okay guys, this is what we're going to do. My 3 Pokemon stopped glaring at the boss and turned to me. I want all of you to stay away from his range and hit him with Growl to lower his strength. Then Eevee, I want you to use Sand Attack as many times as you can to lower his chances of actually hitting us. Ralts, keep an eye out for attacks and use Teleport to get yourself and the others away from danger. After debuffing him, hit him with long range attacks and don't forget to not get too close to it. My Pokemon nodded and I turned to look at the boss. I'll keep his attention away from you guys and fight him close range. I'm counting on you guys. The Pokemon responded by yelling their names and I used Quick Attack to appear right before the boss and swiped at him. But the samurai easily parried my strike and pushed me away. He was going to stab me, but I teleported behind him and slashed his back. My Pokemon then hit him with a triple growl, lowering his strength harshly. The undead samurai turned towards my Pokemon, but I then hit him another sword slash and then a scratch with my free hand, making him stumble to the side. My Pokemon then used Growl once more, making the boss even weaker. This time the boss swung his Tachi towards my Pokemon and released some kind of energy slash, but Ralts teleported herself and Charmander away while Eevee used Quick Attack to dodge. I then used Psychic to hold the boss down and try to crush him, while Eevee began to use Sand Attack to lower its accuracy. Charmander used Flamethrower while Ralts then used Psybeam to damage the undead samurai as I hold it down. However, the boss was able to break through my psychic hold and then lunged at me. I barely had time to jump to the side, but the undead samurai was able to still cut my cheek. There was some blood dripping from my face, but since I have gamer's body, the cut will disappear soon, though I still felt pain. But for now I ignore it and waved my hand in front of me, releasing multiple energy stars which the boss somehow was able blocked with his sword. Too bad that Eevee used Swift 2 right at his back. Charmander then took a big breath and used Dragon Breath on the boss, while Ralts teleported to my side and used Life Dew on me. I smiled at my worrywart healer and then rushed forward with my sword at the ready. The undead samurai must have sensed me coming his way because it immediately began to swing his tachi at me, releasing an energy slash at my direction. I growled, and then said double team. Multiple copies of myself appeared, making his attack miss when it hit a fake, but then the boss didn't quit there and it began to swing and release energy slashes at me and my copies. When he had destroyed all of them, he was going to swing at me, but Charmander and Ralts attacked him from both of his sides with Flamethrower and Psybeam again, while Eevee used Helping Hand on both of them to increase their power. With the boss distracted, I jump up with my sword at the ready to cut the undead in half, but then it raised its tachi and blocked my strike. But I wasn't going to give up, and with roar filled with determination and adrenaline, I pushed down with everything I had. The boss pushed back, but suddenly from deep within my chest I felt something warm fill me. Both my sword and body began to shine with a soft golden light. I grinned, recognizing this feeling, and with one more roar I pushed down and shattered the undead samurai's tachi and cut him in half. To my surprise, however, my slash released an energy wave made of golden light that continued traveling past the boss for a bit until it crashed into a building. The boss finally turned into dust, signaling our victory. I dropped to the ground on my butt and took a big breath sigh. I'm so sore. Ha ha ha. I laughed. I couldn't help it. This battle was intense, but I had so much fun and my Pokemon did great too. Inwardly, I had someone to thank for that last attack of mine. Thank you for giving me a hand, Excalibur. From my soul I felt that now familiar warmth that lets me know that Excalibur heard my thanks and that it was happy. My Pokemon then suddenly jumped on me and dogpiled me in celebration, making me laugh and fun. Good job, guys. My Pokemon happily chirped their names. Suddenly I received a notification. Astria. Congratulations on defeating the boss Rean. Now the next instant dungeon is available for you to go into whenever you wish to. Thank you, Astria. I turned towards my Pokemon and smiled. Let's go home, guys. We have new Pokemon friends to summon and tomorrow we'll be back here to train, so we need our rest. The Pokemon nodded and smiled at me. ID destroy. With the use of this skill, reality shatters and we're back in my room. My Pokemon waste no time jumping on my bed and lay down. I follow their example and sit on my bed to check all the notifications we got from the boss battle. First, it seems like I leveled up to level 27, while Charmander reached level 40 and both Ralts and Eevee reached level 37, which is great. The next notification surprised me a bit, but I really should have expected. It seems that I have gained the skills Novice Light Mastery and Hallowed Slash. This is great for me since Novice Light Mastery allows me to use the light element and it increases both damage and my resistance to this element as well, and Hallowed Slash is light elemental sword skill that does extra damage to anything unholy, and it's a long-range sword skill. This gives me a way to deal with any pesky unholy supernatural beings in this world, plus with Novice Light Mastery I have a way to defend myself from devils as well, except Seraphol, of course. Mentally I thanked Excalibur once again for this boon and go back to check the rest of my notifications, which includes money drops, which was a lot, and some super potions. But then I noticed I received one more thing from the boss, a skill orb whose name of the skill I recognized right away. Congratulations, you have received the skill orb for the skill, Sword Style 8 Leaves 1 Blade. This sword style belonged to the protagonist of the Tales of Cold Steel games, one with whom I share the same name with. It is a very versatile and powerful sword style, one that I genuinely want to learn, and so I immediately used the skill orb and gained the sword style. Ping. You have learned the skill, Sword Style 8 Leaves 1 Blade. Skill name, 8 Leaves 1 Blade. An Eastern swordsmanship style. Founded by the sword hermit Yun Kai, the school is a culmination of all the Eastern sword styles. Only tachis and katanas are eligible for the style to be taught. Note, this skill grants the user the following techniques: first form Helix, second form Gale, third form Karmic Flame, fourth form Autumn Leafcutter, fifth form Morning Moon, sixth form Arc Slash, and seventh form Termination/Dawn. Note, through further use and the user's style, some techniques might change or evolve over time. Note, this skill just grants the basic knowledge of the techniques, the user still has to train and practice to master them. I'm going to have to buy a tachi, but that does raise a very question. Astria, will Excalibur change into a tachi when I call it, now that I have this skill? Yes. As a conceptual weapon of divine origin, Excalibur will change according to its wielder's preferences in sword style. As a matter of fact, it should had already began its evolution. From my chest I felt Excalibur's warmth flare, confirming what Astria just said to me. The next hour I kept myself busy with buying more healing items and a tachi for me to train and practice with. It's a very simple tachi and it's only enchanted with always sharp and unbreakable enchantments. It was expensive, but it was a needed expense, so I didn't mind, plus it looks cool, now though I had 3 Pokemon to summon and prepare for tomorrow. It seems like I'll be very busy for a long while since I now had a lot of skills and techniques to train and master. Thankfully I had the whole summer to work with it. Alright, let's summon our new friends. My Pokemon cheered from where they were resting and I opened my inventory, take out common Pokemon tokens and crush them. The common Pokemon list window opened before me and I began to look for 3 new Pokemon to add to my team. Chapter 4. Time in the dungeons passes by fast. 3 weeks have passed by since my Pokemon and I had defeated the zombie dungeon boss, and all that time was spent training in dungeon diving. The first thing I did after summoning my new Pokemon was go back to the zombie dungeon almost every day. Our plan was to level up my 3 new Pokemon, which were a Snorunt, a Riolu, and a Petilil. These 3 Pokemon and their evolutions weren't just some of my favorite Pokemon, but they also have access to some very useful moves that I want for myself. After summoning them I immediately used my skill Observe on them to get their information, and this is the information I got, starting with Petilil. Ping. Name, Petilil. Female. Type, Grass. Ability, Own Tempo. Level, 1. The leaves on Petilil's head are very bitter, which can cause dizziness. However, these leaves possess revitalizing effects such as restoring a person's vigor. This can be achieved by eating the leaves directly, or drying and boiling them into an infusion. This infusion is also sometimes used as a bug repellent. Because of the health effects of its leaves, Petilil is very popular with the elderly. Petilil tends to appear near sources of clean waters. It lives in areas with soil abundant in moisture and nutrients. Their homes can be either well-tended fields or flower beds, however, they will leave if the environment turns bad. This Pokemon is a female-only species with no male counterpart. Moves, Growth, Absorb. Petilil and its evolution Lilligant are really powerful grass-type Pokemon and have access to some very useful status condition skills that I want. It also learns all the HP draining grass moves, which are undoubtedly very good to have and a great way to save money since I can rely on these skills to keep my HP up. The next Pokemon I used Observe on was Snorunt, a half-dark type, half-ice type Pokemon. Name, Snorunt. Female. Type, Ice, Dark. Ability, Ice Body. Level, 1. While adapted to life in colder climates, it subsists on snow and ice and can survive temperatures as low as 150 degrees Fahrenheit. Snorunt is also a social creature, living and traveling with other Snorunt in groups of 5. It can be found in caves, particularly when the outside weather lacks snow. Additionally, it has been known to visit human dwellings. Moves, Powder Snow, Leer. This tiny Pokemon has the potential of becoming a powerhouse, and since I'm planning on evolving it into a Frostlass, a half-ghost and half-ice type Pokemon who has amazing moves available for it to learn as it levels up, moves that I'm planning on learning myself, this makes it a very useful addition to the team. Last but not least, I used Observe on one of my all-time favorite Pokemon ever, Riolu, and its evolution Lucario promises to be a very reliable teammate that I will be learning a lot from. Name, Riolu. Male. Type, Fighting. Ability, Inner Focus. Level, 1. It stands on its toes instead of its entire foot. It is sensitive to a special type of energy called aura. However, it does not have the ability to fully use these powers, although it can still emanate these waves to communicate and sense them, albeit only in ripples. It has even been seen that Riolu can sense and react to aura before they even hatch. It has developed 2 black appendages that hang down from its head, which rise when Riolu reads or manipulates aura, a special energy that it senses. Like almost all fighting-type Pokemon, Riolu naturally has superhuman strength, stamina, and endurance and is capable of making long journeys on foot in a short amount of time. It is a playful, energetic, and loyal Pokemon. Moves, Quick Attack, Endure. With Riolu in my team I can learn some very useful aura-type skills, like Aura Sense, which was like having the Byakugan from Naruto but without the blind spot and the ability to create aura constructs, which just seems like a very useful ability to have. Besides that, Riolu and Lucario can naturally learn Protect and Detect, which are very good defensive skills to have in counter and reversal. which are attacks that can severely punish my enemies if used right, plus training with Riolu and later Lucario will improve my hand-to-hand combat abilities even further. After introducing myself, Charmander, Ralts and Eevee to the 3 new Pokemon and getting to know them a bit, we all went to sleep. And so the next 3 weeks we worked hard grinding for EXP, money and loot in the zombie dungeon. This also helped the 3 new Pokemon get used to our style of training and fighting. By end of the 3 weeks Charmander, Eevee and Ralts reached level 45, after that they started to earn even less EXP from the undead in the dungeon, but Riolu, Snorunt and Petilil benefited the most from our daily grinding and eventually reached level 44. I reached level 32 and received the perk Dragon Skin, which turns my skin hard as a dragon's, increasing both my physical and magical defenses. It also keeps growing stronger as I level up, which is great because I just don't like wearing armor. For some reason I just feel very constricted and uncomfortable while wearing any kind of armor. I think it has something to do with my Dragonoid race, but I have no proof of this yet, so I've been ignoring it for now. I also gained the EXP share perk from my Pokemon training skill, which allows all of my Pokemon to receive some EXP regardless if they're in the Pokemon box in the Pokemon tab of my menu screen. This was great news, because I can have Pokemon in the box and over time they'll grow stronger as I go through the dungeons, allowing them to safely grow while I focus on my current team. I also decided that I'll be making them all reach their final evolution before I begin to swap them out with other Pokemon. Besides, this also makes sure that I have many partners ready for anything and everything. Besides allowing my Riolu, Snorunt and Petilil to catch up to the other 3 Pokemon, all of this grinding helped me practice and train with my new sword style. The slow-moving zombies were great practice target, while the fast-moving ghouls and deadhounds were great for me to use and to get comfortable using my new sword skills on fast-moving targets. I also learned many new skills from my new Pokemon and even picked up the basics of aura sensing from Riolu. I also of course continued to text and hang out with Sarah Fall, who had started to take every Saturday off just to hang out with me. This made me very happy. I mean, it's not every day that a very busy Maou decides to take more days off just to spend time with me, so I decided that on those days we would do whatever she wanted to do. I even went to an anime convention with her and spent the entire day walking around from booth to booth buying whatever we wanted. I have never had the chance to go to one of these events in my past life, but I was very interested in going to at least once since they seemed a lot of fun, but since I had a lot of work I've never had the chance to go to one, so I was very happy to write going to an anime convention off my bucket list. Other than that, me as Sarah Fall would just hang out in the local arcade or at the park where we met, though Sarah Fall surprised me last weekend by handing me a summoning ad with her very own magical circle and told me to leave it in my room so she can visit me whenever she wanted. She looked nervous when she gave it to me and I think she thought I would say no, but I just told her okay and to text me before she decides to visit so I can make sure I lock my room. That way no one in my family would catch her teleporting into my room. She actually jumped around happily that I had said yes, and this was when I finally realized that she must have been feeling very lonely all this time. Something I'm sure is the result of her being a Maou and one of the most powerful devils in the underworld. The amount of beings that must have tried to get close to her just to use her must have been an enormous number, but I'll make sure to be a good friend to her, that way she'll never feel alone again. I know firsthand how horrible loneliness feels like. Today is the day me and my 6 Pokemon go to the new dungeon we unlocked after defeating the zombie dungeon boss, the Undead Samurai. The new dungeon is named the Goblin Dungeon, which means that as a fully sentient enemy I can expect weapons and magic to be used against us. This was the main reason I spent 3 weeks preparing and making sure my Pokemon were ready for anything, and now that we are, I feel fully confident that we can deal with almost anything in this dungeon. I even have been buying TMs to teach new moves to my Pokemon in preparation for the new dungeon. I also bought the evolution stones and items needed for some of my Pokemon to evolve just in case someone of them reach level 100 in this dungeon. However, before we head in I used the 2 other common Pokemon token I received throughout these past 3 weeks. Of course I asked Astria as to why I have been having a hard time finding more Pokemon tokens than before. She told me that now that I have a full team of 6 Pokemon, the chances of me finding Pokemon tokens from an already cleared dungeon are even lower, which makes sense now that I think about it. This way I'm forced to go to a new dungeon if I want even more Pokemon. She did tell me I was extremely lucky that I was even able to find 2 more during these 3 weeks. But anyways, I decided to summon these 2 Pokemon so they can grow safely in the Pokemon box while me and my 6 Pokemon team go through the dungeon, and so I crushed the tokens and choose my 2 new Pokemon, which are a Trapinch and a Scyther. I didn't have a particular reason for choosing these 2 Pokemon other than I like them a lot. As a matter of fact, after my first 6 Pokemon, any other new Pokemon I choose will more than likely be because I just like them or they're some of my favorite Pokemon. Once I summoned them, I introduced myself and told them what I was planning. Trapinch was okay with it, but Scyther wanted to fight, so I had to promise that once he levels up high enough, me and him will be sparing and even going into the dungeon with Trapinch. This made Scyther happy, and so I used Observe on both of them, starting with Scyther. Name, Scyther. Male. Type, Bug, Flying. Ability, Technician. Level, 1. Scyther is an adept hunter that tears at its prey with its scythes. Thanks to its green coloration, it can camouflage itself well in the grasslands and forests where it lives. Humans rarely encounter wild Scyther in these areas, however, it is said to be like a ninja. Scyther can move so quickly that it cannot be followed, increasing the effectiveness of its scythes. It maintains the sharpness of its blades through battle as well as by cutting through hard objects, such as trees. Moves, Leer, Quick Attack. And then it was Trapinch's turn next. Name, Trapinch. Female. Type, Ground. Ability, Hypercutter. Level, 1. Trapinch's large jaws are powerful enough to crush boulders. It lives in arid deserts, and it can go a week without water, so instead of actively hunting prey, it digs into the sand to build its bowl or cone-shaped nests, or it waits for prey to stumble inside and become trapped. The weight of this Pokemon's large head makes Trapinch move slower but becomes vulnerable after falling or rolling into their backs. Moves, Sand Attack, Astonish. With those two Pokemon safely allowed to grow in the Pokemon box, my first 6 Pokemon and me were ready. I still have a month before school starts and I wanted to have these 6 Pokemon at least reach their final forms before that. So with a grin on my face and the will to grind for that goal, I used my ID Create skill and jumped right in, along my Pokemon. 2 weeks have passed, and during the first week, my Pokemon and I conquered the Goblin Dungeon the first day we entered it. It wasn't easy though. The dungeon was located inside an old abandoned mine, so we had some difficulty adapting to fighting in such close spaces, but in the end we did. What we did was use all of the debuffing skills we had learned first to weaken the dungeon's goblins. Scary Face and Sand Attack were definitely the to-go to skills to use, and after that the goblins were easy pickings for a while. Until the enhanced and evolved counterparts began to spawn. Goblins, rogues, archers and mages added even more difficulty to our dungeon diving, but eventually we found our rhythm again by using priority attacks like Quick Attack to take out the goblins' mages before they could even finish casting their spell. Meanwhile, Ralts and Petalil used Sleep Powder and Hypnosis to take care of the goblins, rogues and archers, while the rest of us took down of the magic users. This however didn't mean we didn't get hurt. We all had learned how it feels to get an arrow stuck in our bodies and have to pull it out before we could heal it. Needless to say that it was both painful and annoying. I was even blasted and thrown against the walls of the mine multiple times by the goblin mage's fireball spells. Luckily Ralts is always paying attention to what is happening to me, and she always made it her priority to heal me. That little Ralts took her job as a healer very seriously, but I was glad she did so. But the amount of damage we would sometimes receive meant that I had to start using the potions and super potions I had bought in advance. I was happy to find out that the potions work differently than their game's counterparts. Instead of healing a set number of HP points, they now heal in percentages. Regular potions heal 20% of a Pokemon's max HP points, and the super potions healed at 50%. This of course made them more expensive to buy, but thanks to our previous grinding I had enough money to buy quite a bunch of them in bulk. Though I always made sure to have plenty of berries to give to my Pokemon, especially since some of them can cure status conditions. The Pecha Berry was very useful in this dungeon since the goblins had the nasty habit of lacing their weapons with poison, something we learned the hard way. Luckily Eevee and I had the skill Refresh, which heals status conditions, and I had plenty of Pecha Berries for the rest. Eventually we reached the boss room and met with the Goblin King. This bastard was a magic-wielding swordsman, making him very dangerous and difficult to fight. It took us at least an hour to finally kill him, and that's with me and Riolu abusing counter and reversal in the end, though I did get to try my sword style against another sword user. I was outmatched at first. My inexperience with both using Itachi and my new sword style showed, but as the fight progressed, I began to improve terrifyingly fast, and soon enough I was able to match the Goblin King. I asked Astria about why I was improving so fast with my sword style. She told me that as a supernatural being and a gamer I have a very high range of adaptability when it comes to battle. Being a Dragonoid also helps me a lot in this. I'm not complaining, but it did catch me by surprise. Still, I was glad that this was the case. With this I can grow in strength even faster. After beating the Goblin King we went back home to rest. We have received a lot of money, weapons, and healing items from the loot we got. The weapons I sold them to the games shop since I didn't need them and I used that money to buy more TMs. Surprisingly, the TMs weren't numbered and I found out that each and every TM available in the games was available for me to buy, which was great. From the Goblin King I gained the perk Element Infusion, which allows me to easily infuse an element into my body or my sword, allowing me to cause extra damage by abusing an enemy's weakness. I could already somewhat do this, but with this skill it was not only easier to do so but also more energy efficient. The rest of the week was spent grinding even more. The Pokemon didn't mind and seemed to be thriving with all of this fighting. It made sense since in the games it is said that Pokemon really do like fighting a lot. By Wednesday of that first week of grinding in the Goblin Dungeon, my first 6 Pokemon had finally reached level 100. So I evolved them right away and now I had a Charmeleon, Vaporeon, Kirlia, Lucario, Lilligant and Frostlass, and I couldn't have been any happier. I leveled up to level 38 during that week of training and grinding. My skills and perks were progressing quickly and some have even reached intermediate rank. But when we went back to grinding the Goblin Dungeon, we noticed right away the amount of EXP needed for them to level up had gone up pretty high. I of course already knew that this would happen since Astria warned me about it beforehand. But we didn't care and we continued to grind and get used to all the new moves and abilities available to them now. I also continued to pick up skills from my Pokemon and tried to master their use. Lucario and Scyther, who had reached level 60 now, along with Trapinch, sparred with me every day, allowing me to improve my hand-to-hand combat and sword skills even further. They also benefited from our spars and started to pick up things from the way I fought. Lucario and I spent a considerable amount of time training, even longer since I wanted to learn Aura Sense and Manipulation. After 3 days of constant training and grinding during nights, I finally learned the skills, but they were at a novice level, which means that all I have to do now is keep using them constantly to raise their ranks. Eventually Saturday arrived and Serafall teleported into my room really early in the morning and just jumped into my bed with me to nap, completely ignoring the fact that my Pokemon were peacefully sleeping all over my room, which luckily was pretty big. My family having a good financial situation was very helpful at this moment. Though I did have to explain to her what they were when we woke up and I was able to recover from my shock of waking up in her arms. I told her that they had appeared out of nowhere and that I somehow knew that they were bonded to me and that I could summon or send them away whenever I wanted. But Serafall didn't really care about any of that and just hugged my confused Pokemon and called them awesome and cute. Watching the perplexed and confused faces of my Pokemon while they were being hugged by the tiny Maou made me laugh. My Pokemon of course didn't appreciate this and dogpiled me in retaliation, causing Serafall to giggle. I also showed her some of my skills and explained how I somehow knew how to use a skill or ability after watching it being used once. She awed and had me try to copy her ice magic, which worked, and I obtained the ice magic manipulation skill, but it was nowhere close to her level of power and skill, though she still clapped in on nonetheless. I had planned to slowly reveal everything I can do to her, to show her that I trust her, and so I started with this. Eventually I'll tell her about the game and that I'm a Dragonoid, but the fact that I'm a transmigrant soul is something that I will keeping to myself. It would just be very difficult to explain that. My past life was over anyways and there was no need to ever bring it up again. Besides, I did promise to myself to move on and enjoy my new life. After that I spent the entire day with Serafall in my room watching anime or playing video games. I even ordered a bunch of different types of pizzas for us to eat along with my Pokemon. My little sister gaped at the amount of pizzas that were delivered and the amount of money I flashed when I paid them, but she didn't ask since she was still trying to find a way to reconnect with me. But to me that wasn't important at the moment. I had a bunch of hungry Pokemon and a Maou to feed. This was how the Saturday of that first week went like. After Serafall left late at night, I used some more Pokemon tokens we got from the Goblin Dungeon, though we had only gotten 3, but it was enough for now. So I crushed them and chose another EV since I wanted an Umbreon, male, a Alolan Vulpix, female, and a Pidgey, female, since I wanted a flying type and I was always fond of Pidgey and its evolutions. Once I summoned them, immediately used Observe on them, starting with my Alolan Vulpix. Name, Vulpix Alolan variant, female. Type, Ice. Ability, Snow Cloak. Level, 1. Alolan Vulpix is believed to have arrived in the region at the same time as humans but moved to the snow-capped mountain to avoid other Pokemon. It can be found in small packs, called skulks, that are led and protected by Ninetales. Alolan Vulpix can expel breath as cold as -58F, -50C, which is capable of freezing anything. While it is not suited to warmer environments, its tail can produce ice to lower the surrounding temperature if needed. An old, local name for this Pokemon is Ko, referring to its white pelt. Moves, Powder Snow. Then it was Pidgey's turn. Name, Pidgey, female. Type, normal, flying. Ability, big packs. Level, 1. Pidgey has an extremely sharp sense of direction and homing instincts. It can travel straight back to its nest regardless of how far away they might have flown. It is a docile Pokemon and generally prefers to flee from its enemies rather than fight them. By flapping its wings rapidly, it can whip up dust clouds and create whirlwinds to protect itself and flush out potential prey. Pidgey is very common throughout its range and can often be seen in meadows and temperate forests. It can sense Sneasler natural predators of Pidgey while Pidgey preys on C. Moves, Tackle. These 3 Pokemon are very energetic from the get-go and immediately got along with the rest of my Pokemon, so with them in my box, along Trapinch and Scyther, my 6 Pokemon, and I challenged the next dungeon, which was named the Beast Dungeon. And like the name suggests, this dungeon was full of beast-like monsters, kobolds, nightmares, canine monsters like Garms and hellhounds, and even giant bears and wolves. But my Pokemon this time had field advantage too, since this dungeon was in a giant forest and they took advantage of it. The monster were really high-leveled and very aggressive, so we struggled a bit at the beginning, but us having access to all kinds of debuffs and status condition skills was very helpful, especially since this type of monsters had a high HP, strength, dexterity, and vitality stats. My skill Hawkeye came in handy in this dungeon as well, since I could use it in conjunction with Swift or Aura Sphere. This allowed me to beat my targets with long-range attacks that never missed, guaranteeing ×2 damage to my targets. Eventually we found the boss, a 3-headed giant dog more commonly known as a Cerberus, and it was very powerful. We hit him with every debuff we had and paralysis, but even then it was still doing a lot of damage to us and had the habit of using charge attacks and breathe fire on us, so we took a step back, healed as fast as we could, and buff ourselves with everything we had at our disposal. Even then we verily won that battle. We were left tired, hurt and depressed at how close to defeat we came to. But I got up and growled in anger and determination. I wasn't going to let this set me back. Next time I'll be better prepared and will be stronger. In that moment I promised to myself that me and my Pokemon would grow even stronger, so this doesn't happen ever again. My Pokemon, sensing my determination and my will, stood up and growled with me. We will get stronger, that's going to be our all-time goal. After that ordeal we headed back home to both rest and heal. I have finally reached level 45. Which comes to show how powerful and dangerous the monsters in the Beast Dungeon were. And the next one we unlocked was called the Demon Dungeon, and that made me nervous. If the Beast Dungeon was this difficult even after I had prepared so much, then I don't want to even imagine the Demon Dungeon. After I had reached level 45 I gained the skill Dragon Eyes, which then combined with Observe and became the skill Luminous Dragon Eyes. Skill name, Luminous Dragon Eyes. Nothing can hide from these shining bright eyes. Eyes with perfect analytical abilities, with which the user can measure the abilities of others. Using the Luminous Dragon Eye, the gamer can even see the target's magical energy even if they try to conceal it. Note, everything pertaining the target is revealed, from stats, information to weaknesses. Note, this skill has no level limit, allowing the user to see a target's information regardless of level difference. This skill will be invaluable to me for future battles and will allow me to prepare accordingly against any foe I might face. This Dragonoid race continues to be very beneficial to me, though I do wonder who was my dragon god ancestor. He or she must be extremely powerful if the skills I'm gaining are anything to go by. Next I also gained a few Pokemon training skills, which were level 1 prize money power, level 1 EXP point power, level 1 HP restoring power, and level 1 EP restoring power. I instantly recognized these skills. Back in my original world in Pokemon X and Y, the player would receive these O-powers that he or she could use to make things easier for them. Of course there were more than these, but I guess the gamer's system deemed them unnecessary for me, but that's okay. With these I can help my Pokemon grow stronger faster, and even though right now they're having a bit of difficulty with the Beast Dungeon, once they begin to level up faster they'll have an easier time with future battles. The loot we received from the beasts in this dungeon were mostly fangs, claws and hides, but since I didn't have a skill that could use them I sold them, though I did get 2 more Pokemon tokens, but I'll be saving those until I think of what other Pokemon I want next for my team. From the dungeon boss I got the perk Hellfire, which increases the power of all my fire-type skills and abilities. It also adds spiritual damage to your target, plus and turned my fire blue. Needless to say that Charmeleon was very jealous about how strong and cool my fire-type skills look now. We took 2 days off to rest and relax. Our almost defeat still shook us, but after we were well rested, we were once again ready to tackle the Beast Dungeon. I abused the hell out of my new O-Power skills to help my Pokemon grow faster and faster during what was left of this week. Of course I ended up using them so much that they eventually reached level 2 in my Pokemon and I grew even further, though even as we grew the monsters of the Beast Dungeon continued to be a great challenge to us, but we were determined to reach our goal, and with the new school year soon approaching we needed to hurry, since school would cut off a lot of our training time. Eventually Saturday arrived and my Pokemon were almost at level 100 for their second stages, which means Charmeleon and Kirlia could soon evolve. Scyther and Trapinch had already reached level 100 and evolved into Scizor and Vibrava. My other EV, Alola, Vulpix, and Pidgey were almost at level 100 too. During our constant grind in the Beast Dungeon we were only able to obtain one more common Pokemon token. This made our token count go up to 3, so I started to think about what other 3 Pokemon to choose. While I wasted in thought, I was suddenly snapped back into reality by Serafall, who appeared in my room and immediately jumped into my arms. I barely had time to catch her since I was so distracted from thinking about what Pokemon to summon next, but seeing my ice-wielding Maou friend gave me an idea on one particular Pokemon I could summon. I knew Serafall was a master at using ice magic, but before she was Maou Leviathan she was a Citri who were famous for their hydrokinesis, and those facts reminded me of a water and ice-type Pokemon that was in my team back when I played Pokemon Silver. But I left that thought for later since Serafall was here. So as Serafall hugged me I crushed the 3 Pokemon tokens I had and picked my 3 new Pokemon, though this time I asked the goddess to put them on the Pokemon box so they wouldn't cause a mess. The first Pokemon I chose was a Lapras, the Pokemon Serafall reminded me of, then a Phoeba and finally a Mareep. After that I decided to leave them in the box and introduced myself after Serafall leaves. Right now I had to spend time with her. So we went to the movies and watched at least 4 of them, which was fun. Serafall really likes scary movies, and to my amusement she was the type of girl to laugh at the scary and gory parts. After that we teleported back to my room and I made dinner for the both us. My sister and parents weren't home, but I wasn't surprised by that. But it seems like Serafall really liked my cooking, so much in fact that she declared that I would make a fine wife someday. I just rolled my eyes at her and took her plate away, causing her to apologize and beg for me to forgive her, which I did. A few seconds later a pouting Serafall was dangerous to my health. Serafall left right after finishing eating dinner, but not before hugging me and promising to text me tomorrow. I think she noticed how alone I seemed to be in my house by myself and is trying to somehow make me feel less alone. I appreciate it, but I'm already used to it, and besides my parents have been texting me very often to ask me how I was or if I need anything. It seems that they're really trying to show me that they care more often. Anyways, I went to my room and locked it. I then teleported deep into the forest where I once ventured deep, into trying to find a lake or something where Vaporeon could swim around. Luckily I found a small pond in the middle of the forest, and this is where I was heading right now. Once I arrived I summoned my new Pokemon and Lapras immediately went for the pond, which was the plan all along. After introducing myself and the rest of my Pokemon, they soon got along. We stayed in the forest for a while longer and played around late into the night, but we didn't care since we had a lot of fun. Sunday passed by and on Monday of the last week of summer vacation we jumped straight into our training, determined to finally have most of my Pokemon evolved into their final stages before I started school, and so we continued to grind inside the Beast Dungeon while I continued to abuse the O-Power's skills. Chapter 5. Serafall takes a stand. This past summer has been one of the best times Serafall has ever had, and it's all thanks to Rean, her new friend and someone who has become very important to her. Rean was a kind guy. She knew this from the moment he chose to sit beside her and talk to her about her concerns and problems, but as she got to know him better during summer and this past few months she began to notice this gleam of sadness and loneliness in his bright purple eyes. She didn't like that gleam on his eyes, so Serafall sought to get rid of it, but instead Rean had been getting rid of the loneliness she had been feeling as of late. He did for her what she was hoping her family would do for her. She has never complained before, but things had been very difficult for her for some time. Her mom and dad treated her with respect and not like their daughter, and that hurt her. Even Sona treats her like that, and even now her beloved sister has been treating her harshly and ignoring her lately, but Serafall knew that she was at that age where she wanted to be independent. She didn't like it, and at first she refused to accept it, but that day when she needed Sona the most and she was turned away, her feelings towards her sister began to change a little. Was she being selfish? Maybe, but in her mind Serafall thought that it was fair that Sona would be there for her, like she had been there for Sona. But no, she was pushed away again and she ended up meeting Rean, who has done nothing but be supportive to her. He is everything that she wanted in a friend and more. Even now when he has been going to school every day since summer vacation had ended, he still texts her during his lunch periods, and as soon as he gets out of school he always calls her to joke around or ask how her day is going. Plus, now that he's making his own lunches for school, he has also started to make her a lunch as well and have Gardevoir deliver it to her, which was great because Rean was an awesome cook in her book, plus they always get together on Saturday and spend the entire day just goofing off or relaxing with his Pokemon friends. Speaking of Gardevoir, those Pokemon that Rean can summon and befriend were incredible creatures and very powerful. Some of them already had reached ultimate level of power, including Rean. She was both surprised and impressed with him, and since he has been keeping her in the loop with everything he learns, she knows exactly how talented and powerful he is. Though he did surprised one day when he told her that he had found out what he was, and to her shock he turned out to be a Dragonoid, one with an ancestry of a dragon god, though he has no idea who this unknown ancestor could be. But Seraphol had decided that she didn't care about any of that. To her, Rean was her best friend, and no matter what he is or how powerful he becomes, she would always be there for him, just like he is there for her. But all that power will eventually attract other supernatural beings to him. She knew this, and even though she knows he can handle himself, she still wanted to protect him. She didn't even want him to join the Devil faction, because if he did, then he would have to deal with Devil politics and all of that damn pureblood supremacy nonsense. So Seraphol decided to keep an eye out for him by using her familiar, which is a cool Frosthawk, to make sure that any other supernatural being stays away from him. Anyone that would seek him out just to get his power will have to deal with her. It's been 5 months since the new school semester started, and Rean was a second-year student in Koho Academy now. She was happy to see that even though he became popular with the girls because of his new wild look and athletic body, he seemed to ignore everyone around him. Especially those 3 perverted boys that keep harassing him because he's polite and popular with the girls. Rean seems to dislike the boys too, out sheer principle alone, which is enough for Seraphol to dislike them too. But lately she had been noticing people following him around on his way to school or at the end of the day when he's walking home, so she began to investigate. However, Seraphol was shocked to learn that it was Rias's pet cat and Sona's queen who were following Rean almost on daily basis. But besides being shocked about Rean being followed, she was also very pissed. Rean is her friend, and any other devil should stay away from him. She knew that Rean will eventually attract other girls, but she'll be damned if some devil makes her Rean into one of their slaves. Even if that devil is Surzek's little sister or her beloved sister Sona. Besides, if Sona is going to ignore her because she thinks her older sister is so embarrassing to hang out with her, then she won't get to know how cool and special Rean is. So today Seraphol decided to confront both Sona and Rias and make it perfectly clear that Rean is not to be bothered, and if she has to show why she has earned the title of Maou, then so be it. I'm walking to school just like I've been doing this past 5 months, and though I find school boring, I continue to do my best for my parents who are now more active in my life. So as I walk early in the morning towards school, I couldn't help but reminisce about what has happened this past 5 months. My sister has been slowly speaking to me more often, but otherwise she leaves me alone, though I have started to once again cook our meals at home since our parents continue to be very busy. It was something the original Rean did all the time, and the first time I did it again, she sat down and ate. Halfway through the food she started to cry, which made me panic, thinking it tasted horrible or something. To my surprise, she told me that she had missed my cooking and that she was so sorry while sobbing. I felt bad. Even if the memories of her abuse were still very present in my mind, I wasn't heartless enough to just ignore her, so I did what I usually do when I see someone upset. I patted her head, which made her cry a little more, but with a big wet smile on her face. After that, she's been putting in more effort to fixing our relationship, which I didn't mind. I might as well take it one step at the time. Over this 5 months after school, I have been grinding along with my Pokemon, and we have unlocked even more dungeons since then, each one more difficult than the last: demon, angel, machines, yokai and dragon dungeons. All my Pokemon have reached their final stage and had a very high level. As Astria explained to me already, once my Pokemon reach their final evolution stage, they no longer have a level cap and they can keep on growing stronger. This also applies to any Pokemon without evolution lines. They don't have a level cap from the get-go. My Pokemon buddies have gotten very strong to the point that I can spar with each and every one of them at full force and sometimes lose. But fighting does help me improve a lot. So I don't mind. I have summoned more Pokemon over these 5 months, and I have even obtained 3 more starter, which are Trico, now a Sceptile, a Froakie, now a Greninja, and last but not least Fennekin, now a Delphox. These 3 Pokemon were the same ones I usually chose when I played their respective games, so they soon became favorites of mine, which led me to pick them with the tokens I had obtained. To my surprise, after defeating the dragon boss, who was Bahamut, that's right, the goddamn dragon summoned from Final Fantasy was a boss, but anyways, after we beat him by abusing fairy-type moves and such, I received my first mystical Pokemon token and my first legendary Pokemon token. I chose Mew and Lugia. This is the information I got when I used Observe on them. Name: Mew, female. Type: Psychic. Ability, Synchronize. Level 1. Maou is said to have the DNA of every single Pokemon contained within its body, allowing Maou to learn and use any attack. It shows signs of intelligence, curiosity, shyness, playfulness, and even selflessness. Maou is also incredibly adaptable, able to travel freely in the air or underwater. Since Maou can make itself invisible at will, very few people have knowingly seen it, leading some scientists to declare it extinct and most to assume it to be a mirage. It will only show itself to a person who is pure of heart and has a strong desire to see it for themselves. Moves, Pound. Name, Lugia, female. Type, Psychic, Flying. Ability, Multiscale. Level 1. Lugia leads the legendary birds. When they fight over territory, Lugia is the only Pokemon that can quell their ceaseless fighting. Much like the birds, it possesses the ability to control the weather. Most notably, it can calm and give rise to storms. It is said that a light flutter of its wings is capable of causing winds powerful enough to tear a regular house down. If it were to flap its wings, it could hypothetically spawn storms lasting as long as 40 days. It is highly intelligent, and because of the devastating power it holds, it could accidentally inflict massive amounts of damage, so it isolates itself deep underwater and tends to sleep in solitude. It is extramelorary and is hardly ever seen. Lugia has been referred to as the guardian of the seas, and there are rumors that Lugia would appear during the night of a storm. Moves, Dragon Rush, Whirlwind, Gust, Weather Ball, Ancient Power. Maou to me at this moment was the optimal option out of everyone in this tier list. She has access to all of the Pokemon moves in existence, and I can take advantage of that to learn all the moves I want. Plus she has access to Transform, which I now have in my arsenal of skills. This skill not only allows me to transform into any Pokemon, but I can transform into any animal too magical or not. The only restriction I have is that I have to see the creature first before I can transform whenever I want into it. Lugia was more of a selfish pick. Lugia has always been my all-time favorite Pokemon. Ever since I watched the movie and played Pokemon Silver version, I had instantly became a fan of Lugia, so I immediately chose her. Plus, as a legendary Pokemon, she was already my strongest Pokemon. After just a month of grinding, she was strong enough that I couldn't fight her at all, because I wouldn't be able to hurt her. She was that powerful, though I try not to use her a lot since I don't want to become too over-dependent on her, though I do summon her sometimes and let her fly around or spend time with me. Also, I was very surprised to learn that my mystical and legendary Pokemon will be having genders. According to Astria, the reason for this is because my Pokemon are real living beings and not video games monsters with limits imposed to them by game developers. As for my level, I have reached level 82 and have learned quite a few Dragonoid perks and skills, which are Dragon Aura. This skill combined with Aura Construction that I got from training with Lucario and became Ancient Dragon Aura. This perk I got it at level 55, and it allows me to manipulate my Dragonic Aura perfectly, which in turn allows me to create aura constructs easily while the constructs themselves are practically indestructible. It also allows me to project all kinds of aura effects like fear-inducing or overwhelming, which can actually kill low-level targets. At level 65 I got regeneration, which was great because I don't think I would like to have one of my limbs cut off permanently. Then at level 75 I got energy manipulation, and it was at the master rank, which then combined with all of my different type of elemental mastery perks, evolving the perk to master universal energy manipulation, which allows me to freely manipulate all types of energy and raising all of my resistances while also increasing the damage of any energy-based skills. My perk list looks smaller now that all the Pokemon types mastery perks had combined into my new perk, but it was for the best and far more convenient. I'm sure that I'll be receiving even more powerful skills as I level up in the future, but Astria did tell me once I had reached level 80, that once I reach level 100 then my race would evolve into Heavenly Dragon, and after that, upon reaching another 100 levels my race will then reach its ultimate evolution, Dragon God. This news had me all excited, which is the reason why I've been training non-stop to reach level 100 and evolve, but it's proving very difficult as the amount of EXP needed per each level up was quite immense. But Astria told me that she was working on something to help me grow and that all I have to do was wait and be patient for it to be ready. From my Pokemon training skill I got the skills, Z-moves, Mega Evolution, and Dynamax. These skills do exactly as they did in the games. The only difference is that instead of needing my Pokemon to hold item, I can just activate the skill and use some of my energy instead. Now my Pokemon had a lot of tricks up their sleeves just in case we have to deal with someone annoyingly powerful. Mega Evolution and Dynamax work as a temporary transformation, and have a multiplier on stats upon activation. Kinda like the Super Saiyan transformation in Dragon Ball Z, Mega Evolution is a times 15 transformation while Dynamax is a times 20, each one has their up and downs but they're useful nonetheless. I also have leveled up almost all of my skills to master rank. There's still a few that I need to keep grinding but I'm getting there. My sword style has reached master level and now I sometimes use Excalibur, now a beautiful Tachi with golden and blue colors on the handle and handguard in battle because I have been getting a sulky and bored emotion out of Excalibur lately but it seems to be happy for a while when I use it. Needless to say that when I do use Excalibur I become far more strong enough to be high ultimate level bordering super devil but that's expected of such powerful and legendary sword. I have become stronger sure but I can still grow even more and canon will officially begin next year so I have to be ready. So while I wait for Astria to finish whatever it is she's preparing, I'll continue to grind in the latest dungeon and sparring with my Pokemon. After a while I reached Koho Academy while I was reminiscing, so once I noticed I was close I instantly focused, immediately I sensed my two stalkers go about their separate ways. With Aura Sense I was capable of watching these two girls follow me whenever I went for almost every day and honestly it was annoying. Luckily they seemed to not be interested in what I was doing during the weekend so Sarah Fall and I were able to hang out in peace. Of course I recognized the two girls that keep following me, Kaneko Tuja the Nekashu Rook of Rias Gremry's peerage who wasn't even going to Koho Academy yet, and Tsubaki Shira, Sona Citri's queen. I knew that they would eventually get interested in me. If Sarah Fall was able to tell that I wasn't human so could Sona and Rias. Too bad I didn't want anything to do with them. So for now I decided to just ignore them since they were keeping their distance. I had no reason to do anything about it yet and as long as they leave me alone then they can follow me all they want. As I walk towards the school building a sudden commotion grabs my attention and lo and behold the three most infamous perverts appeared while being chased by the entire kendo team. I had watched this happen in the anime plenty of times but watching it happening in real life is kinda pathetic and they just got caught. Looks like they're going to be in pain for a while but honestly they deserve it. I mean you have to be either too stupid or a masochist to keep doing the same thing every day knowing that you're going to get your ass beat as soon as you get caught. I couldn't help but to shake my head at all of this nonsense but I just shrugged and continue heading towards my class. While thinking about this entire situation it's a year before canon which means those three are on their first year but they have been doing this for 5 months and the school hasn't done anything about it yet. I know the girls had placed multiple complaints to the school board and even reported them to the police but so far nothing has been done, so that leaves one possible reason. Sona and Rias are covering for them and that means that they were aware or suspect that Issei has a sacred gear since his first year in Koho Star. Finally I reach my classroom and take a sit on my desk and look out the window while I wait for the class to start. I sense someone sit at the desk next to mine but I ignore her. It was really bad luck that I ended up having the same homeroom class with Momo Hanakai, Tomo Meguri, and Raya Kasaka. I suspect that these three girls are the reason as to why the devil heiresses got so interested in me. These girls must have sensed something in me and reported back to them and of course they have been trying to speak to me or get me to talk to them but for the most part one ignore their existence. I refuse to be a slave for either of those two and I rather not have to deal with them. This end result has made me enemy number one with all the boys in school and it was annoying for a while but for the most part all they did is insult me behind my back so I ignore them but after time some of them tried to beat me up to teach me for disrespecting some of their goddesses. Momo, Raya and Tsubasa are very popular and they're also known to hang out Sona so when I diss them, they guys take it as if I was dissing Sona herself. Stupid I know but that's how it usually is in this school. Almost everyone here acts like an idiot when it comes to Sona or Rias. But I taught those boys a lesson in TED. I've been training my hand-to-hand combat with Lucario for months and once I summoned more Pokemon I began to spar with them too. This led me to improve my fighting skills by a wide margin so they never stood a chance. Needless to say that I sent them all up to the hospital. Sona tried to get me to speak to her about what had happened in her office but like I said before I don't want to deal with her and more than likely she wanted to corner me. So I called my parents right in front of her. Now the Hayashi are an old Japanese family and my parents were well known in Koho and Japan as a whole. My parents aren't just busy at work because they're simple workers. No, they own an entire technology research and development company. This is the reason that we're very well off money-wise. So when Sona saw me called my parents and tell them what had happened she began to panic and tried to convince me stop. Now in hindsight maybe I shouldn't have involved my parents in this because not only did they abandon whatever they were working on but they actually showed up to my school to deal with the situation. The poor principal looked like he was going to have a heart attack when they barged into his office and demanded that all the students that attacked me be expelled or the school would be sent to court. It made me feel happy to have witnessed that they really do care about me and I'm sure that the original Rean would have loved to see this but even I thought this was too much. So I convinced my parents to drop it and to let it go just this once, since I had already taught the ones who jumped me a lesson. The director was very grateful to me that I was able to stop this whole thing from escalating, so he did suspended everyone who attacked me, which made my parents happy. Sona, who was present, tried to once again have me come to the student council office to speak about what had happened. Her excuse was that she wanted to know how it started so it can be prevented from happening again, but I refused again, and even the director told her to drop it and to leave me be. Since then, boys try to stay away from me because 1. I'm strong enough to beat the shit of multiple guys without being touched, 2. I'm a Hayashi and no one wanted to mess with us, and 3. My overall attitude towards everyone was just to ignore them. I had far more important and fun things to do than to hang around these people, and that includes the devils currently staring at the back of my head. The teacher soon arrived and class started. I wish I could go to a dungeon or play with my Pokemon, this is boring. Lunch period had arrived and Sona couldn't help but to stare from a window in the second floor at Rean as he walked out of the school's main building to eat his lunch in peace. Rias, who was with her and watching Rean too, suddenly spoke to her. He got stronger again. Sona nodded at her friend's statement. Yes, the rate he seems to be gaining power is quite perplexing. I would like to know how he does it. Sona pushed her glasses up her nose and then began to walk along Rias towards the student council office. Their queens Akino and Tsubaki followed close behind. However, when they reached the council office, they were surprised to see Sona's big sister, Seraphal Leviathan, sitting on Sona's desk, but something was wrong, very wrong. Not only was Seraphal not wearing her trademark magical girl uniform, but the ever-present smile that's usually on her face was gone, which along the business suit she was wearing made her seem very intimidating. The 4 girls gulped and Seraphal spoke up. I've been waiting for you girls, come in, I have a few things to speak with you about, and call your peerages, I want them to hear what I have to say too. The girls immediately did so, not wanting to annoy this serious version of Seraphal, and as they waited for their peerages to arrive, the 4 girls began to think of any reasons for this attitude change in Seraphal. Meanwhile, Rean had reached his usual hidden place to eat lunch at and raised a small psychic barrier to hide his presence from everyone. Now let's see. I'm super hungry right now, so I'll eat first and then send Seraphal her lunch. If I remember correctly, she told me that she would be a bit busy today. By now both of Sona's and Rias's peerages had finally arrived. Seraphal stood up from her little sister's desk and spoke up. I don't have a lot of time to waste here, so I'll be blunt with all of you. Everyone gulped. This just was so different from the usual Seraphal, and it was making everyone very nervous. Seraphal continued speaking as she walked and stood in front of both peerages. You are to stop following and harassing Rean Hayashi. He's not to be bothered by any of you from now on. That means not calling him to your office, Sona, and not following him around almost every day. That also means to keep your pet cat away from him, Rias, and do not call him to your club either. Everyone gaped at Seraphal's request. No order, and Rias was about to protest since she was planning to add him to her peerage if Sona couldn't convince him, but Seraphal glared at both of them and let some of her demonic aura flare, causing the temperature in the room to drastically drop. This is an order. I'm not asking as Seraphal or your sister Sona, I'm ordering you as Maou Leviathan to stay away from him, and before you go crying to your brother Rias, you can tell him if he tries to get involved in this and I find out, then I'll quit my position as Maou and he can deal with all the international affairs that I have to deal with from there on. All the young devils in the room were terrified. This was a Maou's power and it clearly showed how insignificant they are. Sona and Rias couldn't do anything but to nod in fear. As I'm enjoying my lunch, I felt Seraphal's energy flare and looked towards where the energy was coming from. She must be visiting her sister, but it seems like someone pissed her off. Oh. I know, I'll just send her lunch now. That will cheer her up. I took out the extra lunch I brought and summoned Gardevoir so she could take it to Seraphal. Gardevoir smiled at me the moment she appeared. Hey Gardevoir, can you do me a favor and take this to Seraphal? It seems that someone upset her, so maybe some lunch will cheer her up. Gardevoir nodded and took Seraphal's lunch from me and teleported right away. Seraphal relaxed once she saw both Rias and Sona nod to her order. I'll be keeping an eye on him and I better not see any of you following him or hear that you've been harassing him. Sona then decided to ask why? Why are you protecting him? You know something, right? You know about his power and what he is, don't you? Sona suddenly stopped talking and flinched as soon as she noticed Seraphal frowning at her. Seraphal stared into her sister's eyes. That doesn't concern you, Sona. You should do well to control that impulse of yours to question and know about everything. Sona looked down, not daring to say anything else. Seraphal had never spoken to her like this before, and lately she had been noticing that her sister had not been coming around to bother her about spending time. Maybe she really was too harsh on Seraphal that last time she came around to hang out with her. Suddenly a strange humanoid creature appeared out of nowhere and stood right in front of the Maou. but Serafal's face broke into a wide smile when she saw the creature appeared, which Rias and Sona immediately noticed. However, their peerage members acted in hostility at the sudden intrusions and jumped to attack the creature before Sona or Rias could do or say anything to stop them. Noticing the young devils attack her, Gardevoir huffed in annoyance and her eyes suddenly glowed. Everyone froze mid-movement, then she waved her arm and everyone was suddenly slammed against the walls and ceiling, unable to move even an inch. Serafal just grinned at all of this happening before her. "You've gotten stronger, Gardevoir." Serafal then hugged Gardevoir from behind and rubbed her face on the back of Gardevoir's head, causing the half-psychic and half-fairy-type Pokemon to blush shyly, but she was smiling at Serafal nonetheless. But then Serafal noticed the lunch she was holding on her free hand and got super excited. "Who is that for me?" Gardevoir nodded and handed the lunch to Serafal. "Thank you, Gardevoir. Tell him I said thanks and give him a hug for me, okay?" Gardevoir smiled and nodded. She then vanished and everyone pinned to the walls and the ceiling dropped to the ground. Serafal just stared at everyone for a second and then spoke up. "Well, that's all I have to say, so I'll be going now since I still have a lot to work to do, so bye." Serafal then teleported back to the underworld and her office, leaving the young devils to pick themselves from the ground. Rias then spoke up. "Sona, what was that?" Sona shook her head. "I don't know, but whatever it was extremely powerful. If it wanted to, it could have killed us easily since we couldn't even move." Rias nodded and Aquino spoke next. "Did all you notice that Serafal recognized whatever that was?" Sona nodded. "Yes, I think I heard her call it Gardevoir. And the fact that this creature handed my sister a lunch means that she's very familiar with it." Tsubaki then spoke up. "Lady Serafal also mentioned a he." Sona frowned. "Could she have been talking about Rean? Either way, we should stay away from him for now. My sister was being completely serious about us keeping away from him, and we all know how extreme she is with things like this." Everyone nodded and decided to just stay away from Rean. No one wanted to deal with a pissed-off Serafal. They all have seen her do some crazy things before and they don't want to deal with anything like that. Meanwhile, Rean was being hugged by Gardevoir. "Did Serafal tell you to give me a hug for her?" I smiled at my Pokemon in amusement. Gardevoir nodded and smiled back at me, causing me to chuckle, and so I spent the rest of my lunch eating in peace, being hugged by one of my first Pokemon friends. Time continued to pass by in between grinding in the dungeons, hanging out with Serafal and going to school. Before I knew it, this school year had already ended and I was officially finished with my first year of high school. I haven't been able to level up past level 84 this past few months. The amount of EXP needed to reach the next level was ridiculous, and the monsters in the instant dungeons don't give me as many EXP points as before. So I decided to focus on grinding my skills, perks and techniques instead, plus there were still a lot of skills to learn from my Pokemon. My Pokemon were the only ones still constantly leveling up with the help of the O powers, which I continue to use and grind, which I was fine with, but it did make me a bit jealous. Serafal has been appearing almost daily in my room late at night. It became a sort of habit to spend our evenings together. We would always watch anime, eat dinner, or just talk about our day before we would jump into bed. Yes, Serafal somehow got into the habit of sleeping with me now and using me as a body pillow, but that was fine with me. I mean, who would mind being held and cuddled by her? I sure don't, but in any case, as time progressed I continued to reveal almost everything about my powers to her. When I finally came around to tell her about some of the gamer system functions, she was very excited about it and made me form a party with her, which was cool because now we could telepathically communicate from whenever we were or check our location within the minimap. Though she did ask me why I didn't tell her right away, my explanation was that I wasn't sure how to explain all of this and that I myself was trying to get used to and learn about all this ability could do before I revealed it to her. She accepted my explanation with a smile and didn't question it any further. Now every morning before she left to work I would make her breakfast and her lunch, and then we would part ways to deal with the daily labors. She once mentioned that we seemed like a married couple, but I just smiled and told her that I wouldn't mind being her husband. Serafal turned crimson red and sputtered, trying to say something or anything in response to my teasing. When she saw me smiling at her, she pouted and whined about me teasing her for a few minutes before I reminded her that if she didn't leave soon she would be late, causing her to jump, grab her lunch and teleport away. This was how our usual everyday morning was for us this past few months. Now that summer is here, I realized that canon will be starting somewhere around during my second year and that I still wasn't at a level of power that I could feel comfortable with. But Astria surprised me during the first month of my summer vacation with a new ability she created. World jumping. This is what she has been preparing for the last year, the ability to allow me, the gamer, to go to another world to grow stronger. However, there was a catch. The world I end up in will be random, and that made me nervous because there were plenty of worlds where really powerful beings lived and I was simply not ready for that. But Astria then told me that for the first world jump, the world I get while random, it would be one that I could easily grow in power. After that one all bets were off, but by then I should be on my second evolution stage, a heavenly dragon, and that should give me a safety net just in case I end up in a world with really powerful beings. Plus Goddess did tell me that there was no restrictions about leaving a world, so I could get away if it's too hard and come back later once I get stronger, because once I go to a world, that world's name will be added to a list where I can pick if I wanted to go to that world again. The only sad thing about this ability is that I couldn't bring Cheerful with me yet. My goddess told me that she didn't have enough power to transport more than me to another world, but once I reach my second evolution she in turn will also gain more power and she would be able to bring more people with me when I world jump. Overall the new ability is pretty convenient, but I was going to have to speak with Cheerful about this before I left. Even though time would freeze in this world until I came back, I just didn't like hiding anything from her, and so this Saturday I decided to tell her what I was planning. Cheerful stayed silent while she sat at the edge of my bed as I spoke about my future trip to another world and how it would work. When I finished she then stared into my eyes and asked, "Rean, why do you want to get so strong so quickly? It's almost as if you were being chased, or at the very least you feel pressured that you need more power for some reason." I nodded and then decided to explain myself. I want to be free and independent to do what I want, when I want, with whoever I want, but ever since I awoke from my accident and became a dragonoid I've been having this feeling that I need to be powerful to fulfill that wish. Cheerful silently listened to me as I continued. "You told me about the other factions and I definitely don't want to join any of them. I like you Cheerful a lot, but I don't ever want to become a devil, much less a slave to some pompous jerk." Cheerful blushed but nodded in understanding, and if she was honest she didn't want any of the other factions to have Rean. He was hers, and sure she knew that there will be other girls in his future, but she was first, damn it. I continued to explain, maybe is my dragonic instincts or just my own nature to be not tied down to any faction, but before I can make a stand I have to become more powerful, so powerful that no one will be able to threaten me and force me to give up my freedom. Cheerful stared into Rean's purple eyes, which were shining with determination. She liked that look in his eyes, and so she got up from where she was sitting and approached him. She decided there and then to let him know how much she cared about him and how much she supports his decision. I watched as Cheerful walked towards me and reached to grab my face. I let her do so, curious as to what she was planning to do. What I didn't expect was for her to softly kiss me on the lips. I froze, not knowing what to do for a minute, and that fear I had of ever forming romantic bonds with someone reared its ugly head for a second, but I pushed it away. I had promised myself that I was going to try to live a better life, and Cheerful had earned my trust, and so I kissed her back, trying to let her know how much I care about her with my actions. It seems to work because she wrapped her arms around me and hugged me tightly to her. Soon we parted and smiled at each other. Cheerful then spoke, "I know you'll attract other girls, and that's okay. Harems are normal in the supernatural world, and I kinda wish we had more time as a couple, but I know that you more than likely will find someone in the world you'll be going to, but I'm the first, you're mine, and no matter how many other girls you bring, that won't ever change." Got it. I blushed and nodded. Damn, what a woman. Cheerful has always been supportive of me and had always been ready to help me with whatever I need. Luckily I'm able to take care of my needs easily, but I still love the fact that she's willing to do that for me. Cheerful brightly smiled and hugged me a little bit tighter. "Well, boyfriend, when are you planning on leaving?" I smiled at her and kissed her on the forehead. "While I was thinking of grinding some money and buying some more healing items for the next 3 weeks. Who knows what I'll find when I arrive, and I want to be prepared just in case." Cheerful nodded. "That's a great idea. And this way we can go on some dates before you leave. Time might not move here while you're gone, so your time away will be instant to me, but it won't be to you, so I want you to have some good memories of us while you're gone." I smiled at her and hugged her tightly while spinning her around. Cheerful really is the best. Chapter 6. A Pokemon trainer on this wonderful world. The week before I took my first world jump was full of fun and excitement. As promised, Cheerful spent her time with me going on dates, but she did make an abrupt decision which surprised me. Cheerful decided to take the entire week off just so she can spend it with me before I left to a new world. I did ask her why, and she told me, "Well, as my boyfriend I want you to send you off on your trip with fond memories of me, so asked my queen Beefchan to cover for me while I spent time with you." After that she practically moved into my room. But me and my Pokemon didn't mind. We actually liked spending time with her since she was always fun to be around. The entire week during mornings we spent it in the dungeons grinding for money and items. Got to say that having Cheerful with me in the dungeons made things more fun and exciting. Plus she seemed to have a lot of fun being able to let loose after so long. My Pokemon loved fighting alongside of her and even listened to her commands. This was the first time I ever seen a glimpse of the Serafall who fought in the Civil War against the old Satan faction, and that made me and my Pokemon respect her. It's sad that in the show, she's not taken very seriously even by her sister. Her job as the Maou in charge of foreign affairs shows how smart and powerful she really is. How else would she be able to deal with other factions? But we didn't spend all of our time in the dungeons. We also went on a lot of dates and we enjoyed each one, from the one where we went to an amusement park, to the picnic deep in the forest where the small pond I found is located. My Pokemon went with us to that picnic and we all had fun playing in the water or in the forest. We even took a nap on top of my Snorlax, which I summoned with a Pokemon token as a Munchlax. I found that token on one of our dungeon dives during the last few months of grinding, but I got to say that Snorlax's belly is indeed very comfy. Serafall loved playing in the water with my water Pokemon, especially with Lapras, who got very attached to her. Vaporeon and Milotic also seemed to like her a lot. It did made me wonder if her being a member of the Citri clan made her more compatible with water and ice type Pokemon? Because even my Frostlass and Alolan Ninetales followed her around all the time. Serafall also gave me the idea to plant a few of the berries I have around the lake. That way this place can be a sanctuary to me and my Pokemon. She even helped by buying that whole area around the lake, which was all forest, and warding it to keep anything or anyone away from this place that had become very special to us and my Pokemon. During this week of grinding I also got 2 new Pokemon tokens, and the Pokemon I chose were a male Nidoran and a female Igglybuff. Now I'll be honest and say that Serafall chose the small pink balloon Pokemon, and once I summoned it she never let go of it. I kinda feel bad for the small pink Pokemon. Eventually Saturday arrived and me and Serafall spent the entire day in my room just being close to each other. I cooked for us the entire day and we watched IME together. By the time we noticed, night had already arrived and Serafall had to leave. I smiled when Serafall hugged me tightly and began to fuzz over me. Rean, make sure you eat healthy. And don't just spend your entire time training. Have some fun too. Meet more people and travel around, experience all kinds of new things. I chuckled and nuzzled Serafall's neck. Okay, I'll make sure to do all of that, I promise. Serafall nodded and then let go of me. Text me as soon as you came back. Even if time doesn't move here, I still want to hear about your adventures right away, okay? I nodded and smiled. Serafall then gave me a kiss and then she let me go. Suddenly she twirled, stopping on a cool pose, and disappeared in a flash of pink light in her magic circle while waving goodbye to me. I chuckled and shook my head amusingly. Got to admit, that looked cool. I then decided to go ahead and go to another world. Astria, I'm ready. Okay. Initiating world jump. Randomly selecting world. World chosen. Preparing for world jump in 1, 2, 3. Let's go. With that, the world around me cracked like glass and suddenly broke apart. I found myself floating in the void I spent my time before I became a gamer. But I didn't spend too much time there, as a bright light suddenly engulfed my entire body, causing me to close my eyes, and then I felt myself being pulled to an unknown direction. I couldn't help but to grin in excitement as a new world and new adventures awaited me. I couldn't wait to see which world I would get to explore. The next thing I knew, felt my feet touch ground and the wind softly blowing on my skin. I opened my eyes and saw myself on an enormous open field. I took a look around and noticed a town a far distance away. It seems that I was teleported far away from the town. Well, it's for the best. I rather not have to explain how I suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Astria, do you know where we are? Yes. The world's name is known as Konosuba. And that town in the distance is named Axel. The town of beginnings. Shit. Rean. What's wrong? Are you okay? I couldn't help but to rub my eyes in annoyance. I'm fine, Astria. It's just, I know what world we are in and the amount of nonsense and stupidity here is overwhelming. But it is a good beginner world to get stronger, right? I let go of my eyes and sighed. Don't get me wrong, this world is perfect for getting stronger. It's the protagonists in this world that bother me, but I'll just have to stay away from their nonsense while I'm here, hopefully. They can't be that bad, right? I stood there lost in thought, while I mentally go through everything I know about this world. You'll see eventually, but anyways, let's go to Axel. I have to register in the guild before I can take quest. Okay. Let's go. This is all very exciting. I chuckled and spread my wings. With one mighty flap from both of them, I took off flying towards Axel. It didn't take me long to arrive, and I chose to land on a rooftop and then jump down to the streets. No one paid me any mind when I landed on the ground, but I guess that everyone in this town is used to adventurers doing weird things like this all the time. After asking a couple of people where the guild is, I was able to find it. Immediately I went in and came up to a very familiar scene. The goddess Aqua had gotten up from her seat and confidently approached an old priest enjoying some tea. "You there, priest? State your denomination." I visibly cringed, knowing what was about to happen. Looks like I arrived at the beginning of the main plot. The old priest stopped drinking his tea and looked up towards Aqua, who just kept on talking. "My name is Aqua, that's right, the object of worship for the religious order of Axis, the goddess Aqua. If thou are one of my followers..." I just sighed. I didn't really like both Aqua or Kazuma for that matter. Both them were a mess and not very good people to begin with, plus both of them are idiots. Suddenly Aqua bowed and said, "It'd be a huge help if you would lend me some money." The old priest looked a little surprised but still responded, "I'm in the Eris sect actually." I tried not to, I really did, but I couldn't help but to chuckle at the shocked faces of these two idiots when they heard the old priest say that he belonged to a different religious group. Aqua awkwardly began to apologize and walk away in shame. "Oh? You are? I'm sorry." But the old priest spoke and called out to Aqua, "Young lady? Are you a member of the sect of Axis? The relationship between goddesses Eris and Aqua is one of superior and subordinate. This must be fate. I saw early that you couldn't afford the entry fee, correct?" Aqua looked surprised, but then the old priest lifted his hand and revealed 4 golden coins of some kind and then spoke, "Here, please consider this a blessing from Lady Eris, but still, no matter how devout you are, you mustn't call yourself a goddess." Damn, I can feel the shame from all the way over here. I watched a gloomy Aqua walk back to the table and pick up the coins. Yes, I'm sorry." I shook my head and walked inside. I took a seat at the other side from these two idiots and a maid approached me to take my order. Since I was curious about what this world can offer food-wise, I told her to get me her recommendation and she took off skipping to get my order ready. From here I could hear Aqua speak to Kazuma. "He didn't believe that I'm a goddess. By the way, Eris is ranked beneath me. A believer of my subordinate took pity on me and lent me money. Ha ha ha." She looks like she's about to cry and all Kazuma could say is, "Why yeah." I just ignored them after that, not wanting to catch their attention. There's no way I'm going to be dragged to their nonsense. So when they got up and went to Luna to get their registration, everyone in the guild was trying to ignore them too. But eventually Luna got everything ready for their registration while I began to enjoy my food, which the maid brought to me while Luna was getting ready, though I was paying attention to what was going to happen next. Luna smiled and turned to speak to Aqua and Kazuma. "Allow me to formally explain. Adventures each have an occupation. This is your registration card." She pointed at the 2 cards on her hand. "It keeps track of how many monsters you vanquish. As you level up, you'll gain points that you can use to learn new skills. Please do work hard to raise your level." As I continue to eat, I nodded. Pretty standard. Astria, how would that work with me, star? The system will synchronize with your adventurer's card, allowing you the ability to learn the skills of whichever occupation you choose. I see, that will be very useful to me. Thanks, Astria. I return my attention to Luna while I continue to eat. What happened next was Kazuma and Aqua each taking turns to place their hand on the weird blue crystal. Nothing new or different happened here. Kazuma's stats were average except his intelligence, which was a bit higher, and his high luck, and Luna recommended a few non-battle occupations like merchant and such. This dude sure is a mess, star. Aqua's stats were the same as depicted in the anime. All of them were high except her lower than average intelligence and luck stats, so technically she's both stupid and unlucky, which makes sense now that I think about it. She ended up choosing the archpriest occupation too, and I have to admit that this occupation interested me a lot. I need more healing skills, and if I remember correctly, this occupation has revival skills too, which would be extremely good to have. Everyone in the guild cheered like it was a big accomplishment, and Aqua enjoyed all that attention. Too bad that the idiot will end up wasting all her points on useless magic tricks. What a waste. I just ignored everything going on around me and ate in peace while I waited for the 2 stooges to leave and for everything to calm down. If I remember correctly, these two will be wasting around 2 weeks doing hard labor, well, at least until Kazuma remembers that they're adventurers, so I have some time before all of their nonsense begins. I'll spend that time doing kill quests and using mimicry to copy some skills, plus I already decided on picking the archpriest occupation, so I can have more healing spells. This way I can support my Pokemon and future allies better. After a while both Kazuma and Aqua left and the tavern finally calmed down, so I got up, paid for what I ate and drank, and approached Luna, who was once again behind her counter. She smiled at me the moment she noticed me approach. "Hello. Are you registering to this guild?" I nodded and handed her 2 gold coins from my inventory. "Yes, and if possible I would like this to be done in private. I'm not much for attention." Luna smiled and nodded. Of course, if you would follow me to my office out back, we can proceed once we're there. I nodded. She then walked around her counter and opened a door for me to step through. I nodded in thanks and walked inside. I saw a small office inside while Luna came in after me and placed the odd blue crystal I saw a while ago when Aqua and Kazuma were getting their adventurer's card. Luna then placed the crystal on the desk and then a blank card below it. Okay, if you would please place your hand on top of the. I don't think I have to explain, right? I did see you out there when those two other people registered with the guild. I nodded to let her know that she didn't need to explain again, and I walked forward. Once I got close to the crystal, I placed my hand on top of it and it then began to glow. I watched the whole process out of curiosity, but I got to admit, it looked kinda cool to see all of my information being written on the card like that. After a few more seconds, the crystal finished with its job and Luna took a look at what my card had written on it. What? Your stats are way off the charts. I glared at her for making such a loud fuss about my stats, causing her to blush and look sheepish. This is exactly why I wanted this done in private. I don't need everyone and their mother to know about my stats. Luna soon after apologized. Sorry, it's just very surprising after all. Do you know what occupation you want to take? I nodded. Yes, I'll take Archpriest for now. I need some good healing skills. I'll change it to something else later. Ding. Due to the gamer's actions, you have obtained the perk Healer. This perk will allow you to learn new spells from the healer branch of magic as you level up and grind the spells. Note, thanks to the player's preference, the perk Healer will contain spells and skills from the Tales of Games series. Enjoy it. Ding. Ding. You have learned the spells, Heal, Pow Hammer and Photon. I couldn't help but to smile. The Tales of Games series have been an all-time favorite of mine and I know how useful the techniques are, but I'll leave that for later. Right now I have to pay attention to Luna. Luna nodded and handed my card. Then thank you and welcome to the guild. I smiled. Do keep this a secret. Like I said before, I don't want any attention right now, and can you tell me if you have any quest to do right now? Luna nodded, but I could tell she was confused at the fact that I don't want any attention to myself. Yes. I'll make sure to keep all of this information a secret from anyone except for the guild, and yes, we have a couple of kill quests. Are you going to start right now? Yes, might as well get things done, plus I want to get a feel of this adventurer work. Luna nodded and went behind the desk in the office and took out a couple of papers. Let's see, we have a mine that has been taken over by goblins and trolls, so we need it cleared up. A band of bandits have taken over a forest nearby and had been attacking and stealing from the town, and lastly we also have a pack of giant wolves attacking the cattle and the farms around the town. So which one do you want to take? I grinned. I'll take all of them. They all seem kinda urgent, so I might as well take care of them. Luna gaped at me. Are you sure? You seem to be all alone. Are you sure you can handle it by yourself? I chuckled a bit. Me alone? No, that's never going to be a problem with me. Yes, I'm sure. Is the pay good at least? Luna nodded as she began to sign the quest sheet and then handed it to me. Yes, the rewards offered upon completion of this quests are quite generous, so it is worthwhile the effort. I took the quest sheets and read through them really fast. Suddenly a notification alert appeared in front of me, but I pushed it aside until I was out of town. Okay, then I'll be leaving, right? I'll see you when I get back, Luna. She nodded but still seemed worried about me, but I just give her a smile and waved at her while I walk out of the office. Once I was outside the guild building, I checked my mini-map and saw that it was added as an important location. I decided to walk around a bit to see what this town had to offer while I asked Astria some questions. Astria, will the system allow me to change occupation whenever I want? Once I learn all the skills from the healer perk, all I need to do is grind them so they can become stronger. And what will happen when I leave this world? Yes, you can change occupation anytime you want, and you can keep doing so even if you leave this world. The system already absorbed the ability to do so from the world itself, so don't worry. The occupation just grants you their perk, which once you have it, it will always be active regardless of what occupation you equip, and a stat boost depending on the occupation you have currently equipped. For example, with the healer occupation you have an extra 25 points to your int, vit, and luck stat while it's equipped. I also decided to do this since you can just copy any spell or skill from this world, so it would be wasteful to have a class with the same skills you can just copy, so I gave you a completely different set of skills to learn. That's a very neat class system and very versatile too. Thank you, Astria. I could literally feel the happiness radiating from Astria while I walk around town. It took me a while, but I was able to locate at a few important locations, like Wiz's shop and the cemetery where she helps the undead pass on later in the anime. But right now I had a few quests to complete, so I left the town, and once outside I checked my notifications. Ding! Ding. Quest received. The Goblin Nest Cleanse. In a mine north of Axel, a horde of goblins and trolls have made their nest. Soon their numbers will increase to so many that Axel could cease to exist if they decide to attack. Stop that before it could happen and clean out the mine of all monsters. Objective 1, kill all goblins and troll within the mine. Objective 2, kill the monster boss within the mine. Reward 1, Skill Orb Spell Drain, Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Survivor Series. Reward 2, cancel abnormal condition. Asterisk, this quest seems very suspicious. My gamer instincts were telling that the boss in this mine is going to extra difficult. I think I'll leave it for last star. I then looked at the next one, which was the one about the bandits taking over a nearby forest. Ding. Ding. Quest received. The Bandit Camp Assault. A band of bandits and thieves have taken over one of the forests near Axel and have been attacking approaching caravans and nearby homes. Take them down so the people of Axel can sleep in peace at night. Objective, kill all bandits. Reward, Skill Orb Sonido. This one seems more easier. I might choose to do this one first, but I got the check that last quest notification before I decide what to do first. Ding. Ding. Quest received. A Howl Under the Moonlight. A pack of giant wolves led by Black Lighting Wolf have been attacking the local farms and eating their cattle. If this keeps going, there will be a shortage of food in Axel. Kill all the wolves to secure the food supply in Axel. Objective, kill all the wolves including the pack leader. Reward, Perk Orb, Shadow Striker. This one seems suspicious too, and the reward suggests that the pack leader is going to be very strong. Might be a bit difficult. I thought about it for a while, but in the end I decided to do the bandit quest first since it seems the easier of them all, and leave the other two for later. However, the moment I decided to do the bandit quest first, a small arrow appeared in my mini-map. Astria, is that arrow pointing me to the location of the quest? That's right. Every time you have an ongoing quest, the mini-map will show you where to go. Pretty convenient, right? I chuckled and nodded. Yeah, it is. Thank you, Astria. You're welcome, Rean. Feeling ready and excited for adventure, I spread my wings, and with a flap from them I took off, flying towards the direction my mini-map was guiding me to. It didn't take me long to reach the forest marked by my mini-map. It was dense and dark, the perfect place for bandits to hide. I landed just outside the tree line and crouched down on one knee. I closed my eyes and focused with my aura sense skill. Suddenly an image or the surrounding area takes form in my mind, allowing me to see the entire forest. It didn't take me long to find the bandits' camp right in the middle of the forest within a small clearing. My aura sense immediately marked all the bandits in red, but to my surprise, in one of the tents 4 of the people in there were highlighted in green, letting me know that they were non-combatants or civilians. TCH, either they capture some adventurers that tried to take them down, or they kidnapped some people from the houses around and outside of Axel. This complicates things a bit. I can't just go in there and blast them to hell. I open my eyes and think about what to do with this situation. I couldn't just go and attack the bandits. I might accidentally hurt a hostage, or the bandits might use them against me. Looks like I'll have to be a bit creative with this. Lilligant, Pidgeot, Gardevoir and Frostlass come out. The 4 Pokemon I called out appeared in flashes of white. Hey guys, I need your help with a quest, but we have to be a bit careful, okay? So for now let's wait till nightfall. My 4 Pokemon nodded, and then together we waited until night had arrived. Then me and my Pokemon entered the forest. After a while we reached the clearing used by the bandits to camp. We stopped at the edge of the tree line and hid in the darkness of the night. Okay, here's what we'll do. Gardevoir, you see that tent in the middle of the clearing? I pointed out the tent where the hostages were being kept. Gardevoir turned to take a look at the tent I'm pointing at and nodded at me. I need you to teleport in there and kill any guards inside, then quickly raised a psychic barrier around yourself and the 4 hostages inside, okay? Gardevoir nodded and smiled at me. I smiled back at her and gave her a pat on her head. She then teleported to fulfill her part in my plan. I then turned to Lilligant and Pidgeot. Okay, next Lilligant, use Stun Spore towards the camp, and Pidgeot, you use Whirlwind to make sure it spread around the entire campsite. Pidgeot and Lilligant nodded and immediately began to follow my orders while I turned towards Frostlass. You and me will finish the bandits while they're incapacitated. Make sure you get the one inside the tents, I'll handle the one outside. Sounds good, Frostlass? Frostlass nodded and grinned. I chuckled and caressed her under the chin, causing her to smile and dance around. Meanwhile, Lilligant's Stun Spore began to quickly spread around the camp with help of Pidgeot's Whirlwind. Great job, guys. Me and Frostlass will begin taking out the bandits. You guys stay here and keep an eye just in case any bandit is able to somehow still move and tries to get away." Both Lilligant and Pidgeot nodded. Pidgeot took off and began to circle the campsite from high above while Lilligant spread her roots into the ground and began to monitor the area. I smiled at my Pokemon actions. All the time spent training and dungeon diving had allowed my Pokemon to gain massive amounts of battle experience, and they already knew what to do in all kinds of situations like these, so I'm very proud of them. I nodded to Lilligant and gave her a pat on her head, getting a cheerful chirp from her in return. Then me and Frostlass took off and began to finish off every bandit in the camp while they were paralyzed. The poor bastards couldn't do anything but to just lay in the ground and stare at me as I stabbed them in the heart with my Tachi while Frostlass froze their head and then shattered them into pieces. Ruthless? Yeah, but me and my Pokemon learned to no show mercy against enemies like these. Do I feel guilty about taking a human life? A little bit, but I can rationalize this with the fact that these guys made their decision to be thieves, killers, and just plain bastards to everyone, plus my dragonic instincts helped me accept all of this rather easily. However, when I reached the biggest tent, my instincts told me to dodge, and I immediately did so by jumping back fast enough to prevent a dagger from entering my belly. As soon as I landed on the ground, I stared right into the entrance of the tent, and a tall and lanky bandit came out of it. He glared at me the moment he saw me. "Pretty quick on your feet, kid, and clever too. I take it that the guild sent you to take care of us, huh? This guy is strong, more than likely an ex-adventurer, since he was able to resist Lilligant's stun spore. Yes, the guild issued a kill quest on you guys." The bandit, who I assume was the leader of the whole gang here, looked around and saw that he was practically the only one left alive. "I see. Just who are you?" "You're too smart and too strong to belong to that town of weaklings. There's only one strong adventurer in Axel, and that idiot doesn't bother with quests like these." "So Kuya doesn't bother with these kinds of quests? What an idiot. He probably thinks that these kind of quests are beneath him or something. TCH, you don't need to know my name." I disappeared in a blur and appeared behind him, but he blocked my strike with his daggers. However, with my strength I was still able to push him away easily. He recovered quickly enough and took off towards an impressive speed and got ready to attack me, but a grass knot attack made him trip and rolled towards me uncontrollably. I easily dodged him by getting out of his way and sweat drop when I saw him crash against a tree. Suddenly I was able to hear Lilligant giggle herself silly from a distance away. Well, that took off the intensity out of this situation rather quickly. Even Pidgeot sweat drop at the situation since she was watching from the sky. I shook my head and walked towards the boss bandit, who was groaning in pain while he laid there on the floor. As soon as I reached him, I immediately stabbed him in the chest, causing him to gasp and glare at me. "Be bastard." He died soon after, cursing at me. I sighed and turned around to head towards the middle tent where Gardevoir was waiting for me with the hostages. As I walk, I got a notification letting me we completed this quest, which tells me that Frostlass finished off the rest of the bandits while I was busy with the boss bandit. I immediately checked on my rewards, which was the skill orb containing the skill Sonita, which is a high-speed movement technique that doesn't require any exertion of energy, which makes the target unable to detect the user during movement, making this technique extremely useful for hit-and-run tactics and surprise attacks. Instantly I used the skill orb and obtained Sonita, which then combined with my Pokemon priority attacks like Quick Attack, Extreme Speed, Bullet Punch, and some my sword-style techniques, making me undetectable while using these type of skills. How very useful. Soon after, I reached the tent and stepped inside. I immediately noticed the guards inside laying on the ground with their heads turned all the way backwards. More than likely Gardevoir did this to take them out instantly with Psychic. When I was done looking at the dead guards, I noticed Gardevoir in a corner surrounded by a pink barrier. 3 young girls were huddled and trembling on the ground behind Gardevoir, while the 4th was on the ground unconscious and with a fist-sized bump on her forehead. For some reason she seems familiar, but I couldn't remember from where. I approached Gardevoir and she let the barrier break apart, letting me approach her and the girls. I raised an eyebrow towards the unconscious girls, but Gardevoir just shook her head. "So she was already unconscious when you found her?" Gardevoir smiled and nodded. "I see, well that's fine." I then turned towards the scared girls. Then I take out my adventurer's card and showed it to them. "Hello, I'm an adventurer and I was sent here by the guild to take down the bandits. Are any of you hurt?" One of the girls stood up and shyly approached me. "No, we're okay. These people said something about selling us, so they didn't want to hurt us. She's the only one who's hurt." She pointed at the unconscious girl. "I see. I'm glad everyone is okay, but what happened to her?" The girl nervously laughed and scratched her head. "Well, you see, she saw us getting kidnapped this morning and she then confronted the bandits, but when she tried to attack them she tripped and hit her head pretty hard on the ground, and so she's been unconscious since then. The bandits took her too." I've never seen the ground crack like that before. Me and Gardevoir Sweatdrop, who the hell just trips and knocks themselves out like that. I turned towards the girls and it was then that I immediately recognized her son a bitch. Gardevoir and the girl gasped at my swear while Gardevoir began to weakly slap the back of my head to teach me a lesson in manners while I stare at the girl asterisk that's Yun. If I remember correctly, she's the self-proclaimed rival of Megumin and a very powerful arch-wizard, but the girl was just very unlucky and the proof is there in the form of a fist-size bump on her forehead. I couldn't help but cited my luck. This girl was another person who knows how much loneliness sucks, and now that she's right there in front of me I can't just ignore her, plus she's actually pretty competent when she's not being unfortunate. Well, I'll take all you back to Axel. I'm sure the guild will be able to help get you all home. This girl is an adventurer, she just had a bit of bad luck, so I'll take her back to the guild too. Is that okay? The girls nodded and picked up Yun into my arms and carried her outside where Frostlass, Lilligant and Pidgeot were all waiting for us. The girls awed my Pokemon and began to pet and hug them. I let them enjoy the attention for a while, they deserve it after all. After a while I sent my Pokemon back after thanking them for their help and teleported myself and the girls back to Axel. We walked a bit towards the guild and immediately went inside. It was pretty late, but it seems like the guild and tavern were still open, so I approached Luna, who was wiping her counter. She smiled at me the moment she saw me but then frowned and raised an eyebrow when she noticed the girls hiding nervously behind me and me carrying an unconscious Yun in my arms. I can explain? Chapter 7. A Howl Within a Lightning Storm. Luna invited me and the girls into her office. For comfort purposes I began to float the unconscious Yun with telekinesis while everyone sat on chairs that Luna provided. The girls and Luna did stare at the floating Yun in awe and surprise, but I just shrugged it off and began to explain what had happened during my first quest. Luna listened intently to everything I told her and frowned upon hearing that the girls that came in with me were hostages and that the bandits were planning to sell off, plus the fact that the bandit leader was an ex-adventurer turned rogue was very concerning. I see. No wonder all the beginner adventurers we sent never came back, and this whole kidnapping of girls and selling them is new to us as well. We're going to have to investigate this further. I nodded in understanding, and honestly I don't envy the guild. This whole situation seems like a big mess. While I left all the bodies and everything in that camp back in that clearing so you can send someone to take a look for clues. Luna nodded. Yes, that seems like a good plan. Thank you, Rean, and I'm sorry this quest turned out to be more than we thought it would be. I shook my head since I didn't mind, plus I got a good skill out of it anyways. Don't worry about it. Honestly, I'm just glad I was go there before the girls could be sold off, though I'm sure the unconscious girl would have taken care of them when she woke up. Luna turned to look toward the still unconscious Yun. Yes, she a very good adventurer and a skilled arch-wizard. She's just a little bit unlucky, fufufu. I sweat-droped because that's an understatement if I ever heard one. After Luna finished giggling at Yun's misfortune, she then turned towards the guilders. Don't worry, the guild will make sure to get you back to your homes. For tonight though, we'll let you take a room in the rooms upstairs free of charge. The girls sighed in relief and smiled. I turned to look towards Yun. What about her? Luna scratched her head in concern. Well, I don't know where she's staying, so I don't know what to do with her, and I can't just give her a room. I'm already pushing my luck with these 3 girls. I frowned but then just sighed and looked up towards Luna. Just use my winnings for this quest to pay for everyone's room and get them some dinner too. Will it be enough? Luna gaped. Are you sure? And yeah, it should be enough, and there would be quite a lot leftover money too. I nodded. I don't really need the money since I got plenty from the bandits drops, plus these girls might need it more. Yeah, I'm sure, and split the leftover between them. I'm fine money-wise right now, so it's fine. Luna softly smiled and nodded while the girls teared up and began to profusely thank me, but I just grinned at them and shook my head, letting them know that it was okay. After that I waited a bit to make sure the girls were okay and everything went without a hitch. Yun was also put into a room so she could rest while Luna stayed with me in her office. So what are you going to do now, Rean? I looked up and thought for a while. I think I'll go search for an inn and rest up. Tomorrow I'm planning of waking up early and get myself familiarized with the town a bit. That I'll leave to take care of another quest, probably the wolf hunting quest. Luna smiled and nodded. Then I hope you rest well, Rean, and once again thank you for the good work. I smiled at Luna and gave her a nod. After that I walked around the town and found a good inn which wasn't too expensive either and rented a big room for the night. Once inside I summoned some of my Pokemon and let them sleep around the room after we had some dinner. We all went to sleep happy and excited to see what the next day would bring us. Early that morning I toured as much of the town as I could and spent the next few hours adding a couple of new spots on my mini-map. Afterwards I decided to go and deal with another quest. The next one in line is the one with the giant wolf pack attacking the farms around Axel. As soon as I decided that, my mini-map began to point me to the location of the wolf pack, causing me to grin, and so I began to walk towards the outside of the town. However, I wouldn't find out till later that at this moment I had someone following me from afar, and the fact that I didn't feel the need to use my aura sense inside Axel would allow this person to see me spread my wings and take off flying once I was outside the town without me noticing. This person was shocked but decided to keep quiet about they had witnessed and hoped that they would see me around town again soon. Soon enough I reached my destination, which was a small mountain range not too far from the farmlands around Axel. I immediately see the pack of giant wolves enjoying a few dead cows that they must have gotten from the aforementioned farmlands. Those are some really big wolves. They're bigger than a full-grown man, but I don't see the pack leader either. I took a minute to think about how to handle this. I can use the stun spore tactic here, since this is a big open area and the wind might accidentally blow the stun spore into a farm or a house. Looks like I'm going to have to go in hard and fast. The commotion might also attract the pack leader out, so it's a win-win situation. Deciding to go ahead and attack hard, I put away my wings and let myself drop from the sky flare blitz. My body was suddenly engulfed in deep blue flames as I fall like a comet towards the eating wolves, who didn't notice me until it was too late. I slammed against the ground right in the middle of them. The ones closest to me were immediately cremated by the deep blue flames of my attack. Those were the lucky one that died instantly. The few that were too far away from my collision with the ground were sent flying and crashing against the ground and set ablaze by my deep blue flames. As soon as I landed, I shook my head from the recoil damage of the skill and drew my Tachi's second form, Gale. To the outside perspective I seemed to have completely disappeared, but in reality I was moving at extreme speed. The wolves who were trying to get up and recover froze for a moment until I reappeared back in the middle where I had landed and slowly sheathed my Tachi. As soon as my Tachi was fully sheathed, the wolves exploded in sprays of blood and gore and fell apart. Boy, do I love doing this. You do look cool while doing it, Rean. Mentally I thanked Astria for her comment as I took a look around and saw that I had gotten all the wolves. How curious. There were a good 12 or 14 wolves here, even for a pack that seems a little too big. Suddenly a very loud howl echoed through the clearing, and soon a wolf way bigger than the ones I just killed jumped out of nowhere with two more wolves following it behind. The pack leader howled once again, but this time a surge of electricity shot out of his body. I jumped back, avoiding the attack and ignoring the notification I just got. As soon as I landed, I noticed how the pack leader's attack didn't affect the two other wolves besides him, but instead they seemed to be buffed by it. Shit, he can buff his allies. The wolves growled at me, but I glare back at them. I'm going to need some help. I need to focus on the pack leader, who knows what other surprises it might have, and I know the two perfect Pokemon for this battle. Come Flygon. Ampharos. Both Pokemon appeared behind me in flashes of white and immediately roared towards the wolves, causing the mutts to take a step back, but the leader growled and the other two wolves seemed to recover their confidence. I grinned, happy that the wolves didn't try to run away. Okay guys, I'll take care of the pack leader, you guys take care of the other two. Both Flygon and Ampharos nodded and took off to face their opponents while I drew my sword and launched myself at the pack leader. The pack leader easily dodged my first strike and pounced at me, but I let myself drop to the ground and the giant wolf sword passed me. I took a quick look towards my Pokemon and watched as Flygon hit one of the wolves with a dragon tail to the snout and then blast him with an earth power. The wolf whined and growled in pain. Meanwhile, Ampharos fire punched the other wolf on top of his head, causing a small explosion which bounced the wolf into the ground and then into the air. A few moments later the wolf then crashed against the ground, where Ampharos proceeded to blast him with a thunderbolt, causing the wolf to howl in pain. The pack leader growled, drawing my attention back to him. He then roared and shot an orb of lightning towards me at high speed. I received a notification but one again ignored it and quickly resheathed my Tachi fourth form. Autumn Leaf Cutter. With a quick draw of my blade I cut the lightning orb in half, causing both pieces to fly by my sides and crash against the trees far behind me. Suddenly I jumped up and a dragon tail made of aura grows out of my backside. Iron Tail. My Iron Tail attack hit the pack leader right on top of its head, flipping it over. I sheathed my sword and I prepared a Aura Sphere, then I let it loose right on top of the pack leader's back as I jumped back. The wolf growled in both pain and anger and rolled into his feet. He then pounced at me again. This time his claws were engulfed in lightning. I easily dodged his lightning slashes as I got another notification but ignored it too. Suddenly Flygon appeared out of nowhere, engulfed in his Dragon Rush attack. He slammed himself into the pack leader, making the giant wolf fly back from the impact where Ampharos was already waiting for it. Ampharos then used Takedown, catching the pack leader on mid-air and slammed him into the ground. Ampharos shook himself as he got the recoil damage from her attack. The pack leader wasn't out yet and tried to get up, but then I decided to use one of my new spells, Pow Hammer. A toy hammer materialized above the head of the pack leader and then suddenly dropped on its head, letting out a cute squeak. The wolf whined from the unexpected attack to his noggin and seemed dizzy and disoriented. Me, Flygon and Ampharos sweat drop, and both of my Pokemon turned to look at me with judgment in their eyes. Hey. It's a legit spell, plus it has a chance to confuse opponents. Both Pokemon huffed and then turned back to the enemy traders, but they ignored me and launched their next attack as I got ready to finish off the smut. Flygon and Ampharos fired off a Dragon Pulse together and blasted the still confused wolf, sending him crashing against the nearby cliffs. Meanwhile, I was charging Holy Light into my Tachi, and then I swung down my sword Hollowed Slash towards the direction of the pack leader, who was trying hard to get up. A wave slash made of Holy Light flew off from my swing and hit the wolf leader, splitting him in half. Both halves then fell to the sides. I got a new notification letting me know I had cleared the quest, so I relaxed knowing he was done with this quest. Phew, stubborn bastard, he was a tough one, right guys? Both Ampharos and Flygon nodded and began to walk back towards me. Great job guys, you were fantastic. My Pokemon smiled while I began to pat them and rub their chins, causing them to let out chirps of delight. I took out a few citrus berries and gave them to them as snacks and for them recover a bit, while I checked my notifications. Ding! Due to the perk Mimicry, you have learned the following: Alpha Howl, Thunder Cannon, and Lightning Claw. Ding! You have cleared a quest and have obtained the reward skill orb, Shadow Striker. Interesting, those first 3 skills seemed generic, but Shadow Striker looks promising. Let's check them out. I immediately pull out the information on my new skills. Alpha Howl is the first skill I saw the pack leader used when he appeared. According to its info, the buff differs depending on which element I used in conjunction with it. For example, Fire plus Alpha Howl gives everyone in my party a strength boost, or Water plus Alpha Howl grants a small Regen boost. However, it doesn't work on my Pokemon since they're my familiars and not considered party members. Thunder Cannon is just a projectile skill that allows me to shoot a condensed orb of lightning. It helps that I can charge it to increase damage and area of effect. Lightning Claw is just a slash with lightning engulfed claws. They have a small chance of causing paralysis, but it's dependent on my luck. Lastly, Shadow Striker. This perk allows my physical attacks to cause spiritual damage, which allows me to bypass a target's physical defenses as an extra. This perk allows me to damage spiritual bodies, meaning I can now hurt enemies without a physical body, like a ghost or spirit. This perk was amazing and I was glad that I now have it in my arsenal. My Pokemon finished their snack and bumped their jet into my belly, causing me to chuckle and pet them. All done? Ampharos and Flygon nodded and I smiled at them. I took a look towards the sky. It's still a bit early. How about we walk back to town and enjoy the day? Both Pokemon nodded and chirped their name. I nodded and them. All right. Then let's go. With that said, me and my Pokemon walked back to town, enjoying the beautiful sunny day and taking down any monsters who were too stupid to attack us. After having walked back to town and returning my Pokemon to the Pokemon box, I immediately went to the guild to report that I had completed one of the quests. It was already getting dark when I arrived, and as soon as I got into the guild I saw both Aqua and Kazuma eating and drinking. Of course I've seen this happening in the anime, but it was still annoying to watch them being like this, but it wasn't my problem, so I ignored them and immediately headed towards the guild counter where Luna was sitting and waiting. She smiled at me the moment she saw me. Rean, welcome back. Are you here to turn in a quest? I nodded. Yup. I finished the Wolves Kill quest a few hours ago, but I got to tell you, that was a big pack and the alpha was extremely powerful too. Luna tilted her head in confusion. Huh? But it was reported that only 5 or 6 wolves were seen attacking the farms, otherwise we would have sent a party of adventurers instead of just one. I narrowed my eyes. There were more than 16 wolves. They were big too, at least the size of a grown man, and the pack leader was even bigger and had the ability to use lightning. Luna gaped at my report. What? But those weren't regular wolves then, those were King Lupus, and that alpha sounds like it was a Stormfang wolf. Can I see your adventurer's card? I nodded and took out my adventurer's card and handed it to her. She took it and began to look at the information of the monsters I have killed. Sure enough, she got the information she was looking for. Incredible, you really did fought those wolves and even took down the alpha, but how? It should have taken party of at least 20 adventurers to take down this type of enemies. The fact that we sent a single adventurer and didn't even know how many monsters you would be facing is a most grievous mistake. I'm so sorry, Rean. I raised an eyebrow at her. It's okay, Luna, as you can see, I'm fine, it must have been a miscommunication. In fact, I'm sure that the ones who issued the quest only saw a glimpse of the wolves and didn't know what they were dealing with, plus those mutts were pretty smart, so I'm sure they were sending a small group of wolves at the time, so don't worry about it. Luna nodded but still frowned. But still, we should have investigated this further. What if another adventurer would have taken the quest before you? They would have died. I'll make sure you're compensated for this, Rean, it's the least I can do. I just smiled and nodded. I could tell she was going to be stubborn about this, so I just accepted it. Okay, anyways, how are the girls? Were you able to get them home safely? Luna's frown turned into a smile and she nodded yes. I was able to get them escorted to their houses, and Yun woke up early in the morning and I explained everything to her. The poor girl was very frustrated about knocking herself out and being rescued. I see, I'm glad that they were able to go home safely and that Yun is okay. That bump on her head looked big. Luna giggled at the reminder of Yun's bump for a bit. So what are you going to do next? If I remember correctly, you still have the mine quest. That mine is pretty far from Axel and it's quite large on the inside, so it might take you a week to get it done. I closed my eyes. While I think for a bit it wouldn't take me too much time to get there since I can fly, but if the mines are really that big it might take me a while to clear them out. I opened my eyes and I smiled at Luna. Well, I think I'll spend a couple of days in town and check out the shops, see if I find something useful I can use. After that I'll head to the mines and finish that quest. Luna nodded and then stood up and left to get my reward. I waited a few minutes until she came back and handed me a heavy sack of coins. I took it and the sack immediately disappeared, adding to my in-game money. Luna raised an eyebrow at that, but I just grinned and shrugged. She huffed but still grinned at me. I then waved at her and left to go back to my rented room. Meanwhile, hiding under a table completely nervous and shaking, Yun stared as the adventurer who rescued her left the guild. She turned to look at Luna but jumped when she saw her grinning at her. Luna then spoke to her. If you keep hiding every time you see him, how are you going to ask him to join his party? You couldn't approach him in the morning either, right, Yun? Yun came out from under the table and fidgeted with her skirt. I just didn't want to bother him, he seemed busy in the morning. Luna sighed. Look, if you don't make an effort you're never going to find a party, Yun. Rean seemed like a nice and dependable guy, so if you don't hurry some other adventurers might beat you to the punch, plus you still want to thank him, right? Yun flinched and looked down. Why yes, I still want to thank him, but I just get some nervous and I don't want to make a bad impression. Luna's sweat dropped. Well, I don't think you need to worry about making a bad impression with him. Not after he found you knocked out like that. Yun perked up. You think so? Luna laughed awkwardly. Why yeah. I don't think Rean cares about stuff like that. Yun then seemed to gain confidence. Then I'll try to talk to him tomorrow. I just have to get up early and wait for him outside his inn and get him while he's distracted. Luna couldn't help but sweat dropped after hearing that comment. She sounds like she's going to ambush him or rob him. Good luck, Rean. But meanwhile, as Rean was walking towards his inn, he unspeakably felt a shiver go down his spine. What the hell was that? Back to the guild, a determined Yun fist pumped and then ran out the guild to go to sleep and wake up early. Luna just stared at Yun as she ran out of the guild. I think I just might have unleashed something bad on Rean. The next couple of days I spent my time looking through the shops around Axeltown. I didn't find anything interesting or cool within the weapon shops or armor shops. But I did find a lot of good, delicious, and cheap food to buy and put in my inventory for later. I also took advantage and copied a couple of useful skills from some beginner adventurers showing off. Those skills are trap detection, disarm trap, and lurk. I was very glad to have these skills in my arsenal, and the moment I learned them they changed a bit. Now thanks to trap detection I can see traps both within my vision or on the mini-map. The same goes with disarm trap. I can just click on a trap on my mini-map and disarm it remotely even if I'm far away from it. Lurk was a perfect match for my Shadow Striker perk, and it will allow me to catch my targets by surprise and caused a lot of physical and spiritual damage. After those couple of days of checking out shops, I decided to finally check out Wiz's shop and see what she has for sale. It didn't take me long to get there, and as soon as I stepped in I found Wiz on her counter fast asleep, which honestly made me sweat-dropped, but I really should have expected this. She's the same as in the anime, a very beautiful and curvy young woman in her 20s. I didn't want to wake her, so I looked around the shop for anything cool or useful to buy, and well, all she has is pretty much garbage from Megumin's father or very expensive in-game weapons and armor. However, I did find a very beautiful necklace and bracelet which had very powerful enchantments. The necklace had a mana regeneration and magic empower. One doubles the regeneration rate and the damage output of magic spell of whoever equips the necklace. The bracelet gives the owner immunity to holy and fire elemental damage plus a minor healing enchantment. They were expensive accessories, but I was planning to give these to Sarah Fall as a souvenir, plus they would be very useful for her too. I grabbed them and walked towards the still sleeping lich. As soon as I approached her, I began to poke her cheek, but she would just grunt and ignore me. I sighed and decided to charge a little bit of holy light on the tip of my finger and then poke her forehead. The poor lich reacted right away. Kaya was literally jump a foot from the sudden holy poke and then landed on her, but holding her forehead and tearing up a bit from the pain. Ow. What happened? She looked up onto me. I smiled and waved at her. Sorry to wake you up like that. It seems like my holy light is a little too intense for a lich. She tensed up the moment I mentioned she was a lich, but I just shook my head. It's alright, I don't care what you are, and I'm sure you're not an evil lich, otherwise my instincts would have let me know you were dangerous or something. Was seemed to relaxed and stood up. Then what do you want with me? I just raised an eyebrow. Well, this is a shop, right? I wanted to buy a couple of things, but you were deep asleep, so I had to wake you up somehow. Wiz looked confused for a minute until her eyes widened in realization. You're here to buy something. Really? You're not lying to me, right? Asterisk, damn woman. Don't hit me with the puppy eye technique. Asterisk, I put the necklace and bracelet on the counter. Air. Yes, I want to buy this necklace and bracelet, please. Wiz was literally glowing with happiness, and she looked at the accessories I chose to buy him. Okay, the necklace is 50,000 Eris and the bracelet 35,000, it's not too much, right? She seems to be worried that I would regret buying them, but I have a lot of money since me and Sarah Fall grinded a lot during the week before I jumped to this world, so I took out the 85,000 Eris and handed them to her. Here, I'll take them. Wiz's face lit up with a big bright smile and practically squealed at having finally sold something since she opened her shop. Thank you so much. She then bagged my purchase and handed it to me. I took the paper bag and immediately put it in my inventory. Wiz tilted her head in curiosity, but she didn't ask anything about it and just continued to smile. I nodded at her. Thank you, Miss Lich. This will make the perfect gifts for someone very special to me. Wiz nodded and continued to smile. And please call me Wiz. I rather not have the townspeople know I'm a lich. Oh. So it's a secret. Sorry about that, Wiz. I'm Rean, so please feel free to call me that. Wiz smiled. Of course, and thank you for your purchase, and do come back soon. I smiled back. I will. It was nice meeting Wiz. Take care, and I'll see you some other time. With that said, I walked out of Wiz's shop while she waved goodbye to me. Once outside, I stretched my body and enjoyed cracking my back a bit. She really is as nice as she seems in the anime. I'll make sure to buy more things from her later to help her a bit. So what's next, Rean? I began to walk towards one of the town's entrances while I mentally spoke with Astria. I'm going to start heading out towards the mine. Canon is close to starting and there's a couple of events I want to be in town for, so I better get that last quest over with. Plus I'm close to reaching level 85 and I'm excited since it's been a while since I have been stuck on level 84. Hee while the monsters and bandits you vanquished did give you a lot of experience points, plus the experience points you got for completing those quests was pretty large too. Overall, this world seems perfect for you to grow and reach level 100. Asterisk, yeah, I can't wait for my race to evolve into Heavenly Dragon. In high school DxD, the Heavenly Dragons were so powerful that it took the 3 Judeo-Christian factions to take them down, and they took heavy losses. Fufufu, you seem so excited, Rean. I'm glad you're having fun with your second chance at life. It's all thanks to you, Astria. Don't forget that this is both of our chances at a second life. Laughing face. Did you just use an emoticon? Yup. Pretty cool, right? I just chuckled and shook my head. More than likely she picked that up from mine and Sarah Fall's texts, since Sarah Fall likes to send emoticons all the time. Suddenly a very nervous voice caught us by surprise. Excuse. We couldn't help it. We were so distracted messing around that we didn't notice this girl come up to us and suddenly speak to me. Obviously she scared scales off my back. Sweat merciful Astria. Kya. Poor Astria was startled as well. I even felt Excalibur jump up in fright inside my soul, and wasn't that a very weird sensation? My scream also scared the nervous girls who would call out to me. Eep. She literally dropped on her knees and covered her head in fright. I had actually grabbed my chest in fright. Asterisk, holy shit, that jump scared so bad. Made me broke out in a cold sweat too. I should really pay attention to my mini-map, or at least leave Aura Sense on, even if I'm in town. She completely took me by surprise. I looked down towards the girl who almost just gave me a heart attack and immediately recognized her weight. You're the girl that was unconscious when I attacked the bandits' camp. Yunyun looked up and nervously smiled. I knew who she was, of course, but to her I'm not supposed to know her yet. Why, yes. My name is Yunyun. I sighed and nodded to her. Nice to meet you, Yunyun. I'm Rean, but don't sneak on people like that, girl. Yunyun teared up a bit. I am sorry, I was trying to talk to you but you weren't responding to me. I kind felt bad now. It wasn't my intention to make her feel bad. Oh. I'm sorry, I was just lost in thought. So what do you need, Yunyun? Ugh, that scared me really bad. Yeah, I know, but she didn't meant to do it and it was kinda our fault for being so distracted, huh? Yeah. Let's just forget about this. Agreed. Yunyun stood up and fidgeted with her skirt for a bit. I wanted to thank you for saving me and the other girls. I nodded. Oh? Well, you're welcome, but really we were just lucky that I took the quest, but I'm sure you would have been able to handle those bandits once you woke up. You seem strong. Yunyun blushed. Not really, I'm just good with magic D&D, that's pretty much it. I smiled and patted her head, causing her to let out a small leap. Don't say that, I have a visual skill that allows me to see how powerful someone is and you're definitely strong. Yunyun blushed once again but smiled this time. Then would you like to form a party with me? If you want to, that is. I promise to be really useful and not get in your way. I was surprised. Yunyun is most of the time a very nervous and shy girl, so I'm impressed that she had the guts to ask me to form a party with her. The problem is, I really don't need to form a party, but I can't just abandon her. I know how horrible loneliness can be and I definitely didn't want her to keep feeling lonely. Asterisk. What to do? What to do? Asterisk. Chapter 8. A mage and a Pokemon trainer go goblin slaying. After thinking about it for a minute, I decided to agree to form a party with Yunyun. She's a great adventurer and a very skilled magic user, plus she's very responsible and reliable, so I know I can trust her to have my back. I turned to look at Yunyun, who was fidgeting very hard right now. She must be fighting her instinct to run away very hard and she must be scared that I would say no. Okay, I'll form a party with you, Yunyun. Yunyun suddenly sagged and began to turn around to leave. Why, I knew you would say no. Wait. Did you just say yes? She turned around very quick when she realized that I had said yes to her. She seemed very surprised, so I nodded to confirm to her that I had agreed. Yeah, I said yes. Her red eyes began to glow as she fist pumped in victory. The whole thing made me chuckle, though I begin to think back what I know about her from the anime. If I remember correctly, her eyes were a big part of the reason she couldn't find a party, since most people got scared when they saw her red eyes glow like that. Asterisk. So her eyes really glow when she's happy or excited. I don't know why people think they're scary. They look very cool glowing like that, though I do wonder if mine glow like that too? Star. Yes, they do, and they look super cool. Seraphal said so. Oh, that's right, she did tell me that on one of our dates. Yunyun finished celebrating and turned towards me to speak. So should we go and take a quest? Well, if you want, that is. I smiled at her, causing her to blush. You don't have to be so nervous. We're partners now, so feel free to ask me or talk to me about anything, okay? She seemed relieved that I told her that she can speak her mind while I continued speaking. And I already have an ongoing quest. I have to finish it before I can take a new one, but if you want, you can come with me. We can split the reward in half. What do you say? Yunyun vigorously nodded yes. I want to go on a quest with you. Yeah, I'll go with you on your quest. I chuckled and pat her head, causing her to blush embarrassment. Then let's go. She nodded, and together we walked through town towards the town's gate to make our way towards the mine. Since I decided to form a party with Yunyun, I chose to walk towards the mine instead of flying. She did ask me why I didn't fly, leading me to ask her how she knew I could fly. She admitted to having been following me the morning I left to take care of the wolves quest, causing me to sweat dropped because I was completely clueless about being followed. But in any case, I explained to her that I wanted to walk to the mines because it would be a great opportunity to get to know each other better. She nodded and told me about her village, how weird everyone living there is, about her rival and how she's the next in line to be the village leader, but she wasn't interested in that position and instead wanted to travel and make a lot of friends. Then I told her about how I wanted to become strong so I could always be free, about my sword style, my Pokemon, and the fact that I was a Dragonoid. Surprisingly, she accepted everything I said to her and she didn't judge me about not being human, but I really should have known better. She really is a good girl. Soon after, I introduced her to all of my Pokemon and she fell in love with them. In her words, they were really cute and cool. Umbreon seemed to take a liking to Yun and even laid on her lap when we camped to eat and rest for a bit. Of course Yun responded with head scratches and back rubbing. I could tell Umbreon was really enjoying himself, though the sight made me wonder if Yun has an affinity to dark-type Pokemon, and if she does, why? Anyways, I pushed that aside for now and cooked some food for us while I fed my Pokemon their food. Yun became an instant fan of my cooking and even asked for seconds. Honestly, I didn't think my cooking was that good, but both Sarah Fall, my sister, and now Yun seem to really like it, so maybe I'm that good and I just don't see it. Along the way I let my Pokemon fight alongside Yun so they could get used to fighting together. To my surprise, Yun was able to easily coordinate with my Pokemon in battle. This comes to show how talented she really is. It's a shame that the anime didn't show this often. She also let me copy her magic spells since she seemed curious how that worked. She was impressed that I could learn any spell or skill with just a glance, even though they're weak at first and I have to grind them for a while before I reach her level, but she was quite excited nonetheless about the fact that I could do this. I also showed her my healer skills. She liked Pow Hammer and Photon and we spent some time trying to see if she could replicate my spells. Turns out that yes, she can, however they didn't appear in her adventurer's card, so she couldn't spend any points on them to make them stronger. Besides all of that, we spent the entire trip, which took about 3 days, getting to know each other better, getting used to fighting, and overall it was a fun trip and Yun seemed to very happy. But after those 3 days we finally arrived into the mines, and as soon as we reached the entrance we immediately felt that something was very wrong here. Yun and I stood in front of the entrance staring into the darkness. Charizard and Umbreon were with us today. Hey Yun, do you feel that too? Yun nodded. Yes, there's a lot of dark mana inside of that mine, it must be filled with monsters. Suddenly Charizard growled and I turned towards him. No, we can't just set the whole thing on fire, there might be gases in there and we might accidentally blow up the entire mine. Charizard huffed and then growled again. Well, yes, it would look cool and all, but we can't destroy the mine, people are still relying on its resources. Charizard growled once more. Yeah, I get you buddy, this is definitely going to be a pain on our tails. Suddenly a giggle caught our attention and Charizard and I turned towards Yun who was trying to hide her giggling behind her hand. Sorry. It's just very funny how you're having a whole conversation with Mr. Charizard like that. Mai and Charizard grinned at each other. Since I have learned Aura Sense, I have been able to somewhat understand what my Pokemon are saying. Of course it looks silly to someone looking from an outside perspective, but that was fine whitey me. But either way Charizard decided to poke Yun on her side, causing her jump and eep. Both Charizard and Umbreon grinned. Yun blushed. Oh, don't tease me guys. That's mean. I just chuckled while my Pokemon continued to grin at her, but then I turned around and looked into the mine. This might take us a few hours Yun, so let's be careful, okay? Yun nodded and her red eyes began to glow with determination, and so we began to plan how to deal with this. Yun and I stay outside of the mine for at least an hour. I had already used Aura Sense to scan the entire mine and I was shocked to see how big it is, but that wasn't the bad part. No, the entire mine was filled with monsters which I tagged so they can show in my mini-map. So we were planning how to do this, Sai. I don't think the guild knew just how bad the situation really is or just how many monsters are in this mine. If these monsters decide to march up to Axel, chances are that the town will be destroyed. Yun frowned but nodded in agreement. Yes, we can't leave it like this. We don't know when the monsters might attack, but can we handle it by ourselves? I nodded. I think so, but we're going to be smart about this. We'll sneak in and take down as many as we can stealthily, cut their numbers as fast as we can, so aim for instant kills. We'll also have some of my Pokemon who can work great in the darkness and enclosed places. That means you'll have to stay behind Charizard. We can't risk your tail flame igniting some gas in there. Charizard frowned but nodded in understanding. I smiled at my first Pokemon and patted his belly. Sorry buddy, but I promise, in the next quest we take, you'll be the first one I summon and you and I will have some fun. Charizard grinned and nodded. Yun smiled our interaction while Umbreon was just sitting on his haunches and scratching his chin with his hind leg. Rean, you should add Yun into your party so she can use the telepathic chat and mini-map. Good idea, I'm going to have to explain it to her, but I know she won't talk to anyone about my abilities. Yun, I'm going to do something, so don't get surprised and don't worry, I'll explain it. Yun looked perplexed but nodded. I grinned at her. Add Yun to the party. Sending party request to individual known as Yun. Yun slightly jumped when a notification window opened right in front of her and she stared at it in confusion for a few seconds before turning to look at Rean. It's a special ability of mine. This will add you to my party officially and it will give some great perks too, so if you want to, just poke the yes button there. Yunyun's eyes widened in shock and she turned to look at the notification. Her eyes teared up at the fact that I was trusting her so much, but she quickly clicked on the yes. As soon as she clicked it, she got another notification. Welcome to Rean's party. As a member of his party, you now have access to the mini-map and telepathic chat. Asterisk pretty neat, no? If you take a look to the top right corner of your vision, you should see a mini-map. There you can see how many enemies we're dealing with in my location just in case we get separated. Yunyun smiled and looked at the mini-map in excitement. How do I mentality speak with you? I grin at her excitement. You just have to think of me and think what you want to say to me. This is a very useful means of communication, especially since we'll be starting this quest in stealth. Yunyun nodded. Asterisk like this? Can you hear me, star? That's perfect. We can communicate no matter how far we are as long as we're in the party, so you don't have to worry about distance. Yunyun smiled. Asterisk amazing. What a great ability, star. I chuckled. Asterisk it is, but do keep it a secret, okay? I rather not be pestered about it. I'm not one much for attention, star. Yunyun lifted her hands and then curled them into fists. Asterisk don't worry, Rean. I'll keep this a secret with my life, star. I smiled. Thank you, Yunyun, you're the best, but let's get going. We can't waste any more time. Yunyun blushed but nodded. Meanwhile I turned towards Charizard. Okay, you stay here and guard the entrance. Anything tries to escape, incinerate it. Charizard maliciously grinned and gave me a thumbs up. I nodded with my own grin on my face. Come. Scizor, Greninja, Sceptile, and Lucario. The 4 Pokemon I called out appeared in flashes of white light. As soon as they finished materializing, they grinned at me to let me know they're ready for action, making chuckle. Suddenly the Pokemon turned towards Yunyun and they'll wave at her. She returned their wave with one of their own. Greninja, being a dark type, immediately went to stand beside her like Umbreon. Well, looks like Greninja chose who's he sticking to. Scizor, you go with Yunyun too. Sceptile and Lucario, you're with me. Scizor nodded and went to stand with Yunyun while Lucario and Sceptile went to stand with me. Okay guys, we're cleaning this mine out. You know the drill, watch each other's back, stay together, and be careful in the mine. We all know how difficult fighting in an enclosed area is, and let's start this with stealth. Take as many as you can without being seen and as fast as you can. The Pokemon in Yunyun nodded and I noticed how excited they seemed to be about fighting as a party, especially Yunyun, whose eyes were glowing brightly. Alright. This is going to take us a couple of hours, but I know we can do it. Let's go. The Pokemon in Yunyun roared in excitement and then we all stepped into the mine ready for anything. It's been a few hours since my Pokemon, Yunyun, and I began to clear out the mine. The mini-map was a great help and it allows us to quickly move about and take as many of the monsters living here as we can. However, the number of goblins and other type of small monsters that we have found in the mine is beginning to become a real concern. Yunyun told me that this wasn't normal at all and that she was quite perplexed about how this has happened without anyone noticing. Right now I was using Lurk to sneak up on a group of goblins. Lucario and Sceptile followed me close behind. Then I teleported behind a goblin and grabbed him by the sides of his head. With a quick twist I snapped his neck. My Pokemon took that as the signal to attack, and so Lucario used extreme speed to get right in front of a couple of goblins and smashed their heads in with Bone Rush. Meanwhile Sceptile ran up the ceiling and then dropped right behind a shocked goblin, which was then swiftly beheaded by a quick leaf blade from Sceptile. I nodded at my Pokemon and checked the mini-map. Once I confirmed that there were no more enemies close by, I signaled at my Pokemon to lay low for a minute. Then I used the telepathic chat to communicate with Yunyun. Some time ago we separated and have been taking down as many enemies as we could. How are you doing, Yunyun? I didn't take long for my teammate to answer back. Asterisk we're doing good so far. Umbreon's Hypnosis and Confuse Ray are very useful, plus Greninja and Scizor are really fast, star. I chuckled at the cheer excitement in Yunyun's voice. She seems to be having a lot of fun and that has made her open up a lot. Yeah, they do have some very impressive abilities. We're close to main chamber and something tells me that we won't like what we find there. I'm going to teleport us to your location and we can continue to the main chamber together from there. Asterisk okay. We'll wait here for you, star. I cut the telepathic chat and turned towards my Pokemon. Okay guys, gather around. I'm going to teleport us to Yunyun's group. Both Lucario and Sceptile nodded and approached me. As soon as they got close to me I grinned at them, which they returned with one of their own teleport. Yunyun was petting Umbreon when we teleport in front of her. She smiled at us the moment she saw us appeared. I then decided to check on them. Hey guys, is anybody hurt? Umbreon, Scizor and Greninja shook their heads. Yunyun just sighed a bit, just a bit tired and low on mana. The amount of monsters in this mine is insane. I nodded and took out 2 melange gels and handed them to her. She had already seen these healing items and she was thoroughly impressed by them. She popped them into her mouth and ate them. They're so sweet. I can't believe they're medicine. I smile at her. I know, right? But you're correct about the amount of enemies in here being insane. I already took a look at the main chamber. That place is full of even more enemies. I think stealth is not going to work here anymore. Yun took a moment to take a look at the mini-map and frowned. You're right, luckily there's only one entrance to the main chamber and we already cleaned out the corridors leading there. I nodded in agreement to her assessment. That still leaves the main problem. The main chamber is filled to the brim with monsters. I only found goblins in the corridors. I haven't seen a single troll yet, so I bet we're going to find them in there. Yun continued to frown but nodded. Yeah, you're right. We didn't find any trolls either. Sigh, the trolls are going to be a bit of a problem since they have a healing factor. Usually you would have used fire or lightning, but like you told Charizard, we can't risk accidentally igniting a pocket of gas. I frowned. The place and the situation make this whole thing extremely difficult. Do trolls have any other weakness? Yun closed her eyes to think for a bit. Besides fire and lightning? Well, light elemental damage or beheading them usually works too, but against this many? I can use the spell Light of Saber, but at best I can hit at least 20 enemies per cast. I have Photon and Hollowed Slash, but those are a single target skills, though I do have a weapon which has a high affinity to light. I could instantly feel Excalibur shake in excitement inside my soul. Yun tilted her head. Oh? A weapon with an affinity to light? Those are rare and are usually weapons of divine nature. I nodded to Yun. Excalibur is definitely a very rare and divine weapon. When I showed it to Seraphol a few months back, she was shocked about it, both because of its beauty and power. She asked how I had an Excalibur in my possession, but I had to explain to her that this Excalibur was different from the one she knew. I told her that it was a divine version of Excalibur that was born from my soul, which is technically true. She believed me but was still intrigued and confused as to why the light leaking out of my Excalibur wasn't hurting her. I smiled at her and told her that this Excalibur was sentient and that it would never hurt anyone I care about. This made Seraphol blush deeply red. I then handed it to her and she immediately grabbed it, completely trusting me. She was still surprised when Excalibur didn't just not hurt her but allowed her to hold it. Seraphol couldn't help but to cry a little at the proof that I really do care about her. I smiled towards Yun. Yes, in fact my sword's name is Excalibur and it is indeed a divine blade and it's sentient. I just don't tend to use it because I don't want to grow dependent on it. I want to grow strong on my own. Yun smiled and nodded at me. I see, that's very admirable, Rean. I nodded, but in this situation I think it would best to use it, plus it seems very excited to come out and play. Yun looked a bit confused. But where is it? You're speaking as if you were holding it right now. I chuckled. Excalibur is bound to my soul, so it's resting in me right now. I can call it to me at any time, so it's always with me. Yun odd, that sounds amazing. Maybe with Excalibur's help we'll be able to deal with all the monsters fast. Yes, that's the plan, but let's rest and eat something before we jump into the main chamber. We've been in here for hours, so let's make sure we're ready, okay? Yun and my Pokemon nodded. I then began to take out some sandwiches I had made prior to entering the mines, and we began to eat in peace while we kept an eye on the mini-map to make sure we wouldn't get ambushed. An hour later we had rested and eaten, and so we began to prepare for the upcoming battle. I called Excalibur into my hand and Yun awed. It's so beautiful. I nodded in agreement. Even in its Tachi form, Excalibur was a very beautiful blade. I reached out Excalibur to Yun so she could hold it. She looked surprised that I would allow her to touch my Tachi, but I just smiled at her. She then shakily reached out a hand and grabbed Excalibur by its hilt. Then I let go of it and Yun was left with it in her hand as she awed at it. Wow, it's like just holding gives me this feeling of being able to do anything. It's incredible. I nodded. It is. Excalibur is a very special blade. Honestly, sometimes I don't feel worthy of it, but it seems to be happy to be wielded by me, and so I decided to learn how to wield a sword so I could at least be worth it to use it in battle. Excalibur then glowed and vanished from Yun's hand and reappeared in mine, causing me to chuckle when I felt the emotions coming out of it, telling me she likes me as its wielder and that I was worthy. Thank you, Excalibur. Yun smiled and Pokemon grinned. Soon after we're finally ready and began to walk towards the main chamber while I started to tell everyone the plan. Okay, as soon as we go in I want everyone to hit the monsters in there with everything you have hard and fast. Use your strongest attacks. Meanwhile I'll seal the entrance so no monsters escape. Then I'll start attacking with all of you. Also keep an eye out for the leader in there. I'm not sure what we'll be facing, but I know that whatever it is, I'll be very powerful. Yun and the Pokemon nodded. A few moments later we reached the main chamber. We all took a look inside to see what we're dealing with, however Yunyun's gasp told me that what she saw in there wasn't good. I turned towards Yunyun and I pulled her back. What is it, Yunyun? Yunyun narrowed her eyes and then stared directly into my eyes. I think I saw the leader. It's a black goblin. Those are a subspecies of hobgoblins and extremely powerful. That one looked like it was wearing armor and a two-handed sword. He must be part to the Demon Lord's army. I frowned but nodded in understanding. So that black goblin is the one who's been organizing the monsters in here. We definitely can't let them escape or continue with whatever they were preparing for. Yunyun nodded but she seemed a bit nervous. I patted her head. Don't worry, I'll handle the black goblin while you and the Pokemon take care of the rest. Yunyun blushed but nodded. I nodded back at her and then turned to my Pokemon. Use as many buff and debuffs as you can, guys. This turned out to be a bigger challenge than what we expected, so better be ready for anything, okay? The Pokemon nodded and then we got ready. I nodded and everyone jumped in at the same time. Sceptile jumped up and then slammed his fist onto the ground and used Frenzy Plant. Giant roots shot off the ground and began to crush many of the goblins and trolls, while Greninja began to ran on top of the roots and used Night Slash while using the roots as footholds to kill as many monsters as he could. Sizer used Razor Wind while dashing about the monsters. Any enemies that got too close to him were immediately torn apart by the sharp wind of his attack. Umbreon was using Swift and Dark Pulse to take out far-away enemies before they could rush them. Yunyun was using Light of Saber while dancing around her targets and taking down multiple monsters with her spell. As soon as I saw everyone start attacking, I used Ancient Power to cover the entrance with rocks. The moment I finished with that, I rushed forward and began to kill any enemy in my way to the Black Goblin. The Black Goblin glared towards me the moment it saw me start to get close. He immediately took his sword and launched itself to me. I stopped his downward slash with Excalibur and then pushed it off. I then charged Excalibur with Holy Light and then swung at the Black Goblin Hollowed Slash. But the monster dodged by leaning to the side and then swung his sword towards me, unleashing in a dark wave of energy, but I jumped over it and then rushed forward. I swung left but the Black Goblin blocked my strike and pushed me off, but I twirled around him and then used High Jump Kick right on his back, making him grunt. The Black Goblin then turned around and tried to slash at me while I was on the air, but I spread my wings and used Steel Wing to block its attack by covering my body with my now steel-like wings. A loud clang echoed throughout the chamber when the Black Goblin's sword struck my wings. However, the force behind the strike did send me flying, but as soon as I landed I put away my wings and then point a finger at the Black Goblin Ice Beam. The Black Goblin tried to dodge my attack, but it still hit him on the shoulder, instantly freezing its shoulder, but then it slammed the hilt of its sword against the ice and shattered it. But I was already on the move. I sheathed Excalibur into my other Tachi's sheath and then got into position. 6th form, Arc Slash. I drew Excalibur out of the sheath so fast that the Black Goblin didn't notice anything until he was suddenly struck with a fast-moving energy wave that shattered its armor and sent him flying. But it recovered mid-air and landed on its feet. I however didn't give him any time to breath and I teleported behind him and used Night Slash right on its back, earning me a howl of pain from the Black Goblin. Then the Black Goblin rolled forward and then used his sword to catapult itself onto his feet. He then tried to slash at me, but Umbreon used Quick Attack and appeared in front of me and used Reflect to stop its attack, and then Umbreon hit him with a point-blank screech. The super loud attack forced the Black Goblin to let go of its sword to cover his ears. Suddenly Greninja used Shadow Sneak and kicked the distracted Black Goblin away while I grabbed its two-handed sword and immediately put it in my inventory. Yunyun appeared somehow riding Sceptile on his shoulders and threw her Light of Saber to the still deaf and down Black Goblin, stabbing him on the leg, causing it to scream in pain, while Sceptile continued rushing towards it at high speed and then hit him with X-Scissor, destroying its armor and causing blood to gush out. Seeing the Black Goblin's defenses open to finish it off, I disappeared in a silent Sonito and appeared right in front of the Black Goblin while holding Excalibur above my head. 3rd form, Light Dragon Impact. A golden-colored Eastern dragon made of light materialized wrapped around Excalibur, which then I brought down onto the Black Goblin, cutting him in half. The dragon made of light then detonated and then engulfed the Black Goblin in a pillar of golden light. After the attack subsided, I could see that there was nothing left of the Black Goblin, and the fact that I got a notification soon after let me know that the quest was completed. I took a look around and noticed that the main chamber was now cleared of monsters. It seems that while I was busy with the boss Yunyun and my Pokemon were able to defeat them all. I'm not surprised. There might have been a lot of monsters, but they were still just goblins and trolls, and while the trolls might have been a problem, my Pokemon knew how to take them down easily thanks to Yunyun. I sighed and stared at Excalibur. It seems to be very content right now, and that made me chuckle a bit. I turned to look at Yunyun. She was a little dusty and dirty but fine nonetheless. The moment she saw me looking at her, she gave me a big bright smile, which I returned with a grin of my own and the reach out an open palm towards her. She seemed confused for a second, but then realization hit her and she got very excited as she gave me a high five back. After that she seemed to be so content and happy that I couldn't help but to smile. I took a look at my Pokemon, but they were fine, which makes sense since I've been constantly using the O-powers to help them grow. Needless to say that they were above my level. I smiled. Let's get out here and then make camp outside. We deserve a good old dinner and sleep after all of this. We'll leave to head back to Axel Town tomorrow. Yun smiled. That sounds great. All of that fighting and the amount of mana I used made me very hungry. My Pokemon nodded in agreement while I just smiled at the "then I'll cook something extra tasty tonight." The Pokemon and Yun loudly cheered while it teleported everyone outside of the mine where Charizard was waiting on us to come back. That night I made a big dinner and let all of my Pokemon eat with us. Afterwards we washed up with some water I created with magic and heated up so we wouldn't go to sleep dirty. Then Yun spent some time playing with my Pokemon. She seemed to be having a lot of fun with them, so I let them have their fun for a few hours. I smiled. I was really glad that she seemed more happy and confident. All she really needed was some friends after all. I looked up towards the night sky and watched the stars shine brightly as I thought about our return to Axel tomorrow. By the time we return to Axel Town, Canon should start and a lot of crazy people and events will begin to show up in town. But with my Pokemon and Yun I should be ready for anything. I can't wait to get stronger and see more of this crazy world. Meanwhile, night had fallen in Axel Town and in Wiz's shop. The owner was dancing around her store as she was starting to close up for the day. Today was a big day for her. Somehow she was finally able to sell some of the things in her shop, earning her some very needed money. Now all she had to do was go to the cemetery to help the lost souls there pass on again. She'd been doing that for a while after all. As she closed her shop, she couldn't help but to be glad to have met Rean. Hopefully he'll come around more often and buy more things. Maybe she should ask Luna what she knows about him too. He seems like a good guy, so maybe he can help her sell more of her wares. Either way, this was a great day and nothing was going to ruin it for her. So with a skip on her step she left towards the cemetery to do what she always does, help people. Chapter 9. A Giant Frog Massacre. Then next morning after clearing the mine we got up close to noon. We were still a bit tired about fighting and traversing inside the mine, but we were happy nonetheless by our success. We eat a quick breakfast and then left to return to Axel. Our journey back was uneventful besides a few monsters that popped out from time to time, but we easily took care of them. While we were walking back I was checking the notifications I got yesterday. First was the confirmation that we had cleared the mine quest and that I have received the rewards. The first reward was the Spell Drain, from the Shin Megami Tensei Devil Survivor series. This spell is of the almighty element which I didn't have, and it drains the mana and the life force of a target and uses it to both heal and restore energy. What makes this spell amazing is the fact that its damage and the amount it heals is dependent on your intelligence stat, and since it's from the almighty element it's unblockable. Next was the Cancel Abnormal Condition perk. This skill makes me resistant to status conditions like paralysis and poison. This made this skill very useful, a great addition to my arsenal. But my next notification was more important than my rewards. I had finally reached level 85, and with this new level came a new Dragonoid perk, Dragon Will. This perk was incredible. Not only did it reduce the amount of experience points I need to level up, but it also increased the experience points I get from battle. Sure, right now it was weak, but over time it would grow to become my most important ability yet. The perk also had the effect of increasing the power of all my dragon and dragon-like skills, spells and techniques. Needless to say that I was in good mood was an understatement. Yun noticed it and asked me what had me in such a good mood, so I told her that I learned some good perks and skills. She seemed interested, so I showed her Drain and she immediately asked me if she could try to replicate it since it would be very useful for a magic user. Of course I told her to go ahead and she began to work on it. By the time we got back to Axel Town she had already succeeded in replicating it and had been testing it out against any monsters we could find. As soon as we reached town, went straight to the guild to report back to Luna, who we knew would be shocked to find out what we did in Flund in that mine. As soon as we entered we headed right for Luna's counter. She smiled at us the moment she saw us and we smiled back at her. Luna then turned to look at Yun and grinned. So you were able to successfully ambush Rean, good job Yun. Yun blushed and panicked while I sweat dropped at that statement, but I decided to poke fun of Yun a bit. Yes, she scared me half to death by catching me by surprise. Poor Yun was so red and was covering her face in embarrassment, but Luna just giggled. But you were able to join his party, right Yun? Yun nodded, but she was still blushing crimson red. I just chuckled and patted her head while I turned to speak to Luna. Yup, we're a team now, and I got to say, I'm glad to have her covering my back. Luna nodded. I'm glad. She's a good girl and adventurer, but she's so shy and has a habit of letting her nerves get to her, causing even more misunderstandings. But I'm glad she was able to finally find someone to work with. I was really getting worried for her. Yun teared up a bit when she heard that Luna was worried about her, while I smiled. Don't worry, I'll take care of her and make sure to have her back too. Luna smiled brightly. Great. Now how can I help you today? I closed my eyes. We just returned from completing the Mind Purge quest, but I think it's best if we give you our report in private. Luna frowned. She could already tell that she wasn't going to like what she was about to hear. She then nodded and then proceeded to walk with us to her office behind her counter. We all took a seat and Yun and I began to tell her everything we found in the mine. By the end of it she was very pale. Dear me, if you guys wouldn't have taken care of them, then those monsters could have come to Axel Town and no one would have survived. I knew that wasn't really true since Wiz was here, but I was sure she didn't know about her power. Either way, if those goblins and trolls were allowed to keep growing, who knows what would have happened. Yun looked down and thought, I do wonder why they chose that mine and why a black goblin was there of all things. Those types of goblin are not only very high level, but they belong to the Demon Lord's army. I closed my eyes to think for a second. There has to be a reason for them to have chosen that mine. Luna, what do they usually mine there? Luna tilted her head. They only mine iron there. There hasn't been anything else found there, but that mine does supply iron to a lot of places, not only for weapons but also for everyday items like farm tools. I opened my eyes, but that still doesn't make sense. There were hundreds of monsters there and that black goblin was powerful. It had a very fancy armor and its sword was heavily enchanted too. I think the guild should investigate further. There's something in there that caught their attention, we just need to find out what. Luna though about for a minute but then nodded. Alright, it seemed like the smart thing to do, so I'll make sure to send a group to survey the mine in depth, especially the main chamber. Yun and I nodded while Luna then gave us a smile. But either way, I'll make sure you guys get fairly rewarded for this quest. Not only did you take back a very important resource, but you also protected everyone from that army of monsters. Thank you, Rean. Yun. We smiled and nodded at her. A few minutes later she got our money and I split it evenly with Yun, who was extra excited about having done a quest with someone. Afterwards Luna asked us what we were planning to do next and I told her that we would be taking a small break and that then we would be back to take another quest. Luna nodded and informed us that the giant frog season was about to begin in a couple of days and that the guild would be issuing a kill quest since they're a menace to the town and that it paid good. I told her that we would be back to take part on it since good money is always welcome, plus I knew that with those frogs arriving cannon would officially begin. After that Yun and I had some lunch in the guild's bar and ate in peace. Afterwards Yun then seemed to have decided to ask me a question. Hey, Rean, where are you staying? Oh. In a small and not too far from here. The rooms are small but cozy, plus it's cheap. Yun nodded and then began to fidget with her dress. Would you mind if I rented a room there too? That way we can be in the same building and be able to organize better. I smiled at her, which made her feel embarrassed. Sure, let's do that. She then fist pumped, but she noticed what she was doing and got embarrassed, which made me chuckle. She pouted at me for laughing at her, but then she began to laugh too. After we finished laughing we decided to go ahead and rest for the rest of the day. Yun came with me and like she said she would, she rented the room next to mine. That night we fell asleep while we kept talking through the telepathic chat about our plans for tomorrow and the kind of adventures we might have. The couple of days were spent training and buying supplies since they used quite a few things during our 6-day round trip to the mines. So they needed to buy more food and camping supplies, plus training together made them get accustomed to fighting in all kinds of situations since each Pokemon brought a different style of battle. Eventually Rean decided to take Yun to Wiz's shop to see if she could find something that she could use. As soon as they arrived they saw Wiz dancing around the shop while dusting everything. She seemed to be having a lot of fun, but we did need to shop, so I cleared my throat to catch my attention. However, to her misfortune, Yun liked the way she seemed to have been having fun by dancing, that her eyes began to glow in her excitement, which was the first thing Wiz saw when she turned around. While the poor lich was scared out her mind and she let out a scream. Kaya. I sweat dropped at the entire situation. Wow, I just saw lich scream in fear caused by a pretty young girl. Even Astria didn't know what to say. Yun was dejected that she scared the pretty dancing lady, but I patted her head and she cheered up while I waited for Wiz to recover from her fright and to come out from under her counter where she had jumped to hide. Eventually she took a peek and I waved at her. Sorry for the scare, Wiz. We came to shop but you seemed very distracted. Wiz then completely popped out from behind her counter and shakily smiled. It's alright, I really should have been paying more attention. It's nice to see you again, Rean. Who's your friend? Well, she recovered quickly. I smiled at Yun Yun, who seemed to be glowing at being called my friend. Her name is Yun Yun. We came to see if we can find something for her in your shop since you have some very good stuff. Wiz smiled and nodded. Go ahead. And take a look, I'm sure you'll find something good for her to use. I nodded to Yun Yun, who immediately went to see the staffs and accessories while I went to Wiz to talk to her. How's business, Wiz? Wiz smiled. Better since you came and bought the bracelet and necklace. As a matter of fact, I wanted to find you to see if you could help me with ideas about how to improve sales. I raised an eyebrow and scratched my chin. I decided to be blunt since I think honesty would be better here. Well, okay, I'll be very honest with you here, okay? Wiz gulped but nodded. I nodded back and pointed at the shelf where Megumin's father things were put up. Don't ever buy stuff from whoever sold you those things. They're useless and can accidentally kill your customers. That's a big no-no, Wiz. Those things are trash and whoever is selling them to you is robbing you. The poor lich looked heartbroken. But if I just throw them away, I won't have anything else to sell, plus I already paid for them. Ah, that's a big problem. But then I remember about all the drops I got from the last 3 quests I did. I was planning to just sell them since I didn't have any need for them, but I could just give them to Wiz to sell. Some of the things I got were low-level weapons and crafting materials that she could sell for a good price, plus the adventurers of this town will be able to afford them. I pat the poor lich on her head since she seems so sad. Tell you what, I got a bunch of drops from the 3 quests I did recently. I was going to sell them, but instead I'll give them to you so you can replace that garbage and you can sell them at good prices. Wiz seemed surprised. Really, you would help me like this? I nodded. Sure. I don't have a need for any of this stuff. Here, let me show you what I got. I opened my inventory and began to take out the weapons, armor, and materials I had gathered. They were all in good condition and had minor enchantments, so they were great to sell. Wiz's eyes sparkle in excitement. Are you sure I can sell these? Yeah, I'm sure, and every time I get more drops I'll come here and give them to you. Like I said, I get good money from the quests, so I don't need more, plus I already have good equipment, so I don't need more. Might as well give it to someone who can use them, or in this case sell them. Wiz's teared up and walked around her counter and then gave me a big hug, which I returned. If you need more help, let me know, okay? I felt her nod on my chest. Suddenly Yun Yun appeared and squeaked in indignation. I want a hug too. No fair, Wiz. Wiz and I laughed a bit as she let me go, and I opened my arms to Yun Yun, who immediately ran forwards and hugged me tightly. It made me frown to think that this was probably the first time she's been hugged by a friend, and I promised to myself to show her more affection. Soon after she let go, blushing but smiling widely. I smiled at her, happy that I was able to make her a bit happy. Did you find anything you want to buy, Yun Yun? Yun Yun nodded in response to my question. Yes. That black staff increases the power of elemental spells, and that ring there help increase mana growth. Ooh, great finds, Yun Yun. How much, Wiz? Wiz was practically glowing. The ring is 60,000 Eris and the staff is 70,000, but I'll give you a discount and sell them for only 100,000 to you. Thanks, Wiz, you're the best. Wiz actually blushed a bit, which made no sense because she's a lich, but I'm not about to complain about it, so I took out the 100,000 Eris and handed them to her while Yun Yun grabbed her new staff and ring. After that we spent a couple of hours helping Wiz decide a price for all the things I gave her and to decide what to do with all the stuff she bought from Megumin's father. Afterwards we just hanged out with her. Yun Yun seemed very happy to have made a new friend, and Wiz was happy she was able to sell some things and get new wares. Overall, today was a good day for the lich, the arch-wizard, and the gamer Pokemon trainer, one of many. The next morning we were finally ready to take on the giant frog kill quest. Each frog we bring back will net us quite a bit of cash, so we already had planned to go ahead and kill as many as we could, plus we had 5 days before the quest ends. My inventory will allows us to easily transport the big-ass dead frogs and will free us, so we'll be able to kill as many as we want, plus Yun Yun was excited to go to another quest with me. Soon enough we reached the guild and went straight to Luna, who was more than happy to give us the kill quest for giant frogs. She did tell us that we weren't the only one that could take the quest, so she recommended us to take advantage of it right now before more adventurers began to actively hunt them, since the guild wants as many of them gone because they're a danger to the livestock and children of Axel. We nodded and immediately went to the fields where the giant frogs are known to hunt. As we walked I decided to ask Yun Yun about them. So these giant frogs, any weakness I should know about? Yun Yun tapped her chin with her finger. Well, they're generally very weak, so any beginner adventurer could take them down. They're particularly weak to metal, so any kind of metal weapon should make things easier, though they are somewhat resistant to blunt damage because of the rubber-like skin. I see, I should be fine with my Tachi then, and you have your sword, so we should be set. plus I'm calling Charizard to give us a hand. I did promise to let him help on the next quest. Yun nodded while I called out for Charizard. After he materialized in a bright white light, he roared and stretched his wings. He then turned toward me and grinned at me, which I returned with one of my own. Okay Charizard, today we're hunting giant frogs, so go crazy but don't use fire type attacks, use attacks that do slashing damage, alright? Charizard nodded and growled. He then immediately flew away to go find giant frogs to kill. Astria, can you set the frogs' bodies to be transported directly to my inventory as long as one of us kills them? Sure. I'll set that up for this quest, Rean. Happy hunting. Thank you, Astria. I turned towards Yun and smiled at her. Alright, let's get started. Yun nodded right. It was a bit past noon. Me and Yun were resting a bit while waiting for Charizard to come back so we can have some lunch. While we were waiting, we suddenly heard a commotion and turned to take a look to see what was going, only to sweat dropped as I watched Kazuma being chased by a giant frog air. Yun, you said that any beginner adventurer could take down this frogs. How do you explain that? I pointed at the scene before us while I could see Yun deadpan at the scene before her. I have no explanation for this, Rean. I have a question though. Why isn't he using that sword in his hand to fight back? I had no answer. I don't know if it was either because Kazuma still hasn't adapted to this world or he just forgot that he was holding a sword. Either way, we continued to watch as Aqua began to speak and flaunt her power or whatever, catching the attention of the giant frog. We silently watched as the giant frog suddenly approached the distracted goddess and then proceeded to eat her. I honestly did not know what to say while Yun just gaped at what was going on. Rean, should we help them? I shook my head. I rather not get dragged to whatever this is, beside they won't learn if we help them. Yun nodded and we continued to watch as Kazuma fought and then killed the giant frog, saving Aqua, who was now on the floor crying. Suddenly she got up all pissed off and rushed towards a pink-skinned giant frog just sitting a distance away and enjoying the sun. I saw her gather energy on her fist, scream some nonsense about how this technique carried all of her anger and sorrow or something like that, and then proceeded to punch the frog. Only for the frog's rubber-like skin to absorb her attack. I got a notification and honestly I'm not sure if I should even check the skill I just got from this scene. But I know I had to, so while Kazuma was trying to save Aqua again, I decided to check the skill. Skill acquired via perk Mimicry. Skill, God Blow learned. Note, due to lack of divinity the skill is looking for alternate source of power. Searching. Alternate source of power found, blood ancestry found. Renaming skill. Changing attributes and effects. Success. The skill Divine Dragon Blow acquired. This skill allows the user to charge one's fist in divine dragonic energy. This makes this skill especially effective towards anything considered divine in nature, and thanks to the user's dragon god ancestry this skill also bypasses all defenses and resistances. Asterisk, holy shit. I'm actually glad I was here to witness this nonsense. I just got my first god killer skill. I'm going to grind this to hell and back when I get the chance. Suddenly a familiar roar echoed throughout the grassland and we all looked up only to see Charizard rocketing towards the pink giant frog with a shadow claw at the ready. Then he reached the pink giant frog and slashed its stomach open and then landed on the ground and roared while the frog fell backwards dead. Kazuma gaped at the sight before him and I sighed because I really didn't want to deal with this, guys. Yun just giggled and patted my back. I smiled at her and then began to move forward to get Charizard so we could eat lunch. Kazuma gaped as he watched a goddamn Charizard roared at his victory. But how can a Pokemon exist here? Damn, I wish I had a Pokeball. The Charizard must have heard him because it turned to glare at him, causing Kazuma to flinch. Suddenly a voice attracted the Pokemon attention. You can't steal another person's Pokemon, don't you know that? Kazuma turned to look at who had spoken only to gape at the tall black-haired guy walking towards them. A beautiful red-eye girl was walking beside him. The Charizard then ignored Kazuma and walked towards the guy and actually fist bump him. I smile at Charizard while I fist bump him. Did you had fun? The Charizard grinned and then bump his head on my chest while I rub his chin. I'm glad you did, but it's time for lunch and you know how Yun gets when she's hungry. Yun blushed. Hey. I don't act out when I'm hungry, right, Charizard? Charizard actually nodded to her, causing her to brightly smile and smugly smile at me. Traitor, betraying your best friend for a pretty face. Charizard didn't even try to look guilty as he grinned while Yun giggled since she was already used to the way we are with each other. I then took a look at the dead frog while betaking that since Charizard killed it. After having said that, the frog's body suddenly disappeared, freeing Aqua from its stomach and dropped her on the floor. Then we all turned around and began to walk away, but then Kazuma's voice called out to me, "Hey, you're from another world, right? Was having a Charizard what you choose as your one power?" I turned around and stared towards Kazuma. I really didn't want to say anything to him, so I responded with something like that, "If you would excuse us, we're hungry and want to eat." Kazuma stared for a while, wondering just what was going, but he pushed it aside and went to help Aqua up. Yun, Charizard, and I then had lunch, and afterwards we continued to hunt giant frogs. We got a total of 28. They were easy to kill but not to find since they like to burrow underground, plus we were taking it easy and having a lot of fun. At the end of the day, got a total of 140,000 Eris that I split in half with Yun. Then we decided to drink and eat at the guild to celebrate, plus I wanted to try how these frogs tasted. We did see Kazuma and Aqua complaining about how much they got, which it seems to be around 10,000. They must have found another frog and killed it before they left, but then I ignored them since our food got here. Besides, I knew they were going to recruit for party members starting tomorrow, so I wasn't interested in their conversation, and we began to eat in peace while we enjoyed the lively sounds of the guild. The next day we stopped by the guild to eat breakfast. It was then that we noticed the flyer written by Aqua about looking for advanced class adventurers to join their party. Of course, me and Yun ignored it and headed straight to an empty table and ordered some food. I noticed both Aqua and Kazuma sitting on a bench and waiting for adventurers to ask to join their party, but I ignored them. Though I could feel Kazuma stare at me for a few minutes. He must be curious about me, but I'm not concerned with it. As we were eating, a familiar face appeared and approached the downtrodden pair. I could see Yun began to sweat profusely when she noticed none other than Megumin appeared. She gave her over dramatic introduction which made Kazuma, Aqua, and I sweat drop. I turned towards Yun, who was desperately grabbing her head and blushing deep red in embarrassment. Mid-sentence, Megumin dropped to the ground in hunger, and I lost all the will to continue watching all of this unfold. Plus, poor Yun seems to be close to crying. Yun? My red-eye friend turned to look at me with her eyes shining with unshed tears, and I just smiled at her. "Let's go, we have a quest to do, okay?" Yun vigorously nodded, got up and then grabbed my hand and pulled me away as fast as she could. It seems that she was really embarrassed about the quirks of her fellow villager. I don't mind, but she was clearly uncomfortable, so I decided it was time to leave. Sometime after, me and Yun were killing a couple of giant frogs while Charizard was flying above us looking for more frogs to kill. Soon we defeated our respective frogs and they instantly disappear into my inventory. Suddenly a couple of voices catches our attention. "Huh? Who's that?" Yun looked around to see if she could find where the voices were coming from. After a while she pointed to a small hill some distance away. "I think it's coming from the other side of that hill." I nodded, and then I realized it must be Kazuma, Aqua, and Megumin. They must be here so Megumin can show off her explosion spell. I decided to take advantage of this so I can obtain the explosion spell, and so I turned towards Yun. "Let's go check it out." Yun nodded, and I whistled to Charizard to follow us close behind. We went over the hill and took a look. Yun sighed and looked down when she saw Megumin down there. I patted her head to cheer her up, and it seems to work while Charizard landed right beside me. I then watched intently while Megumin began to use her favorite spell on a faraway giant frog while I ignore the nonsense going on with Kazuma and Aqua. Suddenly Megumin began to chant as an alarming amount of mana began to surge from the Petit Arch-Wizard. "Darkness blacker than black and darker than dark. I beseech thee, combine with my deep crimson. The time of awakening cometh. Justice, fallen upon the infallible boundary. Appear now as in intangible distortions. I desire for my torrent of power a destructive force. A destructive force without equal. Return all creation to cinders and come from the abyss." Explosion. As soon as she finished chanting, she then pointed forward with her staff. I could see the mana twirl around the frog, then the mana dangerously began to crackle and spark. Suddenly it detonated with an impressive force. Charizard, use Protect. Charizard immediately did so while I grabbed Yun and used Protect on myself to protect Yun and I. The force of the explosion sent a vicious burst of wind and debris everywhere. I even saw the frog who had Aqua on its mouth get sent off flying, until everything finally settled down. Charizard and I let our Protect dissipate, and I took a look. Damn, that is certainly impressive. I let go of Yun who was blushing from being hugged so closely, but she still asked, "Were you able to copy it?" I checked the notification I received the moment the spell hit and nodded. "Yeah, I have it. It is very mana expensive. I can probably use it around 7 times before I run out of mana, but my medical gels can help me with that. It seemed that I also don't need to chant, which is great because I don't really want to say all of that." Yun nodded in agreement. She also wouldn't want to have to say all of that either. She was already embarrassed enough from listening Megumin say it. Kazuma seemed impressed, but while I can use Aeroblast and that skill is right now way more powerful and destructive than the explosion spell, plus since I have been grinding it for a while and it's way cheaper to use too. I sighed when I noticed another frog come out of the ground. Kazuma noticed it too and turned around to ask Megumin to use explosion again, but she had already collapsed from mana exhaustion. While my mystic art, explosion magic, possessed tremendous power, it also consumes a tremendous amount of magical power. In other words, I used magic exceeding my limits, so now I can't move a muscle. I watched the frog begin to hop towards Megumin while Kazuma just gaped at her in shock while Megumin continued to speak. I never expected a frog to pop out so close by. This is bad. I'm going to be eaten. Sorry, but could you help dash? And the frog ate her too. Sigh. I signaled Charizard to help Aqua while I held Megumin. I rushed forward while drawing my Tachi first form. Helix. I jump forward as begin to spin like a drill while deep blue flames begin to spin around me while I drive myself forward through frog's belly and coming out on the other side where I land on my feet and swing my blade horizontally to dissipate the blue flames still lingering on the blade of my Tachi while the giant frog dropped backwards dead. Charizard charged his claws with dragonic energy and used Dragon Claw to slash open the giant frog belly, which instantly dropped dead too. Kazuma gaped at how fast we killed the frogs while I pull Megumin and Aqua out of the dead frog's mouth with telekinesis. I'm not about to touch them when they're completely soaked with frog spit. Yun approached Megumin and I frowned. I know Megumin likes to bully and ignore Yun and I didn't like that, especially now that she's my friend. Yun approached Megumin to ask about her well-being. Are you okay, Megumin? Megumin then turned towards Yun and deadpan at her. Who are you? Yun looked embarrassed and hurt about being forgotten, so I decided to speak up. You know full well who she is. You both come from the same village and I'm sure you've seen each other before. Don't pretend you don't know who she is. Megumin twitched and turned to look at me. Sigh. Fine, it's my self-proclaimed rival Yun. I'm fine, just drained from the use of my most amazing spell. But who's that with you, Yun? Is he a member of your party? Oh wait. There's no way he is. You're too shy and awkward to actually join a party. Yun was happy Rean stood up for her, but now Megumin was trying to embarrass her in front of him and she didn't like that. As a matter of fact, if she could compare the two, Rean would be better example of what she expects from a friend. I didn't like the fact that she looked so arrogant and spoke to Yun like that, when she was the one on the floor, dripping with frog spit. I know for a fact that Yun would never fall to a giant frog like that. You're quite cocky, huh? Especially since you're on the floor after casting one spell and only defeating one giant frog. I know for a fact that Yun can take down multiple targets with one spell and keep fighting for hours. Honestly, she doing you a favor for consider you her rival. Why don't you just use some other spells if explosion is too much for you? Yun blushed and stood up and pulled on my sleeve, letting me know she was thankful and to draw my attention. I smiled at her as she began to speak before Megumin can start talking about her nonsense about only being able to use explosion because as the one spell she loves the most. Megumin doesn't have any other spell. She used all her skill points on explosion and she refuses to learn any other spell. Kazuma just deadpanned while is just scoffed, so she's an idiot. Sigh. Anyways, you can keep the frogs' bodies. Come on Yun, let's go. We still haven't had lunch yet. Yun nodded and didn't say anything else, so we left quietly. While we walked away I could feel Megumin's gaze on my back, but I didn't care. Once we were far away, Yun pulled my sleeve again to catch my attention and then she spoke. Thank you for defending me, Rean. Megumin has always been like that with me and up until recently I thought that was how friends are supposed to be with each other, but after these few days with you I can see that she wasn't a good friend at all. She seemed sad about realizing that Megumin was never her friend or rival. I frowned because I didn't like seeing her sad. It's alright Yun, you don't need her anymore. You have me and my Pokemon, plus I'm sure Wiz and Luna consider us friends too. Yun smiled and grabbed my hand and then pulled me as she ran ahead. Yes. You're right, I have friends now. Hahaha, let's go visit Wiz and help her with her shop some more. I nodded and let her pull me along as she ran back towards the town so we can visit the kind shopkeeper Lich. Chapter 10. The Great Cabbage Hunt. Today Yun and I left early in the morning and went straight to the guild to deliver the giant frogs we had killed the day before. We got quite the big amount of Eris for that haul and Luna was very impressed about the amount of frogs we killed. After that I introduced Yun to my instant dungeons. To my surprise, however, the dungeons seemed to have changed somehow. More types of monsters began to spawn and the amount of EXP points we got from them also increased. I asked Astria how this was possible and what happened. She told me that, since we got to this world, she had been scanning it and getting information on every type of monster and dungeons in this world to help evolve the instant dungeons available to me. This way I could have more ways to train and get stronger when I get back to my own original world. She also let me know that with me visiting new worlds she'll be able to further expand the dungeons and even create new ones in more modes. She immediately proved this by having created the mode, Instant Dungeon Survival Mode, where I would have to face wave after wave of monsters until I couldn't anymore. As more waves I cleared, the more powerful the monsters would become. There would be no money or loot dropped, but the amount of EXP points I could gain would be drastically increased. Yun and I decided to give it a go this morning, and needless to say that it was extremely hard was an understatement. Luckily Yun and I had already experienced something like this in the mine quest, so we were prepared, but by wave 10 I had to summon my Pokemon to give us a hand. Even when we reached wave 15 and I already had all my Pokemon except Mew and Lugia giving us a hand, it became too hard for us to continue, so after we cleared it we decided to quit. After that we received a lot of experience points and I leveled up to level 90. This comes to show how powerful the monsters in survival mode are, since I was able to level up 5 times with just 16 waves. Yun also leveled up and got a lot of skill points to use. She used them to learn new spells and raise her stats. I also took advantage of the situation and grinded my healer skills and learned a bunch of new ones like Sharpness, Barrier, Recovery, Dispel, Ray, Heal and Pow Pow Hammer. I made some great progress with my healer skills and soon I will be finished with it, so I would have to pick a new occupation, so I was starting to think on which one to pick next. I haven't decided yet, but it is important. Maybe I'll pick the mage class next. I do need more magic spells in my arsenal. It was already close to noon when we finished our training session, so we decided to go to the public baths to clean up and then go to Wiz's shop to both visit and eat lunch with her. When we arrived she welcomed us with a bright smile and a hug, which caught us by surprise for a second, but we accepted nonetheless. After that I cooked us some lunch and we ate together in peace. Then we decided to stay and help Wiz with her shop for the rest of the day. I took everything that Megumin's father had sold to Wiz and sold it to my in-game shop. Of course I didn't get much, but something was better than nothing. Afterwards I gave all the money I got from those useless items to Wiz, so it wasn't a complete loss on her part. Yun went outside and began to give out flyers that Wiz had made so more people would now know that she has more wares at better prices. Of course I sent Gardevoir, Lilligant and Frostlass to go with her and help her just in case she got too shy. Meanwhile Wiz was busy setting up the new weapons and items I had given her in the now empty spaces where she used to keep Megumin's father junk items. Little by little we started to have some customers come in and even sold some stuff, which made Wiz very happy. I even helped her at the counter since I had worked as clerk once before. But overall it was a very successful day for Wiz's shop. I was even planning on going into the instant dungeons at night just to get more stuff for her to sell. The apple gels that are very common in the undead dungeon would sell very well in this town, so I was planning on grinding a lot of them for Wiz. Soon Yun and my Pokemon returned. She seemed very happy and proud of herself while my Pokemon were smiling at her. My guess is that she had a very successful day too. Hello girls, how did it go? Yun smiled brightly at me. It was great. I didn't even run away once. And when I began to stutter, Frostlass would run an icy finger on my back so I could focus. I turned to look towards to Frostlass, who was giggling behind her sleeve-like hand. I just chuckled at my mischievous Pokemon. That's great. Did anyone get weirded out or scared of the Pokemon? I was worried about this since I don't think anyone native to this world would have seen a Pokemon, so my concern was that they would mistake them as monsters and attack them. Well, I wasn't worried about my Pokemon getting hurt per se. They're powerful enough to kill almost anything in this world, but that doesn't mean I want them to do so. Yun smiled and patted Lilligant on her head, who seemed to enjoy the attention. Actually, everyone seemed to think they were really cute and took the flyers from them with a smile on their faces. They were also very popular with the kids too. I smiled and nodded. I was glad that the Pokemon were easily accepted. Wiz clapped and smiled. I think they're very cute too. She was already hugging Frostlass to her, who looked very content in her arms. This didn't surprise me at all. As a lich and an undead being, I was pretty sure she would be very popular with ghost-type Pokemon, which Frostlass proved the moment I summoned her, since she literally instantly floated into her arms. Wiz was surprised at first, but then seemed to take a liking to Frostlass too and hugged her tightly. I chuckled to Wiz and nodded. Yeah, my Pokemon are pretty awesome, right? Both Yun and Wiz nodded while my 3 Pokemon blushed. Suddenly a siren began to loudly play and all 3 of us tensed right away. Luna's voice began to resound throughout the entire town. Emergency quest. Emergency quest. Asterisk, what in the world? Ah. Isn't this the cabbage episode? Ugh, I really don't want to deal with that silliness, and darkness is going to be there too, but this is a perfect opportunity to get some good EXP points and money. As a matter of fact, we should come with us, that way she can get some much needed money for the shop. All adventurers, please gather at the front gate at once. I repeat, all adventurers, please gather at the front gate at once. I grinned and turned towards Yun, whose eyes were already glowing in anticipation. I then turned towards Wiz. Hey Wiz, wanna come with us? We will split the earnings evenly. Wiz jumped in surprise. But what about my shop? You can leave Gardevoir, Lilligant and Frostlass in charge, I'm sure they can handle it. The trio Pokemon nodded and smiled towards Wiz, who still looked undecided, but Yun grabbed her sleeve and pulled it a bit to catch her attention. Please come with us, I'm sure we will all have fun together. I smiled at Yun. This few days we spent together have been great for her. She's not as shy anymore and she's more prone to speak her mind now. I'm very proud of her. Wiz stared into Yun's glowing red eyes for a second but then smiled and nodded, having made up her mind. Yun brightly smiled and fist pumped. Both me and Wiz smiled at her in amusement. Then I walked up to them. Okay girls, then grab on and I'll teleport us directly to the front gate. Both girls nodded and grabbed one of my hands each, which caught me by surprise a bit, but I let it go for now. Yun has been doing that a lot lately and Wiz was now starting to do so too. If this keeps going, I'm going to have a talk with them soon and explain a lot to them. But for now we hand a bunch of cabbages to hunt, and so I push that aside and teleport us to the front gate. Hopefully we'll get there before any nonsense had started. In an instant we appeared at the front gate, causing a couple of fellow adventurers jump in surprise, but I instantly recognized what was going right now, and darkness is getting off at getting hit by the cabbages and being watched by everyone. Sigh. Watching this in the anime was weird as hell, but watching live was even worse. Suddenly I got a quest notification. New quest received. The Great Cabbage Migration. They're highly magical and sentient cabbages. I got nothing else to say about that. Anyways, the cabbages have begun their rebellious migration. Kill and capture as many as you can for great rewards. Objective 1, kill and capture as many cabbages as you can. Objective 2, stop Megumin from using explosion to prevent her from killing and blowing away too many of the cabbages. Reward 1, ×2 to all earn money. Reward 2, Mystic Pokemon Token. Welp, looks like Megumin is not going to have a chance to show off today. I looked around and I see her standing there at the front looking all cool and all. She was also saying something dramatic, but I ignored that and began to walk up to her with Yun and was following me close behind. Megumin grinned and then began her ridiculous long chant, and mana began to gather around her. As soon as I saw that, I pointed a finger at her drain. My spell hit her and she immediately slumped and dropped to the ground. At my current level my int stat was way higher than hers, so her MP was no match for my drain spell. I walked up to her and looked down at her and met her eyes. She was staring at me in disbelief. Why? I just tilted my head and grinned at her. I rather you don't cause unnecessary destruction or hurt anyone just because you wanted to show off. Now lay there and let us take care of this. We'll show you how it's done. After having said my piece, I continued walking forward. Megumin turned her gaze towards Yun, who just sadly shook her head at her and then walked up to me with Wiz following us close behind. I then used Psychic to pull back Darkness and the other two adventurers that she was supposedly trying to protect, and then threw them towards the rest of the adventurers. I saw Luna staring at us and I waved at her, which she returned. I then turned towards the flying cabbages, Yun, and was walked up to my side, and I turned my head towards them to give them a smile, which they returned with one of their own. I could feel all the adventurers' gazes on me and the girls, but I don't care about any of them at the moment. No, right now I was going to show everyone the difference between myself and them. So with a grin on my face I summoned all my Pokemon so they could all have some fun too, well except Frostlass, Gardevoir and Lilligant, who were taking care of Wiz's shop right now. All of my Pokemon appeared behind us in flashes of white light and roared ready for some fun. Luna and the adventurers gaped in awe at the sight of such powerful and strange creature. They didn't know what they were, but they knew they were very powerful. They could feel it in their bones. Meanwhile, Kazuma was cursing Rean and his luck about the fact he had such cool ability while he was stuck with Aqua. I smiled at my Pokemon when I saw them ready for action. Alright everyone. Kill and capture as many cabbages as you can. Let's see who gets the most. My Pokemon roared one more time and then launched themselves to the cabbages while Yun, Wiz, and I did the same. Each and every one of my Pokemon had their own methods of defeating and capturing the cabbages, and to be honest I was impressed by them. Each one was using their specialties. For example, Logia and Pidgeot were using Gust to gather a bunch and then kill them, while Delphox and Charizard were using Fire Spin to bunch up groups of them and then burn them or capture them, though I did have to recall Snorlax because he began to suck up the cabbages like a vacuum and eat them very fast. It was a massacre of cabbages. That's how Luna, who was watching all of this happen, could describe. what she was witnessing at this moment. The funny thing was that Rean and the strange creatures he summoned were still allowing other adventurers to try and catch the cabbages. They even helped them too. She knew Rean was powerful, but she had no idea just how strong he really was. But now she knew how he was able to handle those quests he got, so she decided to speak with him later about what she and the guild had found out about those extra difficult quests. She was now sure he could handle almost anything, especially with Yunyun's and his strange creatures' help. It was already dusk by the time we finished with the cabbages. Me, Yunyun, was in my Pokemon had a great haul, and I even kept some of the cabbages to make meals out of some other time. Lapras won our little competition by getting the most cabbages, but we all agreed she cheated with her psychic surf trick I taught her so she could be mobile while on land. She used it to wash, group up and captured the cabbages, but when we complained about it all she did was give us a wink and a grin. We also ended up earning a lot of money from the guild for all the cabbages we captured, which we split amongst each other equally, and to celebrate we decided to treat ourselves to a good cabbage dinner. The guild even let me have some of my Pokemon join us to eat. We also quickly teleported back and closed Wiz's shop so Gardevoir, Lilligant, and Frostlass could join us. The adventurers accepted their presents quite easily, and some were even having fun with them. The girls in the guild liked the cute ones like Maou, who was having fun floating around and stealing food from everyone. The adventurers didn't seem to mind her doing that and just laughed at her playful nature. It was a great night. Yunyun and Wiz had a lot of fun, plus we were being praised by everyone in the guild for their abilities and skills. From the corner of my eyes I saw Aqua, Darkness, Megumin and Kazuma eating and having fun too. They might be highly destructive idiots, but at least they were still having fun, even though Megumin was sulking about being stopped from using her awesome explosion spell, but honestly she had it coming from being mean to Yunyun yesterday. Plus I was able to copy steal from Kazuma and that simple water making skill from Aqua, which creates highly purified water. Luna approached my table and stood beside me while she watched and smiled at Yunyun and was having fun with the Pokemon and the adventurers. It's been a while since I've seen Yunyun or Wiz have this much fun. I smiled towards Luna. Well, they deserve it. They're good hard-working girls. Unfortunately, because they're kind, they get taken advantage of, but now that I'm here I'll make sure to protect them. Luna turned to me and gave me smiled. You're a good person too, Rean. Don't think I didn't see you knock down cabbages and leave them on the ground so someone else could pick them up. I huffed and scratched the back of my head. I was hoping no one would have noticed that. Luna giggled and then turned towards the Pokemon eating around. So these creatures are your secret weapon, huh? This is how you and Yunyun could survive that mine quest, and the fact that you're a very talented swordsman besides being an archpriest must have been very helpful. You're full of surprises, Rean. I nodded, since it was the truth. My Pokemon did help us a lot during that quest. They're called Pokemon, and as you can see they're very powerful and sentient beings. They're my friends and we have been together for a while now, and I have always been a swordsman. Even before I even became an adventurer, I chose to become an archpriest because I needed more healing and support skills. Luna nodded in understanding but then jumped when she felt Frostlass put her icy hand on the nape of her neck. Kya. Frostlass giggled and floated up to the ceiling when Luna turned around to yell at her for the scare, but seeing that Frostlass got away she huffed and then turned to me only to pout when she noticed me laughing at her. Sorry. Frostlass likes to make people jump. She's a mischievous little thing, but she's just having fun. Luna sighed but then smiled at me. Fine, anyways, can you and Yunyun come in tomorrow? I have a couple of things to talk about with you. I raised an eyebrow but nodded. Luna smiled and then left, leaving me with my two friends and my Pokemon to enjoy the rest of the night. That night, after celebrating, Yunyun and I walked Wiz's back to her shop. Both girls were happily talking to each other while we walked. Today they saw that they make a great team with the way they took down so many cabbages along with me and my Pokemon. Once we arrived to Wiz's shop and we were about to say goodnight, but Yunyun surprised me when out of nowhere she decided to ask was something very unexpected. Wiz, would you like to join our pea party? Please. Wiz seemed completely flabbergasted and completely caught off guard by Yunyun's sudden request. I knew that she still has the memory of her old adventurer party and what had happened to them, so this must be a very difficult choice for her make. Wiz looked down and stayed silent for a while. Rean and Yunyun had become good friends to her, and that fact that they have been coming over to her shop to help and spend time with her has made her very happy. But she was afraid of failing her new friends like she failed her old party before, but she didn't want to be alone anymore. Rean and Yunyun were strong and reliable, but she still had her doubts. But what about my shop? I can't just leave it. Yunyun looked down. That was a good excuse, but I knew for a fact that Wiz didn't want to be alone anymore, so I gave her a way out. Well, we can leave Gardevoir, Lilligant, and Frostlass to man the shop when we leave for quests, plus me and Yun Yun can help you with the shop when there's no more good quest to take, and this way we can help each other. You'll be able to get even more wares for your shop this way too." Yun Yun brightly smiled while Wiz stared at me for a second. "But I'm a lich. Are you sure you want to go adventuring with me?" Yun Yun nodded while I just grinned. "Well, I'm a dragonoid and Yun Yun is from the Crimson Demon Clan, so we don't care that you're a lich. Besides, you've seen my Pokemon too and they all like you, so what do you say?" Wiz looked down again, but this time Yun Yun grabbed her hand, which made her turn to look at her. "Please. Let's become a party and have fun together." Wiz stared at Yun Yun's bright red eyes. I decided to be bold and follow Yun Yun's example. I reached out and grabbed Wiz's other hand, causing her to turn her head to look at me. I gave her, smiled, and nodded at her. Wiz looked down at both of her hands being held by ours. "You're so warm. Okay, I'll join your party." Yun Yun loudly cheered, causing Wiz to giggle and me to smile even wider. "Well then, how about we go inside? There's a few things I have to tell you. Is that alright?" Wiz nodded to me and opened the door to her shop. She then let us inside. That night we spent it telling her about some of my abilities, more about my Pokemon, the system, and Excalibur, and before we went to sleep I added her to my party via the system. Then I explained about the mini-map and telepathic chat. After that we went to sleep excited about what the next day would bring. The next morning Yun Yun, Wiz, and I went straight to Luna. Once we arrived at the guild, she wanted to speak with us, so we wanted to hear what she wanted to tell us right away. Yun Yun and Wiz told me that Luna is not one to just call someone out unless it was important, so I was even more intrigued about what she could possibly want with us. The moment we stepped into the guild we noticed Aqua complaining and shaking Luna by her shirt. All three of us frowned since we didn't like this girl manhandling our friend like that, so I stepped forward and I could hear her complain about the fact she only caught lettuces instead of cabbages. Luna was trying to speak but Aqua wouldn't let her, so I took out my sheath Tachi and bonked her in the head with it. She instantly let go of Luna to hold her now aching head and turned around to see who had hit her. However, it seems my eyes were glowing and took on their dragonic form in my annoyance, because she squeaked and jumped back in fright while Yun Yun and Wiz commented how cool my eyes looked like that. While I continued to stare at Aqua. "Please, do not manhandle Luna like that again. It wasn't her fault. You can't recognize the difference between a lettuce and a cabbage." My party nodded in agreement while Luna sighed in relief about being freed from Aqua, who was now tearing up, but I ignored her and turned to speak with Luna. "Morning Luna, I'm here like you asked me to." Luna smiled at us and nodded. Yun Yun and Wiz waved at her, which she happily returned, and then she took us to her office to speak in private, leaving Darkness, Megumin and Kazuma to deal with the complaining Aqua. After going in and taking a seat, Luna stared at Wiz in confusion, which I noticed, so I began to tell her why she was with us in this meeting. Yun Yun asked Wiz to join our party yesterday and she said yes. Luna raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Yun Yun, who blushed. "Really? Well, that's great, Yun Yun. Look at you, you've changed so much in these few days." Yun Yun nodded. "Well, it helps that I have friends now. Being with Rean showed me how friends should act with each other and I was able to gain some confidence." I smiled at Yun Yun. I'm both happy and proud at how much she has changed, and by the look on Luna's face I could tell she felt the same way. Wiz smiled, too happy that she was part of this. Luna turned to me. "Thank you, Rean. It's because of you that Yun Yun was finally able to begin to show how talented and bright she is." I just shook my head as response to what she just said. I didn't do much, all of it was all her. She was the one to approach me in the first place, though the first meeting was intense. Luna giggled while Yun Yun pouted at me at the reminder of her scaring me half to death. Was laughed too, having heard the story yesterday. "Anyways, what do you need, Luna? I'm sure you didn't call me this morning just to catch up." Luna nodded. "Yes, yesterday we got a report on the quests you have taken and found some very disturbing information. You see, one of the Demon Lord's generals known as Beldia has moved somewhere close to Axel. This scared the weaker monsters in the area to run away, but his presence brought about some changes that you had witnessed." I frowned upon hearing this. If I remember correctly, in a few days Megumin is going to start bombarding his castle, making the Dullahan come to Axel and try to deal with her. I turned my gaze to Wiz and I noticed her frowning too. I know that Beldia is the reason Wiz became a lich, so she must be feeling all kinds of emotions right now. Luna continued on. With Beldia's presence so came high-level monsters along with him. These monsters took advantage of the fact that we're a town of low-level adventurers and started to plot. The Black Goblin and the Alpha Wolf were an example of this. If you hadn't dealt with those monsters, who knows what they were planning to do. As you witnessed, they were pretty smart and able to empower the monsters in the area, and even worse, I had the mine searched like you suggested and we found a vein of magisteel. This metal is both very powerful and expensive. It's usually used for high-ranking armor and weapons, and if you hadn't killed the Black Goblin and the rest of the monsters in there, the Demon Lord's army would have access to such precious resource. Ah, so this is what Beldia's presence caused. In the anime it just showed Kazuma and Megumin blasting Beldia's castle for days, but it never showed what other effects his presence had caused to the surrounding area, other than reducing the amount of quest available in the guild. I stared at Luna for a second in silence before deciding to ask her a question that has been bugging me for a while. I see, if I hadn't taken those quests, what would have happened? Luna frowned. Well, someone else would have taken them and probably died, then the guild would have sent someone to investigate, we would have eventually found out what was going, but by then there would have been a lot of deaths before we could have even began to take care of the situation. Geez, that's dark. I wonder if this happened in the background in the show or if it's just this version of this world. Then Luna continued on. The bandit quest was a unique case. We sent some people to investigate the campsite and we found evidence of a few corrupt noble families who were buying kidnapped girls as slaves. Luckily this seemed to be recent, so the girls were found and sent home too. All the nobles involved were arrested and all of their money was taken and given to the girls and their families as reparations, so the capital sent an extra monetary reward to you for your services. I raised an eyebrow in surprise. I didn't think that bandit quest was that big of a deal, but then again, the in-game rewards were pretty good. That should have been my first clue that these quests weren't normal to begin with. I have to pay more attention to this sort of thing from now on. Thank you, Luna, and I'm glad that I was able to take care of those quests before anything bad could happen. Luna nodded and handed me a big sack of money, which was immediately added to my in-game money. With that cabbage quest and this extra reward, I'm pretty much set for life, though I might splurge a bit on some more TMs for my Pokemon later. Luna then spoke up once again. Rean, usually I wouldn't ask this from any of the adventurers of this guild, but you're different. Those quests and what you showed yesterday during the cabbage quest showed me that I can trust you. In case Beldia shows up in Axel for some reason or he decides to do something, can I count on you to help us against him? I closed my eyes to think for a minute. I'm level 92 right now thanks to those cabbages. Was his level 223 by my system standards, and she was never able to defeat Beldia, but I'm different. I'm not human. I'm a Dragonoid and my stats are higher than Wiz's. That means that my stats might be higher than Beldia's, but I'm not one to risk it, so I'm going to grind in the new survival mode with my Pokemon, Wiz and Yun before Beldia gets here. I have a good amount of time. By that I want to have gone through my first evolution. I want to be a heavenly dragon so I can kill Beldia easily, not just for me but for Wiz 2-star. I opened my eyes and stared at Luna. You can count us. We won't be taking any quests for a while though. I'm planning to train and increase our power in preparation in case Beldia decides to show up here for some reason, but if you need us you can find us in Wiz's shop in the evenings. Luna smiled and nodded to me. Soon after we left the guild and went back straight to Wiz's shop. Wiz was silent the whole way and I knew why. She was worried about us. Once we were inside the shop, Wiz closed it for the day and we headed upstairs to talk about Beldia. Wiz immediately began to speak. Rean, Beldia is a very dangerous being. He's a Dullahan, so he's an undead monster and he's an expert swordsman, plus he has a lot of undead monsters under his leadership. Are you sure you can take him on if he shows up? I'm not sure yet, but that's why we're going to train. I told you about my instant dungeons yesterday, remember? Wiz nodded and I continued to tell her about my plans. That's what we're going to be doing, grinding and getting stronger. Something tells me Beldia will show up, plus I decided to go through my evolution. Both Yun and Wiz looked confused, but I gave them a smile and began to explain. You guys know I'm a Dragonoid, but what you don't know is that, once I reach a certain level I'll evolve into a heavenly dragon, a true dragon with the strength to even challenge the gods. The girls gaped at my declaration and I grinned in anticipation, and I'm going to reach that evolution in the next few days. How about it? Do you guys want to get stronger with me? Wiz and Yun turned to look at each other for a second and then they smiled at each other at the same time. Both then stood up and stared at me with determination burning brightly in their eyes, causing me to get excited. Let's do it. Let's get stronger together. I grinned at both of my party members. After that I gave Wiz some money so she could close the shop times while we grind and not take a hit on her finances. We also decided to go grinding for items and money once in a while in the regular instant dungeons and then grind for EXP in survival mode. All three of us can't wait to grow strong enough to deal with Beldia or anyone who dares challenge us to a fight. And so the days began to go by while we trained and grinded non-stop almost every day. Meanwhile, by Beldia's castle, Megumin began to bombard the castle every morning with her explosion spell. This was the catalyst that would pit one of the Demon Lord's generals against a brand new heavenly dragon and lose quite easily. Okay, sadly this is the end of the video. Please make sure to support the original author. If you want me to more of this story, please make sure to like and subscribe.